So something as the moon, that's something that we cannot validate. We cannot test with the moon. We cannot go there and check what it is, right? But we can do stuff here on Earth, like measuring curvature, and it's not there. We can test with gas pressure, and we know that gas pressure always needs containment, right? When you are when you're on your bike and somebody puts a hole in your bike tire, in your rubber bike tire, the air will come rushing out. That will happen always in any circumstance, right?
Well, I still don't understand. Like, you guys didn't answer this. How do satellites work?
They don't.
Okay, so how do unicorns work?
Gotcha, bitch.
It's the same question. It's like you're asking us about something that we can't even prove exists. How does something that you can't prove exists work? Yeah, don't know. Like, if you ask questions that mean something, we can answer them. How do satellites work? How do unicorns work? I don't know. How does Cthulhu work? Any ideas?
I mean, we actually see satellites flying in the sky, though, right?
No, you don't.
See unicorns or Cthulhus.
Well, I've seen more Cthulhus in my lifetime than satellites.
You can see a satellite.
Well, where?
I've witnessed the International Space Station flying in the sky.
Okay,
Really?
so first of all, the ISS is not even claimed to be a satellite. It's claimed to be, the International Space Station. Second of all, the idea that you can see a satellite from that far away when it's that size is
with a
absurd.
telescope. With a telescope.
Oh, now with the telescope.
I never said it was with the naked eye.
Dude, how far? Do you know how far up ISS and satellites are?
I know I could see the ISS with my naked eye.
You can see ISS 250 miles claimed, but you can barely see airplanes 6 miles up in the sky.
Hold on. You just told us.
You'd be blind if you could barely see an airplane.
Listen. You just told us you didn't see it with your naked eye, and now you said I
saw the ISS with my naked eye.
Okay. What did you see?
Satellites.
What did you see?
The ISS. What do you mean?
So what was it? What was it?
The International Space?
Yes.
No, he's not asking you. Okay, he's obviously not asking you to say the same thing again. He's obviously not asking you to say the same thing 4 times. So clearly you've misunderstood the question, right? He's asking you the exact thing that you saw. So saying ISS isn't answering the question. Here's a better way of answering the question.
What's the answer?
Well, no, I was about to say that before you talked over me. So here's what he's looking for. Something like a twinkly light or a blue mist or perhaps, I don't know, a green shadow. Like, okay, what did you exactly see?
Like a black thing that looks just like the International Space Station?
With your naked eye, bro.
You saw a black thing against the black sky from 250 miles away.
No, it was daytime.
I believe you.
It was daytime.
I don't believe him either, dude.
During the day, right? That you're literally the first person in history to claim that. You know that?
Definitely not.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't believe you 14 either. Sorry.
Okay.
Like, people claim to have seen the ISS at night. Yeah. They say that it kind of looks a little bit twinkly and maybe it's like a white, like very, very thin pinprick and it kind of shoots across the sky. I've never ever heard anyone claim to see it during the day.
Now you have. There are sighting opportunities for it.
No, that's like saying you're seeing a star during the day, bro.
Wait, so let us read this, right? It's from fl.edu. Space station is only visible when it's illuminated by sunlight.
Yeah.
During the day, the sky is too bright to see it. And as we look up late at night, ISS flies through Earth's shadow, so there's no sunlight falling on the station for us to see it.
There was an opportunity a few years ago where you were able to see it in the daytime.
No. So
apparently.
no, nobody sees it at daylight. Okay. So what you might have saw at night was a light. So how would you know right? That it was a tin can flying through Narnia. Because you haven't addressed the gas pressure problem. And you've hand waved.
Let's ignore the ISS thing.
So you hand waved, 1 second, you hand waved the fact that the Earth is not curving, right? So it cannot be a ball in an infinite vacuum, right? If the Earth is not curving, it cannot be a ball in this infinite vacuum with tin cans falling around it. That's impossible.
And it's impossible to see something that's 250 miles away, something that's the same size of a jumbo jet, and you can barely see a jumbo jet 6 miles up in the sky.
I was going to bring that up too. Wouldn't there be some kind of resolution limit?
Impossible.
Yeah, of course, absolutely impossible. Anyone claiming it is like they've either heard someone else claim it, and they just think, "Oh, this is a good claim that I can repeat."
They're pretty much programmed responses, dude.
Yeah, or they're just lying because they think it's a good answer to the question. But yeah, obviously that
people actually see the ISS.
But
they're looking through a telescope, and they're using the moon as the backdrop. Correct?
Yeah,
during the night, obviously.
No, I saw it during the day. With the moon as the backdrop.
Yeah. Well, no one here believes you, bro, and neither does Google.
It wasn't the ISS. Let's drop that.
You saw it during the day with the moon as a backdrop? Come on, bro.
Let's drop it.
Drop it because you lied. Yeah.
Yeah, I lied. Okay.
He wants to drop it. Okay.
So how do satellites work, though?
Yeah, how do unicorns work?
Oh, okay.
Bro, do you have Alzheimer's or some shit?
Do I have Alzheimer's?
I'm just gonna mute the disrespect guy because he's an idiot.
That's not how that works, buddy, old pal. You can't mute people who have higher roles than you. I mean, you can, but they're just going to talk over you and make the conversation confusing.
Yeah, and now we're talking over you because I just muted you. But, I'll unmute you again.
So, Pap, it's not allowed to mute people here. It's not allowed.
Yeah.
Right? This is for the good of the conversation, not to mute anybody here. Okay?
Well, maybe he should have just a little bit of respect. I haven't disrespected any of you guys, and he's just being an asshole.
Can you tell me how I disrespected you?
Came in here and lied to us.
Right, everyone shut up for a second. Everyone shut up for a second.
Yeah.
Everyone shut up. Can you be very specific? Who disrespected you and how?
I don't know what his name is exactly. I haven't been looking at anybody's names, but I know his voice.
Okay. Well, then we can move on. Asking how satellites work. It's a silly question because we can't prove that they actually are there. And regardless, it wouldn't prove the shape of anything anyway. If there's something up there and the Earth was objectively flat, then it would have to work because that would be true, right?
I mean, that's how you disprove the other thing, right?
If we've already measured that the Earth is flat and we can prove objectively that there's something up there that looks like a satellite and functions like a satellite, then it would have to work in that model because they both exist, right? So I don't know. This question just seems to be really just irrelevant.
I guess I'm defeated. Well, not defeated because I wasn't a Glober or a flat earther, but I guess I know more about flat earthing than before.
There's no defeat, bro. Nobody's trying to beat you in anything, man.
It's
didn't mean to say that.
How did you feel after you found out Santa Claus wasn't real and your daddy was eating all those cookies at night?
Fat bastard.
So again, it's not about convincing you, right, Pap? It's showing you the tools so you can come to the conclusion on your own.
Mm-hmm.
And it starts by looking at
do some real world fucking experiments.
Yeah, it starts by looking at Earth, not looking at the sky. That's something you will not.
But I just don't understand why when I say why doesn't a single flat earther just travel left or travel in a straight line?
Why do you think Why do you think that is going to do anything? Listen, if we can measure,
that would disprove the globe, right?
If we can measure the surface of Earth It doesn't take that much, bro. They gave us specific amounts of drop. That's a geometric problem. It's not a science question. It's not even in the realm of science. It's called measurement.
And I can explain, right? So you're probably confused about going west, and that would mean that you will end up at the same place. Going west you need to use your compass for going west. So imagine your house is magnetic north, and you're standing in front of your house, and you go west. So the compass will always compensate for north, right? So you're doing a circle, right? It's actually doing a circle. You're not going in a straight line, and this will be the same on a globe as on a flat plane, right? Exactly the same on any model.
Hear what you're saying?
Okay, thanks. And the best way... Yeah, go ahead. Sorry. No, go ahead.
Yeah, what I would say, my dude, is if we've dealt with a question, like, don't just ask it again 10 minutes later. That's really annoying. Like, we've dealt with the why don't you fly in a straight line thing in 2 or 3 different ways. I feel like that's been adequately dealt with. We've dealt with the satellite thing 2 or 3 times. I don't really understand why you then ask it again later, as if you never listened to the answer.
With all due respect, you're in this Discord answering the same questions that I've probably asked. You've probably answered 1,000 times. Like, I'm sure you're in this Discord for that reason, to educate people. So I don't think you should get bothered by someone asking the same question twice. There's no such thing as a dumb question.
It was more than twice.
It was 3 times, dude. And it was after you explained about the space.
It could be 10 times.
First of all, I swear I was talking. Right, okay. So first of all, like, you've actually strawmanned me there, because it's not about whether the question's dumb or not. I didn't actually mention anything about the intelligence of the question. Second of all, it's more than twice. Yeah, you've asked a few questions many times. Third of all, you've ignored the point, which is ironically my point. Yeah, is that you weren't listening. So the fact that you've actually had this response to what I said is proof that what I said was true. You're not listening to the answers, and that's why you're asking the question multiple times. That's what's annoying. It's not the fact that I'm answering a question over and over again, because I don't mind answering a question multiple times if it's different people, right? But if you've asked the same question again and again and again, and bear in mind earlier I said this about Eratosthenes, right? You immediately moved on, and I asked you, did you understand that answer? Because I actually want you to... Yeah, because I want you to understand the answer. The thing is if you move straight on after you've had an answer, and then you ask it again later, then what you've done is you've not understood, you've moved on, and now you're asking that same question 20 minutes later. It feels like a waste of everyone's time. Why not make the effort to properly understand the answer before moving on?
I guess it's just out of my capability.
Crypto, I just want to say you and the other guys in here, you're all very educated. And sometimes, for me, it took me a long time to understand these arguments. So sometimes you have to explain it like you're explaining it to a child.
Exactly.
That's fair enough. I feel like I'm doing that, though. I mean, if I'm being too complicated, but that's the thing. Like, understand the answer. If you don't understand the answer, we are happy to clarify, but we don't want to hear the same thing 20 minutes later, right? Like, how do satellites work? Right? I mean,
well, your answer to that was, how do unicorns work?
I would expect you to understand what that means.
I don't consider that.
You're extremely
horny. Is it a valid answer?
That is a big leap for someone who has never been
But that wasn't the only thing I said, right? At the time, again, this is demonstrating that you're not really listening. At the time, I said, "How do unicorns work? We can't prove that any of this exists," right? So, like, had you understood that original answer, you would understand that that was what I said, and that therefore the answer was, "We can't prove that they exist." Yeah.
Okay. But there's like proof of satellites being flown into space. No?
What proof? What proof?
There's no proof.
You
Can
could
you
go.
show us? Can you show us the radius measurement? Because they had to have that first. That's what you need to start with, Pap.
That's a bad faith response.
What I'm saying is, you could see them get launched into space, right?
No,
Yeah,
you don't see anything. Nobody's seeing anything getting launched into space. What are you saying space is? A vacuum of
That's
space?
a bad faith like response.
Whatever space is, whatever space.
Are you saying? Well,
I'm not
you don't
saying
have
it's
an
anything.
idea.
I don't have any idea. I don't know if it's
Listen,
vacuum. I don't know if
okay,
it's not
hold
a
on.
vacuum.
Stop. Pap, I just want to ask a real general question to you. Do you believe that you're on a couple of questions? 2 questions. Do you believe that you're on a spinning globe in space?
Objection, Your Honor. He's leading the witness.
I don't believe it or not believe. I have no fucking idea. That's why I'm here. I have no idea.
Okay, what is your inclination?
Oh God.
In your best guess.
I have no inclination.
Oh, geez.
Hey, dude, you like me? I appreciate that.
Useless. Okay, so let me get to the point then. What scrutiny have you applied to the globe itself? What do you know about the globe itself?
Same old shit.
Nothing. I thought about it today.
Okay, I rest.
You're really
No, I
leaning
rest
on
my
this
case, just I
satellite.
rest.
But don't you watch these satellites get flown into quote unquote space? Whether
So I
vacuum
mean,
or not, right?
when you say space, because I mean
No.
you got to specify.
Well, what do you
Because
guys
when
call
they
it?
say space, they're talking about the vacuum of space, right? But there's space between me and my computer, my monitor. So there's space between me and you, right? Now you see them go up, but then you see the rockets have a parabolic flight, and you, matter of fact, you see just the rocket go up. You've never seen any satellites been actually launched.
Okay.
And satellites per se, there's actually really satellites. They all use helium. I mean that's 100% verifiable.
So where do these satellites go after they're launched?
All I know is that they launch satellites from Antarctica, which are just, if they have helium in it, I mean they're somewhere inside, or I mean in our atmo. So I mean they for helium to float in these gas around it, right, to be denser than it itself. So
That's past my pay grade.
I mean, why does helium balloon float?
Because it's lighter than the air.
Exactly. So it needs something that's denser than it to sustain it up.
Yeah, if you look at NASA, like they're one of the largest, other than the Dollar Tree in Party City, they're one of the biggest consumers of helium, right? They're not using it for fuel, bro. These rockets are just big ass balloons, and you can see them float up slowly to the sky. And just in the last weeks, they had a rocket that launched. I think Scott Manley, he's a good YouTuber. He did a video and said, weirdest rocket launch ever. And you can see the rocket, it's going just like a balloon, bro. They pull the chain and you hear the and it heats up all that air. And you see this rocket, quote unquote, float off to the side before it slowly goes up. And it looks just like a little balloon that your kid would have.
Well, I mean, I don't know about the rockets, but what they hang those satellites on, you can actually look this up, or you go to look at videos. There's a bunch of videos where they launch it. There's definitely, if you look for Echo 2, NASA even tells you that it uses aerostat, which is a gas that's lighter than air. And this is a huge, I mean, this balloon was, well, I mean, I can't even tell you the diameter. I mean, the how big it was,
So
but
you're
it was
saying these
extremely
rockets-
big. Echo
You're saying these
2.
rockets are just empty and it's just helium?
I have no idea what the rockets are for. I
Because
mean,
how
they
would you
according to,
explain-
well, let me tell you this. On Echo 2, they launched a rocket and they inflated that balloon. Echo 2, look it up. Echo 2 rocket, and you might get.
I have a
Echo
picture.
from
I have a
Amazon.
picture of the balloon. I'll put it up when I find it.
So how they say satellites work, and the ISS is a satellite. Our moon is a satellite. Anything that's rotating or orbiting around us, right?
When you
The
guys
moon
just told me that the
rotates
ISS
as it
is
orbits.
not a satellite.
What was that?
One of you guys just said that the ISS is not a satellite.
Well, we don't know. It's a light in the sky. Every satellite is a light in the sky. Every planet, quote unquote, it was called a wandering star by the ancients, right? Because it was a light in the sky that they couldn't track with the technology they had, and now we obviously can track these quote unquote orbits around the sun of these wandering stars.
Marty, I don't know who you are, bro. You
We're
just got
going
a
into
VC
Narnia.
verify road and you're speaking, bro.
We're going into Narnia, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Pap, the Earth is measurably flat. That's all you need to know, right? All that they show you on your screen, right? It's on your television. It's not in reality.
I get what you're saying.
Okay, right? We live in a digital age. Anything can be produced. Anything. And you think, well, Photoshop didn't exist in the 1960s. No, but Hollywood is. Have you seen Space Odyssey 2001? That's made in 1968, right? Where they first used front-end projection.
Yep.
Right. So
I thought it was earlier than that. I thought that was like 62 or something.
1968.
The 68, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, that would make sense because the moon landing was right around that time as well, allegedly. So I suppose
A year later,
pushing
yeah.
the propaganda the year before would make sense, yeah.
Right. So the use of miniatures, stop motion, props, studio work, right? It's all been done for now hundreds of years, right? 100 years at least, right? They built, when you go to a theater 100 years ago, they made a whole setting, right? So they can fake it all, right? It's all on your screen. The only observable reality you have is the Earth itself, right? And it presents itself as flat, non-rotating. But they told you it's a ball hurling through space. So how did they ever prove it to you? By showing you pictures? Think about it.
Makes sense.
That's all you got, right? Pictures and videos. That's all you got. You've never experienced the Earth as a ball. Never.
What about the people that have, though?
Yeah, so allegedly 500 people, right? 500 people that allegedly went into Narnia. 550, excuse me. And 24 of them went beyond low Earth orbit, allegedly. So you think 550 people can lie to you?
I mean, they can lie.
Okay, well,
Across
there you go.
a 50-year period as well. It's not insignificant because now we're only actually talking about 11 people per year. So if you think about it, that's like no one, really. Do you reckon I could get 10 people a year to tell you that Cthulhu exists and that he, I don't know, did some weird shit? If I had £50 million a day to do it.
Yeah. By the way, I server muted Marty. He's definitely a troll.
Okay. Is that the guy we're talking to? Pip. Who's the guy we're talking to?
Sorry, my thing just
Me?
started. He was trying to speak like he was a flat earther, talking about sending shit in orbit. And now when I asked if he was a troll, then he comes and say, "Look at my flat Earth mat, my profile picture."
Right, I see. Yeah, Pap, I just wanted to just go through something. What you'll notice with a lot of globe arguments is that they're extremely illogical. And so, but then what they'll do is they'll say something very illogical, and then they'll look at you as if you're the retard, right? And then you're just like, but your logic doesn't make sense. I'll give you an example. So, if I let's just say that I got in my car and I drove off and I told you I am going to the shops, right? Does that prove that I was going to the shops? The fact that you saw me drive off and that I said I was going to the shops?
Nope.
No. So when you see a rocket launch on the TV and then they tell you we're going to space,
Well,
does
you
that
could watch
prove?
you could watch the rocket launches in person, right?
But that's what I just told you, right? So let me do this again.
Not on TV, in person.
Okay, that's fine, even better. If I get in my car and drive away and tell you I'm going to the shops, does that prove I'm going to the shops?
No, but let me ask you this. You said that
No. Okay, but I'm
no.
finished. I'm finished.
I said no.
I'm finished. Okay. So therefore, just because they launch a rocket and tell you where it's going, that doesn't prove that it's actually going there, does it?
No, I said that.
Fantastic. Okay, go ahead.
Just saying, you asked the same question 3 times. But let me ask you this.
Yeah.
You said that these rockets are filled with helium, right? So
I actually didn't say that. So, someone else said that, but yeah.
Do you agree?
No, well, whoever said that can answer that. No, I'm not going to defend someone else's claims. They can do it for themselves.
Okay. I'm just wondering how rockets like blow up in the sky if they're just filled with helium.
Does helium combust?
Not sure.
Maybe you got your wires crossed. So when rockets launch versus, because we were talking about satellites at that time, weren't we? I think what someone was talking about was Scott Manley doing a stream and saying how it wasn't actually a rocket, it looked like a balloon. And I feel like maybe you've got your wires crossed between a rocket and a balloon.
No,
and how
someone actually did say rockets are filled with helium.
Okay, well, I'm not sure that that's what they meant, but they can defend their claims. I'm not going to do that.
I think the guy that claimed that was the one LARPing is a flat earther.
Okay, maybe that. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
You'll find that the sincere people here won't make any claims we can't back up. So.
Yeah, just real quick.
Maybe go on.
Sorry, I just wanted to welcome OGB to the chat here. Welcome.
Okay.
What's up, guys?
Hello, OGB.
Yeah, so I was actually interested in the satellite part. What were you guys saying about the satellites?
Can you prove they exist?
So you can't set. All right. So as far as like cellular devices and stuff, you're telling me that you can't send something into orbit or space or
what's an orbit?
Funny, before we even go there, whenever someone says, "Are you telling me X?" I've already stopped listening, because if I was telling you something, I would use my mouth to do so. Right? I don't need someone to repackage my words. Please don't do that when you're here.
Well, I also wasn't speaking to you directly, and that was kind of an open conversation towards chat.
Okay, fair enough. But regardless, the "are you telling me" statement is generally used to kind of strawman people. So I would advise against that, the use of that.
Okay.
Yeah. So Sonny, please go ahead.
Yeah. So can you not send something to space and communicate with it through like?
Okay. Well, we need to get we need to get down to the basis, like the basics, foundationally speaking. In order to go to space, you need to do something called orbital mechanics, correct?
Sure.
Okay. Don't you need a reference to base your orbital mechanics on? A standard of reference of a reference of measurement. So, what are you launching off of?
The ground.
What are you saying the ground is?
The physical floor outside.
What is the shape of it?
A circle.
No, circle is a pizza. So is it a pizza or a coin?
A sphere.
A sphere. Oh, okay, good. So that's So a ball needs to be measured, correct? To use it as a standard, a reference of measurement for everything else you're doing from then on, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Where is that official measurement?
Yeah, I don't know.
Good answer.
So because I don't know the measurement of the Earth, that means it's not.
It's never been measured in all of. It's never been. It's never. Hold on. It's never been measured in all of human history. Prove me wrong.
You can go and find it.
So because you can't measure it, that means it's not a sphere?
No, that it's never been measured, but it measures flat every time we measure it. If a surface condition, just a surface condition, right? If a surface measures no curvature in any direction, what is it?
Flat.
There you go.
Yeah. Correct.
Earth is not a ball. Don't start talking about orbital mechanics if you don't have the reference standard to use as a place to start. You need that as a starting point. We'll go on from there. Show us the curvature measurement, when the official measurement was made that they used to do everything else. Everything, even the distance to the sun, these so-called planets that they're telling you is terra firma. They're nothing but lights in the sky. Same thing with the moon hoax, telling you that's something that's terra firma that you could land on.
So I don't know.
Sky.
They need the radius measurement.
Can we go back to something real quick? I don't understand how you disproving that since the Earth has never been measured as a sphere, that means that it's automatically flat.
No, it measures flat. It measures flat. Do you get that part?
I can pick this up.
So every time we measure, it measures flat. Every time it measures flat.
Okay. So I can pick this up. It's not necessarily like, because I hear what you're saying, and I feel like you guys are slightly talking past each other. So it's not, Sonny isn't saying that because they've never measured it, it is therefore flat, right? What he's saying is that there's no reason to believe it's a sphere in the first place, because no one has ever observed a sphere, no one's measured a sphere. So there is absolutely no reason to even think it's a sphere. Sorry about the noise. Other than the fact that people have told you it, right? So that would be the same as saying, well, I know that unicorns exist because magic exists, and I know that magic exists because the government tell me every day on TV that magic exists, right? It's the same logic, but it's applied to what you think is real, so it sounds disconnected.
Wasn't there some guy in like Egypt or Greece or something like a long time ago that like used like some two really tall beams like across?
Brilliant.
Like
we'll do
Egypt?
this again. It's fine. Eratosthenes, right? So the Eratosthenes example. Do you have a room?
But didn't he like walk across the whole country, or he hired people to walk across the whole country? And he
Wait a minute. I want to stop before
I already got this. There you go.
It's been a long time since I read about that.
Listen, so now that we've determined, as Crypto pointed out, that there's no reason to believe that it's a sphere because there's no evidence, no proof, no measurement. It's never been done. So now we can go on from there and figure out what it actually is by doing our own measurements. These have been done times thousands of times in all different kind of conditions, terrains, using infrared, different kinds of technology over and over again. All we are lasers, all the militaries use. Like, I mean, it just piles on and on and on. How many military organizations or aircraft manufacturers do you want to see that use flat stationary Earth for all their calculations in linear flight?
Yeah. But let's go into the Eratosthenes thing. The reason I want to go into it is because what you'll notice with all of these quote-unquote globe proofs is that they're presented as proofs, and then when you actually break them down, they aren't proof of anything. And that's really important because people will say the body of evidence, right? But then when you look at each individual claim, they don't claim anything. So then there is no body of evidence. So let's go into the Eratosthenes thing, because you're talking about two sticks in the ground, differential shadows, therefore ball, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to test the thing that you said like after this call. Like get the pens in the line.
Please do. Oh, did you hear me explain this before?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the same guy,
well, I thought OGB came in.
Yeah,
so
I'm
I was talking to
OGB.
OGB. I thought OGB was the one who asked the question. Okay, sorry, go on. My apologies.
So yeah, back to the satellite thing. So okay, so whether it's a sphere or flat, you were saying that because you were mentioning the orbit, right? Whoever I was talking to before.
Okay, but you don't know that these things orbit.
So
Like
if
it
you
all-
were to send, if you were to send some sort of signal into space and be able to communicate it with your phone, if you went too far from that, you would lose the signal, right?
Man, space doesn't exist because of gas pressure.
What doesn't exist?
Vacuum of the space.
Okay, so you're telling me that you can't send something up into the sky and it won't
You
get.
can send in the sky, you cannot send in the vacuum of the space. Because that doesn't exist.
So that brings me back to my point. What about how do satellites work?
How you can send something what in some
Wow.
medium what doesn't exist?
So
Is this the same circle jerk now? Like again,
I'm
back to
confused.
satellites?
I'm confused.
How you will send satellites in medium which doesn't exist?
So you're saying I don't
I'm
know.
saying that we cannot have gas pressure without container.
Mm-hmm.
That I'm saying.
Do you know what the cause of gas pressure is?
No.
You know how they measure it? Do you know anything about the increments that we measure pressure?
No, that's not my field.
PSI, does that ring a bell?
Yes.
Yeah, what do you think that pressure per square inch is talking about?
To be honest, I don't know exactly.
Okay, I'll just tell you briefly, and I can provide citations for what I'm telling you.
Okay.
So in order for you to have pressure, you need a container to measure the bouncing off of the gas omnidirectionally
Sure.
inside the container. That's how we obtain pressure, by pushing on the walls of a container. If you don't have a container, you cannot even measure gas pressure because it would not exist. Entropy would increase. This is an inviolable law, a natural law of the second law of thermodynamics and the first law. But yeah, where are you saying these satellites are going? If they're saying it's a vacuum of space, well, now they changed a couple of years ago. They said the moon is actually still in the Earth's atmosphere. Big surprise. But that's fine. Show us gas pressure without a container. That's what we need. An actual practical demonstration where somebody is showing that they measure gas pressure without the use of a container.
So what? So there's no.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So there's nobody. So there's no way to mimic a so-called atmosphere, right? To contain gases. There's no way to mimic something like that. Like you can't.
Yeah. You can't create it with anything other than a physical barrier.
So they can create vacuums, right?
A vacuum requires a container as well.
Perfect vacuum is unachievable. 10 to the negative 17 torr does not exist.
So until you provide this proof that that can exist in reality, it's Narnia. That's why people are joking. Like, you might as well be talking about milking unicorn nipples.
Okay.
Might as well. You have the same amount of proof for either claim.
So, but like, I mean, I'm sure there's somebody in here with money, right? Like, you can't send something to space and communicate with it to test it for yourself, or you can't get a community. Like, I know there's this, this flat Earth theory is this huge thing online. There can't be a
It's not
donation
a theory.
started.
We don't have a
Even if
theory.
you had unlimited money, you can't send things to Narnia.
But you could try.
You could try. Wait. You could try to do what? Try to violate the second law of thermodynamics?
Well, you could try to do what the government is doing, so to speak.
What? By claiming they're in, like, they've
Just sending a satellite to space. You can start a GoFundMe for the community.
You're just not following, bro. You're not following.
That's ridiculous. Why would you do something that you cannot violate the second law of thermodynamics no matter what they do? I don't care what they are doing. They cannot violate this law.
So first of all,
an individual, test it yourself.
Listen.
It's an axiom. Listen. It's an axiom. in natural science. It's an axiom. These
I'm
things.
so confused.
Yeah, gas pressure. Listen, bro. Nothing you could do, no theory you could make, no story you could tell, nothing you could physically do, mechanically do, anything could violate the second law of thermodynamics. Because if it could be done, it would have by now.
So you're saying satellites are bullshit?
OGB.
Yes.
So you're telling me, so okay, so I'm a developer, right? That's what I do. And you're telling me that you can't communicate with a device?
Ground
communicate with
stations.
devices. That's not
Triangulation is how it works through ground stations. 99% of all communications on Earth is through undersea cables.
It's a ridiculous request to make, right? Because these days you need a license for a drone, right? You need a license for a drone. You think you really think you can just shoot anything up without anybody stopping you? You can't leave your front door these days.
Plus, without a radius measurement, so you're leaving home and you don't know how far anything is. That's ridiculous.
Well, I mean, let's not say satellites are bullshit because I mean there's Satelloons, right? That's also because I mean my RC plane has a satellite receiver, so I mean satellites is just a form of communication, right? And when you say satellite are fake, it's kind of like saying, well, what about that shit that they're communicating with,
right?
That it's floating up in the sky.
Yeah, that's my point. Yeah, thank you.
But you can't prove they're up there doing what they're saying they're doing. You sure as hell can't prove that they sent something to Mars and landed a freaking helicopter in 1% atmo.
But one thing is sure, that satellites, if they exist, they are not in the space. That's the point.
That's 100% correct.
But my question
is, that be in the
Somebody's roboting.
right. So OGB, the problem we're taking with that is just the medium you're talking about, space. Debunked.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. There's no community that can get enough funds to send something to space.
Why would you try to send something to a place that cannot exist in reality, bro? This is the point we're trying to make. You're not getting it.
I just want you to send something and communicate with your phone.
Why do you feel the need? Why do you think we have the need to do this? That's ridiculous.
To test your theory. Is that ridiculous?
I don't need to test something that's measurable. Listen, I don't need to test something that's measurable every time, empirical, observable, testable, measurable, and falsifiable. I don't need to.
Can you tell him again about gas pressure cannot exist without container?
How about we just try to stay here on the surface of Earth for a change instead of going out into space? It's a fantasy that's been given to you by the media.
It's only on your screen, OGB. Only on your screen.
What'd you say?
It's only on your screen where the Earth is a ball. Right? You haven't experienced the Earth as a ball. Your entire life, the Earth presents itself as a flat, non-rotating Earth. It's only on your screen where they show you it's a ball.
Yeah. And no other human in all history has ever experienced it either. Therefore, the burden of proof lies on the globe.
I have a question. Air is gas, right?
Yes.
So when a fan is blowing air onto your face, is that not gas out of container?
No.
The fan is pushing on a medium.
Okay. So the point is there is already existing gas pressure, right? And you are blowing that gas pressure with a fan onto your hand. The problem is that this existing gas pressure cannot exist without the barrier, okay? And when it hits your hand, it will dissipate again, right? That gas pressure will just go to low pressure again. When it hits your hand, it will dissipate into low pressure again. You understand?
Okay.
So you were talking about the difference, right? So this gas pressure needs to be.
One of these bulbs.
Sorry.
What about the gas pressure coming from the sun?
There's no
From the
gas pressure coming from the
sun.
sun. I mean,
What the hell?
It's the first time I hear this shit. What about the gas pressure coming from the sun?
Sun.
Is there
What?
no gas pressure coming? Is there no pressure coming from the sun?
Oh my God.
You don't know what
No.
What is that? Wait a minute. What is the sun?
Apparently, there's no sun.
Tell us what
No,
sun is.
you just
No.
don't know what it is.
Tell us what it is. I want to hear it in your words. What is the sun?
I mean, I think it's a star.
You think it's a star? What is a star?
Gas? A ball of gas?
And
No,
where does
gas is
that?
a vacuum.
And where does a ball of gas exist?
In outer space, which technically doesn't exist in
Which
near
is a
gravity.
which is a vacuum?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Is
we're
it? Really? Then can you show me a burning ball of gas in a vacuum, please? That's all I need to see. Simple.
On Earth, right? Don't just point at the sun like, yeah, there it is.
So it has to be proven on Earth. Can't be in outer space.
Where do we live? Where else do you live?
I live in the universe.
But on Earth,
No.
no, you don't live in a universe, man. You do not live in a fucking universe, bro.
Okay, just making sure.
Listen, I gotta tell it to you. I'm gonna break it to you easy. Hold on, I'll break it to you easy here. All you've done is you went from Santa Claus as a child and you graduated up into the adult fairy tale level. That's all. Get over it. All of us here did too. We learned the same exact thing. Most every one of us here were Globers too. We believed that this heliocentric thing was correct. It's bullshit. All you have to do is start thinking for yourself a little bit, just a little bit, and you'll start to see how many presuppositions have to come true before it makes it a real thing. Hundreds of presuppositions.
And go test the globe claims for yourself, right? Don't believe us.
Plan on it.
Awesome stuff.
All you got to do is look across a body of water with binoculars or a zoom camera. If you can see 5 or 8 miles with the zoom, and you can zoom into the shoreline, it's not a globe.
With your theory, you'd be able to see infinitely.
No. Did you see? No. Do you see how the optics of the eye?
No, with you. Sorry, guys. Why do they always with your theory? And it's not a theory, but with your theory.
What do I say with your fact? I'm sorry. What do I say?
No. Forget what you said. Forget what you said. Here's my counter to that. Because it's something that you're trying not to address by just moving on. No, with your theory, as you put it, you should have limited distances that you can see. And that's not the case. Now, you're not dealing with that. You just, for whatever reason, think that you should just be able to see forever, even though your resolution is dictated by the optical equipment you're using. Even though you know that, people just think, well, you should be able to see forever. You can see forever. You can see billions of miles away. Which is not even true, because actually the light from the stars are coming to your eye from some previous time of existence. So that's not even true. Get real.
So do we believe in the speed of light?
Why would we have to believe?
So you're not going to address. Don't
Yeah,
eat it.
sorry.
Don't eat it. So you're not going to address what was told to you, that with your theory, you should have limited distances you should see. That's not a problem for you.
But I would think I'd be able to see a skyscraper in the distance.
That's not a problem for you.
Give me the height of the building and the distance. You do a quick thing. You do a quick mathematics. You get a ratio, a decimal point from that. You tell me what how many zeros are there. That's all you got to do.
And did anyone here
I'm
claim
sorry
we
to
can
take
see
over like that,
infinitely?
guys. I just stepped in and I heard him say what he said, and I just bogarted the whole
Yeah,
thing.
that's
I'll be quiet. I'll be quiet.
no, that's all right, man. You usually have good things to add, so it's all right.
And no one claimed we can see infinitely, by the way. So why are you
But
saying our theories and all that?
but listen, I think Elijah had an excellent point actually, and I don't want to go past it. That the globe requires a limit, a geometric limit of your vision.
What is the geometric limit?
The geometric limit is 1.225 times the square root of your observer height in feet. That gives you the geometric limit of that ball. Well,
Well, let's not talk about ball. I'm talking about flat. If the world is flat, right? How far can we actually see things?
Oh, we just talked about that.
Didn't I just tell you?
We just talked about it.
No, you didn't. You were giving me like.
Didn't I just tell you that the resolution would depend on their optical equipment? There are other factors, but
okay, so
but
let's say
that's
you had
the
a
simple
telescope.
answer. But let's not say because telescopes also have a limit, right? Everything has a limit. There's nothing that's infinite, but you think for whatever reason that something should be infinite. I don't give a fuck about.
Speaking.
I don't give a fuck about that. Because that's dumb as hell. Everybody in here already knows that. The bottom line is you're running away from the fact that if this was a ball, then there should be geometric restrictions on your vision, regardless of your optical equipment or not. And you're not answering that. You just keep moving past it. I don't know. It's kind of weird.
No,
I don't understand why you're doing that.
I'm trying to answer it by asking you a question because I don't have the answer at the
No,
moment. By you answering that question,
so then
I
why
will
don't
get
you
the
just
answer.
say I don't? Why don't you just say, hey, bro, you know what? That is weird. I'm supposed to live on a ball, and I'm supposed to only see yay far, but we see farther. I don't have
Because
an answer for you.
That's not how you get answers. You get answers by asking
Listen,
questions.
try to just answer a question. It's illogical to answer a question with another question. So try to answer the question, come to a resolution of that question asked, and then move on to another question after that.
That's how you get the answer, by asking a question.
Not if you haven't answered a question already asked.
All right. So I have a question.
Sure. Why don't you answer the one that Elijah's been asking you for 3 minutes?
Yeah, Max.
I just jumped in. He didn't ask me any question.
Yeah,
I don't know why you keep confusing me with people.
Oh my.
Yeah, I did. Max.
Max. Who the hell is Max?
Isn't that the character that you're?
Oh yeah.
These guys are so stupid. It's unreal.
Yo.
I'm
Yo.
done, bro.
Again, nobody's answering your question until you show that you're intellectually honest by answering the question that I thought was being raised to you before I got here. Because I'm sure someone said, "Hey,
I just jumped in."
I'm sure someone said, "Hey, you live on a ball. You should see this far." And your response, like an unthinking being that you are, said, "Hey, well, why can't you just see forever if it's flat?" Which I entertained, but went back to, shouldn't you be more concerned about the theory that's supposed to be high and mighty, the theory that's supposed to be correct? And again, it's not a theory, but I can't get that across to you, I'm pretty sure.
No, I understand what you're saying. So why are you able to attack the globus theory to defend your theory, but I can't attack the flat theory to defend the globus theory? When I'm not a globus or flat.
Because that's a waste of time. I gave you an answer and
okay,
it
so
wasn't
there you
sufficient
go.
for you, but
We're at a stalemate on
regardless,
that.
but we're not on a stalemate.
So you can attack the globus theory to defend your theory.
I
But
don't have a
globus
theory.
can't attack
We
your
don't
theory.
have a theory. I woke
I
up one day. I woke up one
What do I
day,
call
right?
it? What do I call it?
I woke up one day like the cultist member that I was, right? I woke up and someone put a question to me about my cult-like religion, aka heliocentrism, that I couldn't answer. So I went looking for the answer because I said, surely this is a fundamental tenet of the heliocentric model. There must be an answer somewhere. And there wasn't. So I've been left up Shit's Creek from that moment on, only running into idiots like you who think that I have some model or some theory.
What do I call it if not a theory?
You don't hear what I just said?
Think
A
first
model? A model?
before you speak.
You don't hear what I just said?
No, I just hear you fucking.
So you can't internalize and understand where I just came from based on, okay, maybe because you're triggered because I said religion and all that. So let me repeat myself. I woke up one day and was asked a question that is a fundamental tenet of what I believe to be true. I realized after 5 years now that there is no answer for this question or any of those questions that I've looked for about the fundamental tenets of my belief. So I left. I didn't build something new. I don't have a worldview on the shape of the earth.
He's saying it's not a theory because he can't explain it.
Basically.
Yeah. So if you're going to listen, so if anybody's going to attack flat Earth on anything, the only thing they are attacking is the actual measurements done in reality themselves.
That's what I'm trying to
They're
ask you
not
about.
attacking us. You would have to be attacking the actual data, the actual specifics of what's been measured and how and all of that information.
That's what I'm trying to ask you. What the measurement is if you're looking through a telescope. How far out are you actually able to see? You're saying as far as the telescopes could see, right? So
only up to its optical limit.
Yes, so that's your answer. Only up to its optical limit.
Yeah, but
that's not the only problem. You would also, it would be your angle between you, the surface, and the sky. That matters. Something else that matters is the air between you and the thing that you're observing. So, like, say for instance, I live in town A, and town D is, I don't know, 1,000 miles. But my homegirl in town C, which is, in line between town A and town D, right? And there's a storm in that town.
Yeah, I got it.
Am I going to be able to fucking see through it? The town D?
All right, so let's say clear skies. Are you able to see it?
How will it ever be clear skies across horizontally that distance? Are you serious?
It only has to be further than what, 3 miles, right?
Well, then why does the meteorologist tell us the clarity for the day, the optical limitation for the day, for just your area? Why is that? I mean, are you serious, brother?
Why your loyalty to this globe, Pap?
I told you I'm not a glober. I'm
Yeah,
not a
you
flat
are.
earther. I
You're
ask
sure
questions to figure things out.
You're
I've
sure
already
defending-
asked a bunch of questions to globing. So now I'm
Yeah,
asking
you're-
questions to flatting. I've never made a
You're
decision.
sure
if I'm a
defending.
glober
not
or if I'm
asking-
flat
Sure
earther.
defending the globe awful hard though.
No, I asked
you're
the globers
you're
the
not
same
asking
questions.
you're not
I asked the
asking the
globers
right,
questions
but
too.
you're not asking the right questions, because when I do give you an answer, you didn't go, wow, I never thought of that. That was pretty dumb. To think
No,
that I
I
could
do
see
think about it,
across,
and then I attack it with another question to make it make more sense.
but you're not making any sense yet.
Okay. It's just unicorns. That's why.
No,
You're
you
not
think
making
you can
any
see
sense yet.
You think you can see forever? Where did you get this information? You got it through the TV. You got it through the media. They told you could see forever, so now you think you
I
can see
shouldn't have
forever.
said forever. That was a
So
bad
you
word.
come here to
Optical
the
limit.
Flat Earth Discord
Optical
server.
limit was a
Shut
better word.
up!
Suck my dick,
up!
faggot.
Shut up!
Wow.
You little bitch. Gee
Wow.
whiz.
Just hear him waste time. I've been listening to him for an hour. He just here to waste
Wow,
time.
you heard that,
Well,
Spiral?
don't mute him yet.
Wow.
Don't mute him yet, because I I indirectly called what he believes in a cult, even though he doesn't want to admit that he's a globe earther. Let's not be unfair. We're all, a little hostile. and that's okay sometimes. But
I'm not
we got
offended to be a
we
glober. I'm not a glober or a flat earther. I've said this 100 times.
Like
well
I said,
whatever you are, you seem to
Nothing.
think that
I like to ask questions.
whatever you are, you seem to think that a plane of existence is in question, but it clearly isn't. You like to ask questions. Would you like to read something?
No, I don't
I've
read.
answered
I'm illiterate.
I've answered 3 of your questions directly. All you've done is answer my questions with other questions. You don't see that as a problem?
Because I told you I don't have the answer. So in order to find the
But you
answer, I
didn't
ask
say
another
but you
question.
didn't say I don't have the answer, not once.
I get the answer by asking another question. And yeah, I did say that. Yeah.
So do you have an answer by now?
Yeah, the optical limit. Like we've went over this 3 times.
Yeah, but it's not just the optical limit. I just
Yeah.
explained to you what
There's
the
air blocking.
meteorologist.
Yes, I know. There's air blocking.
Yeah. Do you think that's ridiculous?
No,
Do I
I
have
don't.
to show you? Do I have to show you a picture that I've taken here in New York, just standing on Park Avenue? Don't know if you're familiar.
Yeah, I live in New York.
Great. And so from Park Avenue, you're on a pretty steep hill, and any direction, west or east, is going to take you downhill. And so I pointed the camera east, and I took a picture of things in the background. And guess what? The color was washed out. Why? Because the opacity of the sky. And that just gets thicker and thicker the further you look into it. What's your response? Do you have any new questions based
I
on
already
this
said that
response?
I already said that makes sense.
Okay, so what's your next question?
I don't know. We'll have to wait and see, I guess.
All right, so would you mind reading for me?
What? I'm gonna read some scriptures.
If that's what you want to call it. It's the scripture that'll break down the heliocentric religion, that's for sure. Are you going to read it out loud?
I'm not reading it out loud. What does it look like?
I mean, I've answered your questions, even though you've only answered.
I'm gonna read it. I'm not gonna read it out loud.
Why? Because you're scared of words? Well, I mean, what's the big deal? It's not a gotcha. Well, I mean, it just is what it is. I don't understand why you wouldn't want to read it.
I don't think you understand when 6 people attack every sentence you say at once, and you can't get a sentence out without 6 people down your throat. You know,
Well,
reading an essay out loud is going to be even harder.
No, it's not. At the moment, it's just me, you, and sometimes Sonny.
At the moment.
Right. And I'm a lead mod, so nobody will be saying anything when you read.
Everyone's a lead mod in here, it feels like.
Well, great. Right now, I'm the top dog, and nobody's going to be saying anything when you read.
I'm good. I'm not going to read it. Thanks for the offer.
Right. So what's the? So if you're not going to read it, why are you here?
I'm going to read it, not out loud.
Okay. So when you read it, tell me what it means, or ask me questions about the material like this is a test.
Or would you like me to read it?
Well,
no, because I want to know. I want to know if he's going to be honest. I need you, like a test. I need you. No, because you're not going to read it, and I don't know because you're not reading it out loud for the public. What I can do is get you to ask me questions based on the material that I've posted.
What is this proving, though? This.
The fact that you're asking that means that you haven't read it.
No shit. You've been talking to me.
So go and read it, and then ask me questions related.
Can you tell me what I'm reading, though? So I'd at least have an understanding.
It's 11 minutes. It's 11 minutes past the hour.
And the voice text.
No, I see what he sent me. The 10th Man Rising.
No.
Yes, that is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why would I need to? Why would I need to tell you? Just read it. Like, this is getting silly now. You said you would read it, and ask me some questions about it.
All right, shut your mouth then.
All right, I'll go on mute right now.
No, that's not very nice.
It's fine. It's fine, Sonny. Don't worry about it.
Wow.
Yeah,
Who the fuck is that guy?
But anyway, meanwhile, he's reading. Okay. Yeah. I agree with Linus. If it can be destroyed by the truth, it deserves to be destroyed by the truth. I agree with that.
All right, I can't read.
I'm still a little confused about the satellite thing, but
so he can't. So you can't read.
No, I can't. I'm illiterate, bro.
Well, we can't help. We can't help you. You're going on mute until you just decide to leave.
Yeah, that's too bad. You're rude, obnoxious, and don't know anything, and are still defending the globe and are telling people to suck your dick when we disagree. You know, like that's uncalled for.
OGB, you want to be the next clown exposed, or are you gonna demonstrate some kind of brain activity here today?
Yeah, I'm willing to have a discussion if you could stop the insults.
I will. I apologize.
Who was doing the insulting?
I don't normally do that, but I got different styles for different climates. I'll chill out. You didn't do me wrong, bro.
Okay, yeah. So my question is still about the satellites, right? So you guys are saying that there's no atmosphere, right?
No.
No.
You said no. They say that.
Atmos is a gas.
No. Just answer. No, answer.
Hold on, Elijah, for 1 second.
Just be direct.
Hold on, Elijah, for 1 second. He's got the claim inverted. They're making the claim that there is an atmosphere.
Okay, yes. Right? Okay, we can
Yeah,
go.
you're claiming they can exist in a place that cannot exist. So it's your claim, not ours.
Okay, so I'm claiming that there's an atmosphere, right? Can somebody disprove the fact that there's satellites that we communicate with going around?
Well, hold on. You're claiming they do exist. Prove it.
I'm not. I mean, I know as far as you can communicate with the satellite through your phone.
You cannot communicate with the satellite through your phone, you mongoloid.
You can't.
No, you don't.
Don't be mean.
You clearly don't know what you're talking about.
Hold on. Why do we have towers?
Every 500 feet.
Why do we have 6 million towers? Why? Why do we have hard cables everywhere? Every single tower is cabled. Every single one is connected by cable. And it's called a carrier tower because that carries your cell phone and GPS signals. You cannot be this stupid, can you?
I'm asking questions, like I said,
Well, no, you didn't ask a question. You made a statement and phrased it like a question. So you tell me, you think a satellite that's 2,000 miles away, traveling 17 times faster than a bullet, perpendicular to the position of your phone, is giving you perfect reception on your phone. Think about how dumb that sounds when you have an actual carrier tower that you can see usually. But you're assuming that it's not that. When you open up any technical manual, it's going to tell you that's where you're getting your signal from. Your cell phone is not connecting to anything but a cell tower.
Okay, you're right about that.
Yes, I am. The only claim that they make is that those satellites are for private use and for military use. So you're claiming that there are these little things the size of Volkswagens shooting around in a region that has no gas pressure. It is a vacuum next to a region that has air pressure without a container. That's your claim. Like it validated.
Yeah, I'm doing a little reading. I want to dive a little deeper into it before I speak on something I don't really know much about.
Yeah, don't forget gas pressure.
Much appreciated, brother.
That's really honest. Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably a good decision there, sir.
Yep. And then go look for the reference for the measurement of the drop over distance because they had to have it.
Keep in mind, we're not asking you for the claims of how they say cell phones work. We're asking you how gas pressure can exist next to a vacuum without a container.
But I'm more focused on how these satellite receivers communicate with.
If they are claimed to exist in a place that cannot exist, what are you doing?
Well, I want to know if I could do it.
You can't do anything like that.
Why not?
How can you? Tell me what the
Well,
steps are to do
With
it.
the heliocentric model or whatever, based on that model, I want to know if you can communicate with something you send into space by
So,
yourself.
based on a hypothetical model that you
Yes,
can't
I want to
validate,
test.
you want to see if you can do something that violates a natural law.
Yes, I
So,
want to
can
see
we
if I
come
can
back
test.
down to can we come back down to reality where we can measure and test things?
Okay.
Okay.
Hypothetically, if I could jump over the Empire State Building, couldn't I then, in theory, jump over the Empire State Building? Is what you're asking, basically. There's
So
no
if
meat. I mean,
Yeah,
I
okay.
mean,
So
no, wait, hold on. Is there something wrong with the logic that I just that because that's what it is. Hypothetically, if this was a sphere and they had a radius to properly slingshot a satellite that would fall around the Earth in a perfect orbit, could there then be that satellite that I could? That's what you're asking.
no, I'm asking if I could send something into space.
You would need the radius.
Yep.
What do you mean by that?
Step one. You don't go to first base. You don't go to first base. You don't go to third base before you go into first base. First base is the radius.
Yeah, because that's where you get orbital mechanics from.
Every distance after that is calculated on that.
If you don't have the absolute radius, you do not have orbital mechanics, which means anything you believe based on that is untrue on its face.
Say that again?
Mm-hmm.
If you do not have the radius, it means you do not have orbital mechanics. So it doesn't matter what you believe or what story you choose to believe or what somebody in a news article tells you. If you do not have the radius, you do not have orbital mechanics. Period. End of. That's why we always have to bring it back down to, is there proof of a radius? And that's it.
Yeah, sometimes those crickets are ever so scrumptious.
I love hearing Jenny laugh.
Yeah.
I love
hearing
crickets.
I love hearing Jenny laugh too.
Well, thanks, guys. I appreciate you. We appreciate you too, Jenny. Aw. So great to be with like minds, I'll tell you.
So you have
But-
any more?
Oh, sorry, Roger.
Just wanna.
You go, Roger. You go.
Well, I wondered if OGB had any more questions.
Yeah, so when you guys are saying the true radius, right? You're talking the true radius of what? The planet Earth or something?
Yeah, bro. Are you looking in the? Is he looking in the? Are you looking in the voice text? The
No,
live
I'm
stream voice. Yeah, you need to look there. We've been putting things in there, dropping information. It's directly above this live stream. There's a hashtag live stream voice text.
Got it.
Okay, go to what I'm talking about is where I put in at 18 minutes after the hour. And see that little Earth curve chart?
Hold up.
It's like a chart of numbers. Right.
Who is this talking? This is Sunny?
Yes.
Okay.
Is my mic okay?
Your mic's good.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so all I see is this canal thing by you.
At 18 minutes after, you see part of a database information. Has miles on the.
18 minutes after.
Has columns, rows. So.
Okay, yeah, I see it.
Okay. So you see the one at 30 miles. Now that's just one, But all those other distances, starting on the left side, you have miles. One, first is 8 inches, 32, 72. Those are inches. Then, so like for instance, 5 miles is 16.67 feet. 10 miles is 66.7 feet. 30 miles is 600 feet, and 100 miles is 6,669 feet. So what I'm asking for is very simple.
Wait, what am I looking at? Drop by geometric construction? I don't understand that.
Okay, so you probably need to see the. Does anybody have the meme real quick of the whole chart? Hold on, I'll get the whole entire chart so you can see what.
I think Roger posted it.
I'll just find it again real quick here.
Is that not is what Roger posted not it?
Oh, it probably is. Yeah. It's the same thing. Now here's another one. So there's lots of them. They're common.
Okay, I'm looking at the one by Roger, most recent.
Okay, so if it's in miles, then it's the same one. So the point is this: all those definite drops. How did they get these values? Those are definite numbers. They're not saying plus or minus something something. So what method was used, and where is it stated that any of those actual measurements, when you do find them, is used in any technology?
I don't understand what I'm looking at, to be honest.
It's an earth curve chart. It's telling you a ball of this size is going to have this much drop over this much distance. Very simply. So let me.
So wait,
here,
let me
this might make it more clear. Here, this might make it a little more clear for you. I'll put another one in here for you. Pythagorean theorem states blah blah blah. If it's a sphere, then it has to measure like this. Sphere of this size looks like this. So that you see the one. Oh, it's coming up right now. Hold on. Okay, so it's coming up. Should be there in a minute. Yeah. Old dude put it. Is that easier to read? I don't know if you can see it better, what your situation is, but what I'm saying is even if you just use the little clip from the one I put, either way, it's from the same chart, Earth curve chart.
I see it a little
Has the same numbers. So I need to know how did they verify these geometric values? I need the method. How did they use that? What did they use to measure these exact numbers they're giving us for the size of a ball? Okay. So yeah.
I wouldn't know, obviously. This isn't my field.
Go seek and you shall find. If you try to find go find these drops. If you try to find these drops, because they amount to elevation change. That's what it amounts to. So go out where you can see over a long distance. See if the elevation change that is required by this ball, does it exist in nature or not? And then you'll be able to make up your own mind. You can do it yourself. If you can take binoculars to the beach, see 5 miles down the beach, should be 16 feet. Is that observable? Is that measurable? Yes. Very easily.
Check.
And that's only 5 miles. If you can see something 10 miles, zoom into the waterline, shoreline on a distant island. If you can see anywhere near the distant island, like I can see islands offshore that are 26 miles away. Not every day, but when I go up a hill, I can see them.
Yeah, so I'm not interested so much in the flat Earth theory as much as you guys say that there is no space.
Yeah, because gas pressure. We have gas pressure here.
We're not even talking. We haven't said one thing about the flat Earth. whatever that is.
Or okay, you're giving me references of the Earth. I don't know nothing about how this stuff works. That's
Okay, so then, would you mind reading?
Read what?
24 minutes past the hour.
I'm not reading it on the mic.
All right, fine, whatever. I
You
don't
could
care.
send it to me. Maybe I'll read it when I have the time.
It doesn't matter. I don't care. Whatever.
Okay.
Okay,
Seems
so
like predators are the only people that can read. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say something real quick. So I don't know why you care about space, because if we measure, check this out. If you measure something, say with a tape measure, that's what it is, right?
Sure.
Doesn't matter about theories of space, stars, planets, lights in the sky, anything. That's what it is. Like if I measure a table as 48 by 48 inches, that's what it is. It doesn't matter what the ceiling fan's doing, how the carpenter built the table, what the quality of the wood is. That's what it is. So we've measured the surface of the Earth, and the Earth being 72% water, we've measured that water is not curving anywhere at any distance directly.
Do they measure stuff like that? I doubt it.
We have. You can do it too, as a matter of fact. That's why Sonny said you can go do these observations yourself. You don't have to listen to us. We prefer you not to listen to us. Because you can type into Google Earth Curve Calculator, punch in your elevation, punch in the distance, and you can make a prediction on like what should be obstructed, what should be hidden. Right? And then you go test that. You test the model. You test the globe Earth model. Pretty simple. So the longest precision, we've done precision laser tests, right? Over a distance of 25 miles. According to the globe, right? The globe mathematics, the radius 3,959 miles. A laser being 25 miles, at 25 miles away, that laser should be 440 feet above the surface. That means if I took a laser, set it 10 feet above water, drove down the length of the laser, 25 miles away, that laser should be 44 stories in the sky.
But doesn't
Should
light
be
bend?
way above my head. What? Let's say that again.
Doesn't light bend?
No.
Light doesn't bend.
Light bends under certain conditions. Right?
I mean,
and it doesn't really bend.
an
It doesn't really
erroneous.
bend. It deflects. I mean,
Thank you.
It deflects.
No, it doesn't bend like a bamboo stick. No, like when they say bend and then they describe to you what they mean by bend, it just changes its angle.
So these tests weren't done like a one-off. Like they were done a couple weeks apart, and they used different methods to eliminate so-called bending diffraction, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they did what's called a horizontal pan, also known as a laser transit. So they have targets at different distances, right? Further and further distances, and they pan the laser horizontally through each target. They start with one target at, say, 9 miles, another target at 12 miles, another target at 25 miles, and all you do is pan the laser, same as like you pan a camera, right? To film a movie, pan the camera left to right. That's all they do. Take the laser, pan it left to right. The targets are exactly the same elevation off the surface, right? They're all 4 feet. So each target was hit. You would need refraction that perfectly mirrors a flat surface. That means the laser is bending parallel to the surface of the Earth. And then they went and did it 3 weeks later, and it did the exact same thing. Despite the fact they measured the meteorological conditions, right? They took weather stations, right? So they went and rented weather stations and put them at both ends. And there's other. This is just one laser test. There's many. And the funny thing is, any person, because there's these anti-flat earthers, let's call them that, right? They're anti-flat earthers, and
Sure.
they've gone and they've done their own tests, right? But they've never went and did a laser test, so they say. And it's easy to do, right? You can go buy a laser for like $120, right? So anyone can do these tests. I mean, and this is I mean, surface of the Earth has been measured to see if it's curving using not just lasers, used mirrors, used just long distance observations. The longest one I know of is 308 miles. Infrared, those long distance observations are 700 miles, right? Radio waves, the longest radio transmission, pre-satellite, pre-radio repeaters, radio towers, 10,000 miles. Yeah, 10,000 miles, dude. The circumference is supposed to be 24,000 miles. So in 1918, during World War I, they were sending radio signals from the United Kingdom to Australia, Sydney, Australia. So it's the other side of Australia. 10,000 miles. That can only work on a flat surface.
I got that link for you.
Oh, cool. So it isn't just this one laser test. I mentioned the laser test because it's the highest precision, because the laser costs something in the order of $50,000. It had a beam collimation of 0.08 millirad, and like this was a high precision electronically aimed laser. Because if you just move a fraction of a degree at a target 25 miles away, and you're going to miss by hundreds of yards. And the result isn't like, oh man, it's close. The prediction is 440 feet, and we measured 300. It's close. This is off by 2 orders of magnitude. The prediction is 440 feet, and what was measured is 4 feet. Right? So it's not like a close call. And if you use what they call standard refraction, and I'm not going to get into how that's just like made up bullshit, but if you even use that only gets you 5 meters. Right? So that'll bring it down to something like 413 feet or something. So this is way off. It's not like close. It's way off. And the thing is, directly measure the surface of the Earth. Doesn't matter about all that other stuff. It really doesn't.
I don't want to take it. I just want to ask just one question.
No,
Just one
you
only
can
one.
take it, man. I did my spiel.
No, because I love when you talk, man. I got to learn where I can. Hey,
what's up?
So the question is, were you prepared for the counters that you've heard in here today? After having seen, obviously, the globe earthers. Yeah, man, I'm trying to make it one question. It's kind of hard, actually. I'll say this. I assume that you, like everyone else, has seen some kind of rebuttal from somewhere as to the Earth can't be flat because of this. The Earth can't be flat because of that. These flat earthers think this. These flat earthers think that. Well, in all of that information, did they ever prepare you for rebuttals like the ones we gave, which actually have to do with the relevant topic, which is the shape of the Earth?
I mean, I was just in here
Hey,
because
this sounds like a non-answer.
yeah.
Sorry.
I mean, I wasn't in here
Yes.
to really, like.
No, I know you're not in here to do anything wrong or anything. I'm not asking that. I'm saying, like, I know you didn't wake up today and found out about flat earthers, right? There's information against us everywhere.
Sure.
Well, they should be punching the things that we're saying in here, not all the other goofy shit, right? So my question is, have you heard anything in the way of anything we've brought up which actually pertains to the geometry of the Earth?
Well, I feel like a lot of the things you guys mention are way beyond what I'm capable of doing myself. So, I don't have the time to spend studying physics every day. So I'm not.
We didn't bring up any physics. That's why
It's
when you
not-
got in here, I said this is third grade geometry. This is literally third grade geometry.
Well, I'm not. I dropped out of high school, so I mean, geometry.
I think you may.
Well, so did I. It's all right. So did I.
You
Doesn't
might
even
be
matter.
smarter. You might be smarter than the ones that graduated.
But I just want the
Guaranteed.
answer to my question. With all of the debunks that have ultimately given you your line of questioning, coming in here, talking to Flat Earth, did they ever once attempt to give you knowledge on the thing that we're actually talking about now, which is the geometry of a sphere Earth?
I've never had a discussion about it in like this.
Have you ever seen it in a video from a globe earther?
Never watched them.
Whatever. All right.
So you can literally test this stuff with like a $6 door mirror that you can buy at Walmart, and you just need a friend. It's not really difficult. You use the sun to reflect the sunlight. They've done like what's called a triple mirror flash. They went to the Salton Sea, and they had 3 locations, and each person, beamed to 2 other locations. Right, so the Salton Sea, at least the triangle of it, is completely flat.
You know what I like about that is that they use minimal equipment to do their observation.
Yeah, man, it's very simple. This isn't like you've been convinced that this is the part of the propaganda, the odd propaganda that if you don't think the Earth is a globe, you're stupid. But simultaneously saying that only super genius, smart scientists can figure it out.
Cringe.
No, it's not a difficult question. It's not a difficult test. It's easy. They said caveman Eratosthenes 2,000 years ago did it. So I think we can do it now in 2021.
Yeah, but you would still need the knowledge of physics to test against, right? Like
It's not that complicated.
What physics?
The heliocentric physics.
But we're just doing a simple measurement. We're not talking about physics. We're doing a simple measurement. Remember the table analogy I just brought up?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're just measuring something. See, it's not science. Okay, the globe needs science, right? It needs that scientific theories to support its claims. Because when they go out and measure the Earth, they don't find a ball. So they have to say there's some theory of formation, right? There's gravity and the Earth is spinning and gravity forms things into balls. Therefore, the Earth is a ball. We're just saying, hey, you go out and measure the Earth, it measures it's flat, and that's what it is. You don't need a theory.
I actually have to step away from my computer for a little bit, so I will be back in like 5 minutes.
All right, we're here 24/7.
Okay.
Coincidence.
Theory.
Well, what just happened? You guys just made his brain explode. He had to go. Sorry, you guys. I had to say it.
I don't know how the hell people think, well, you guys are dumb. But okay, let me not put that on the guys that were in here. But a lot of people are like, oh, you guys are dumb. And then we're like talking about, like Indio said, third grade geometry.
Yeah, it's not.
We didn't even do geometry in grade school. I don't know what the fuck he was on. But like they say, well, I don't know anything about that. But I thought I was dumb. Sorry, I'm ready.
Thought I'd lost connection for a second there.
Sonny, I
Me
really
too.
like that.
Yo, Elijah, you there?
What, Danny?
Oh, I was just going to ask you about the last image you posted. Which observation point is that supposed to be? There's like several, right?
Yeah, I think I got this image from Indio. It's the Barra de Akrin.
Yeah,
It's over there. It's
beyond
It's
horizons.
there, Mount Canahu, all that stuff. It's in that, looking at that
Well,
area.
so is it Fenestralis or Canigou?
That is that image is that's the 275, 250 something.
Yeah.
273? That would be Fenestralis. Pic Gaspard. I'm probably butchering that, but
Yeah,
so that's
there's
the
Peak Fenestra, whatever it is, to Peak Gaspard, and this one is Canigou to Bar Dake. We need a French person to
Yeah,
butcher
well,
this shit.
the Fenestralis is, I believe, I don't know, I haven't checked recently, holds the reigning title for long distance landscape photography, according to the Guinness Book of World Records, taken by a non-flat earther. And by some coincidence, we can see way too far. What's happening? I mean, come on. People need to open their eyeballs, their
100.
eyelids.
Yeah. The simple fact of in reality how perspective works. That's something that apparently these people coming in know nothing about the resolution of your eye or other kind of devices, resolution limits, or how perspective works and why perspective is used in art. That right there debunks the globe. How can it be that if you're standing on the surface of something on a ball, how could everything further out be rising up still? The further out, the higher up in your view, your vision.
Yo,
the bottom
Sonny.
section. Yeah.
Do you think you could give Ryan and the voice channel permission thing VC perms? He's been asking for a minute now.
Well, I'm not a moderator, but someone can
Yeah,
probably
he
do
needs
that.
to go on the VC check.
He's in it. He's been in it for like 15, 20 minutes.
He needs to go on the VC check, bro.
Hold on, he can come in here and we'll verify him.
He's already in there with Creation Bear. It'll be handled. It's probably in progress.
Is someone in there?
Yeah, Creation Bear's in there.
Oh, yeah, we're good. Here's something funny. You mentioned perspective. Perspective art wasn't even in existence at the time Eratosthenes was alive. It wasn't even. They didn't. I think the guy that taught Leonardo da Vinci was his first perspective art. So, kind of interesting. They didn't even know it existed. They didn't know it was a thing.
Oh, well, wait, what about the part where, they had the heliocentric model figured out, and then after the fact, they said, well, this is gravity. I mean, how does that, am I getting it mixed up, or?
What I'm saying is, they had to, like, the ships over the horizon thing, they almost back the thing. They didn't know about projections. Or didn't realize it, or whatever.
You know what? Did you just say the word map?
No, I did not.
Okay, never mind then. Well, because I was watching a video of somebody scrolling over the Urbano Monte map. That's like really interesting, especially since I've watched the EWAR documentaries, and in particular, the one about the moon, the plasma moon map. That makes the Urbano Monte map all the more interesting. So Vibes of the Cosmos is the YouTube channel that was going over it. I'm like, whoop, interesting. So off topic, sorry.
Hey guys, just checked in Ryan. Just wanted to give you a chance to say hi, Ryan. How are you doing?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Just gonna listen for a bit, and kind of see where your guys's like opinions of the Earth and such are, because I'm assuming there's not a single flat Earth theory. I'm assuming people have different opinions about it.
We do have a universal answer.
Okay, could you explain a little bit of it? Just a quick overview, nothing too in depth.
So the universal answer is all of us came here after having asked the question, well, who's verified that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles? We've all determined that there is no such answer. There is no such verification. That's the one thing we all agree on.
Okay, and how about other things such as
No, that's it. Everything else is speculation.
So everything else is undetermined.
Everything else is speculation. Just like in theoretical physics, speculation. Yes, everything else is speculation.
Or you could call it scientism, aka pseudoscience, right?
So I guess my question is then why wouldn't you have flat Earth scientists trying to prove everything else if it's all just speculation?
Because you don't do science. Science is a method, and it's the wrong tool for measuring things. That's
okay.
why.
So what's the right tool then?
Measuring.
Okay. So why hasn't it been
It has.
measured then?
It has.
So
I just told you. How do you think we found out that it's not a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles?
I guess my next question is then. So if it's a radius and if it is flat.
No, we don't have a radius. We don't have a shape.
Oh, you
no
don't?
one has
Oh,
measured the diameter. That doesn't exist.
Okay, so you're saying no one has measured it. Okay.
No one, including us. Yes, that's
okay.
true.
So you're saying is there no way to measure it?
If there was, we would have it.
So why wouldn't there be a way to measure it?
Well, there is. They gave us a verification method. It's 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That'll give you the distance to the horizon on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. But we falsify that claim pretty much everywhere you go.
So why hasn't somebody just, let's say, taken a car and a boat and measured how many miles they went and gone from one side of the Earth to the other?
Measuring how many miles that you go wouldn't determine the shape of something. That's why.
Yeah, how do you determine all the elevation heights from point A to B?
No. I'm not talking. I'm talking. I'm not trying to prove that it's a sphere right now. I'm trying to ask. I'm trying to get a view of what what the dimensions of the flat Earth are.
We don't have the dimensions of the
exactly, and I know you don't. So I get that. But now, why aren't you working to figure that out?
We've already done it. We've already done it. You apparently haven't looked into this very long. We've measured the surface thousands and thousands of times using different kinds of technology. Don't interrupt me, please. Almost done. We've measured time and time again, thousands and thousands of times using different technology, lasers, long distance equipment. Hello. And we've discovered that it's not curved at the rate that is required by this globe. Period.
Okay, and that's perfectly fine. So now, what my question is instead of trying to use, something that you can only do, calculating from in one place, why not?
We're not talking about calculating. We're not talking about calculating.
Or just with lasers. Okay, so what I'm wondering is why hasn't somebody just literally taken like a car or in a boat, and whatever else they need, and gone from one side of the flat Earth to another?
Captain Cook has already done it. Many different navigators have done it. You can go around a dinner plate, and do the same thing that the navigators have done. Why do you have proof that there's curved water somewhere? Do you have evidence of curved water?
No. I'm not talking.
Can we travel? Can we travel? Ask for you. Can we travel wherever we want?
What? Sorry, say that again, or like why are you
That
asking?
means I have a ship now. Let's imagine that I have
Oh,
ship, and I take my ship and I
just
go.
ask him again. It was a perfect question. Just ask him as concisely as you just did.
Me or?
Can we go wherever we want?
Oh, I mean, that's kind of what I'm kind of gauging. I'm trying to get your guys' gauge on that.
No. I'm asking you because you're asking us a question based on something that's obviously not possible. We know that. Maybe you don't. So the question is now to you. Do you think that I can just take a car and a boat or a plane and go wherever the hell I want?
Yes, in theory, you could.
No, do
In
you
theory?
think in reality right now with the
Um,
regulations that are put on us by the government, do you think I can go wherever I want?
Let me think. So,
Make it easy for you.
You could do it.
Since
Yeah. So if you
1959, hold on, when the Antarctic, and in 1962 when it was fully enacted. So since 1962, since the Antarctic Treaty, are you able to travel anywhere you want?
not necessarily. If you're talking about countries' laws and limitations, sure, there's a limitation there.
At Antarctica, you can't go past the 60th parallel. Period.
That doesn't mean you. I mean, yeah, officially you can't. Doesn't mean you couldn't just
legally
go in. Yeah, legally.
Yeah,
I mean,
someone
sure.
did. Somebody already did go, and his boat was sunk. Crew was lost, and he was imprisoned.
I mean, you're not supposed. You can't technically rob a bank, but if you just do it anyway, right? It's like, come on, man.
Yeah, but I feel like that's the thing. So what I'm trying to get to is why
Basically, someone need to go to Antarctica to cross Antarctica, and then you will be sure that Earth is flat. Is that your?
What I want to know, what is going on a boat or a car? What is that proving? How does that equate to a measurement?
Yeah. So what I'm trying to get at is, so do you guys believe in an edge? Like there's an edge of the earth that you could just fall off.
I don't have to believe
Why would I?
something.
Why would I have?
No.
Why would I
It's-
have to? What do you mean by believe? Well, do you know?
So why?
Do you,
So is there
okay,
an edge then? Is there an edge?
No.
Listen. Don't say no. Listen. Water in the liquid state. What is required?
Temperature.
No.
I
Well,
mean,
that's part of
water,
it.
yeah,
What
part
else?
of it. So
What
I don't
else?
know. Presence of actual water, temperature.
No. How do you have the presence of water with what?
Yeah. What keeps it from flowing to its level, so seeking level?
Oh, I mean, yeah, sure. Something to hold it. Sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
Container.
a volume. So matter in the liquid state requires, yeah, certain pressure value and also containment, i.e., a volume of some sort, right? So that being the case, when you walk up to a beach and it's not spilling all over the place, that would be the edge of that ocean or the beginning of that ocean, right? So where does this not happen? Do you think that there's somewhere where this doesn't happen?
So what does that have? So I'm talking about an edge, right?
Okay, so the edge must be somewhere beyond where we can take a boat. Okay,
Why you don't speak?
Sure.
So then beyond that, whatever it would be, there's speculation from government sources, and there's also a lot on what we can do as private citizens. So that's why Elijah can't go. That's why.
So you're saying, so let me get this straight. I'm not accusing or anything. That there is an edge, but we're not able to observe it because governments will kill people to protect that
How else
knowledge.
do you, no, I didn't say that.
Yeah,
But
that's what you
here's
talked about earlier.
but more focus more on the edge. Okay, so in order for us to have water, it needs a volume. In order to have gas pressure, it needs a volume. So as far as we can go on the surface, there must be a limit because it has to be contained somehow. Now,
No, I
if
get that.
there's land outside of that, we would never be able to get there because we're confined into one space, the place that we're allowed to breathe and drink water in, because it's a system.
Okay, so who's containing that system? Who's keeping us here?
Why does it matter?
Because
how the hell would I know?
Okay, so wait. Okay, wait. So this ties
Well, let
in.
me get this straight. So water needs a volume.
Sure.
Air pressure needs a volume.
Sure.
But you're questioning how we can get beyond that.
Yeah, so where is the edge of the container that we're in then? So that's my question.
How would I? Wait. How would I know?
So
especially given the restrictions that we just brought up. Now, whatever thought that you have outside of what's just on paper, that's not my problem. I don't care about what you think. I don't care about the erroneous thoughts that you have thereafter. But the answer is, I have limitations on what I can do as a private citizen, dictated by the country that I live in.
Of course. So why hasn't someone else?
So that being because everyone lives in a country, do they not?
Okay.
And they're going to be subject to their own regulations. Yes or no? Answer a question before continuing
Dude,
with so.
You are getting way too hostile. My points
So
are
can you
leading
answer
to
the
another.
question? Can you answer the question then?
Yes, everyone lives in a country. So you are being okay.
Okay,
you're
so that
being
being
really,
said,
okay.
so that being said,
You're not letting me talk, dude.
Well, I'm letting you talk, but
You're not. You're really not.
I am.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
Okay, then let me talk.
So that being said,
okay,
if there are regulations on the limit, if there's a limit to what I can do as a private citizen, why are you asking me instead of your government?
Okay, so now you're saying, so let's say everyone
No, he
lives
said
in a
I'm not saying because I was born 30 something years ago. Okay. I didn't discover that matter in the liquid state and in the gaseous state requires a container. I did not discover that. I did not put certain limitations on myself, sir. So the question
I am not
is,
talking about you.
so the question, okay. So every private citizen ever that should be able to potentially answer this question cannot, because there's a government in the way. So why aren't you asking them?
I'm not asking you. I'm discussing it with you. So
right. So
and
in this discussion, the question is, why aren't you curious, and why aren't you pointing your ire or your concerns towards the people that are putting down all these restrictions?
Okay. So when talking about
When
a
I
theory,
ask you a question, you can't
you're not
answer it
letting me
directly.
talk. You're literally
But
not
you're
letting
not
me talk.
answering any
Ryan, you never answer
I am
any.
explaining it. I am
Shut up!
explaining it.
Shut up! Shut up for a second.
Don't tell him shut up.
He hasn't answered any questions, Elijah. He has not answered any questions you
Elijah,
have.
leave him. I want to hear the point. Come on, leave him.
Okay, so let me just something completely aside from this discussion, real quick. If
That's
you
going nowhere.
No, it does. It's important.
No, yeah.
Okay.
So if you every time that I ask a question that then leads to another question, the initial point is going somewhere. The discussion is progressing as we ask more questions. It's important
Not
to
if
ask
you
questions.
can't. Not if you don't answer them, bro.
Okay. Every question does not have a direct answer. Some questions lead to other questions.
Let him reach the end. I'm very curious. Let him reach the end.
So that's the point.
So now that I, Eli, didn't discover that liquid in the matter and gaseous state need a volume, and that there has to be a limitation somewhere, what's your next follow-up statement?
So, fine. Okay. Now that I lost my train of thought because someone's talking over me.
Because you don't know answer the question.
Yes, because questions lead to other questions. That's how
No, it's
conversations
fine.
are had.
So now that there's obviously limitation as per some shit that other people have discovered before me, and it's obvious and it's just self-evident because that's how we fill balloons and that's how we put things in tubs and everywhere else. The same way that we can actually experience these substances. Now that you know that it has to be contained, what's your question?
Sorry.
Is your question about a god that I couldn't possibly answer, or what?
No. So my question is, so under your, what you said previously.
Not mine. I just told you
Oh,
I
sure.
was born only 30 something years ago.
What you're conveying from previous people that you've learned from, or whatever. Sure. So let me just make sure I have your understanding right.
Do I have to Google it? Because you keep saying my understanding. Do you think that matter in the liquid state doesn't need a volume, or because I'm confused. Are you under a different belief?
So we are under different beliefs of what gravity is. That's our fundamental problem.
Actually, we're not, because gravity, whatever that may be, you're basically telling me that matter in the liquid and gaseous state don't require a container.
So the container is gravity.
Gravity is not a container.
It is. So if
I need a citation for that. But before that, I'd like to know. What, Sasha?
Yeah, that's what you said before. Now he need to answer. That's the point. Now he need to answer all these questions. What you said before, because we will not continue, because if he don't answer your question, why? I will tell you now why. Because I wanted to hear you and Elijah said no, Sasha, and I wanted to hear you, and Elijah said no. Okay, and you said now edge. You started to the question of the edge, and nobody claimed it. And you go there, and then you started to be, oh, I cannot speak, blah blah blah, and now you're on gravity, man.
I mean, just so we're clear, the outside of a ball is not considered a container.
So do you believe gravity exists?
Well, why would I need to believe it if there's scientific evidence of it?
Okay, wait. So you don't believe in science, though?
If I why?
Oh my
Listen,
god! Science doesn't require belief.
If I'm saying that there's no scientific evidence of it, why would you think that me, the person that's requiring scientific evidence to know something because believing something would be religious of me, right? Why would you put science? Why would you put science, aka knowledge, with belief? Why would you do that?
So belief doesn't have nothing to do with religion. Belief can be in science too. Belief has
belief, but if you can't verify something and it stays a belief, and you treat it as fact when it's just a belief, that's religiosity, my friend.
So no,
when you verify something that was a belief to be true, like if you believe in your supposition that you're going to put into a hypothesis and then you test that hypothesis, it's no longer a belief, it's verified through the scientific method.
That's just not true. So let me wait, before you talk, let me explain.
Why isn't it true?
Let me talk. Okay. So now, a long time ago, we had science. Let's say hundreds of years ago. Something that was taught in class.
Stop it.
Okay, can you let me talk?
Stop it. No, stop it. We didn't have science once upon a time. Listen, we never had science. Science is scientific method. It's not a word for using something, It was a science once upon a time. It wasn't science once upon a time. Once upon a time, people used scientific method to prove empirically stuff. That was a science. Do you understand me?
Say it again real quick.
We did. Basically, what he said it always existed. A way for verifying things empirically always existed. Always. Regardless of whether we were aware of it or not.
Okay, so
that means do we believe in gravity? No, we don't believe in gravity. We want empirical proof for gravity. You don't have that. You believe in gravity, man. Do you know that? Okay, what?
Okay. Can we?
How something what is never proven
Can you
scientifically
tell us the proof?
something?
Can you show us the proof of gravity and put a citation for this proof in the voice text, please?
So that's the thing. Is it okay? So
No, not
no, no,
that
no, no.
such thing. Can you or can you not provide proof for your gravity?
I could probably look up sources and
You
things, but that's the
probably
thing. Wait,
could.
wait,
Is
wait, wait,
not.
wait, 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 wait.
No, because
Somebody
if
just
you're saying probably,
wait. Can
yes,
somebody let
I
me speak?
fucking do. Yes, I do because you're a daft. That's why I do. Yeah. You're not the moderator in here. I don't know how you come in here thinking you have the high horse on the conversation. This is our house. You just come in, take your socks off, put your feet up on the coffee table, huh?
Let's
Do
be
whatever you
grateful
want.
that this guy's not a troll. So just give him as much rope as he wants, and
Yeah,
go on.
Yeah,
Go
he's
ahead.
gonna lose anyway.
It's fine. He hasn't provided any
Because
proof.
the thing that passive aggressive people do is they try to reframe the conversation at every point, in which you have to unframe it and reframe it again. Like it's annoying. That's what's been happening.
Yeah.
That's what he tried to do when he said, "So you think the government is somewhere killing people?" I
So
never
the
said that.
reason.
So
So
you
the
think that
reason.
there's an edge?
Sorry.
No, I mean, Sonny, come on.
Sorry.
I'm just trying to summarize what's going here. So,
Go ahead.
there's an edge somewhere. Well, if there was an edge, if we're within the containment and the edge is beyond, we wouldn't know. Whatever the edge, if there was an edge, then he says, okay, so the problem is you people don't believe in gravity. But that's not, I don't think that's what he said. But I said, well, why would I need to believe in gravity when it should be scientifically validated? Then he said, so you don't believe in science. This is what he continues to do to try to reframe the conversation. And I don't appreciate it.
No. So he should be required. So the reason I interject sometimes like this is to kind of almost insist a redirect of some kind. I'm not going to specify. That's up to you guys. But now I think we should decide how you guys want to redirect. He can be unmuted, but I think it needs to be like this needs to be taken back or something because.
Well, OGB, you remember when we did our check-in, we talked about like verifying things versus
Oh, I'm
just
proving gravity.
right, OGB.
Yeah, I didn't see the
So,
video. Wrong.
can you help out your friend here? Maybe not your friend, but can you help out this guy who doesn't seem to understand the burden of proof, right? If someone makes a claim, you have to be providing the evidence for that. We went over this in the check-in. You seem to understand this quite well, but this guy we're speaking to doesn't get that.
Well, I don't think he was given the chance, and with all the discussion going on, obviously he's not researching as he's reading, as he's talking.
I appreciate you saying that second part. Let's just kill this right now. Obviously, he's under the impression that Newton is still accepted, which it's not, because that's take that upstairs because it's not. We're under the impression that Einstein's theory, quote unquote, is the new hotness. But let's just pretend that gravity is a force that holds things to the outside of a ball. Thus, we can call it a container. Okay? Okay, so when you drop things, solid things, they fall through the air. But what happens with air? At the very same altitude that you might drop a tennis ball, it expands in all directions. I thought gas had mass. I thought masses were attracted to each other. So what are they doing the exact opposite in full contradiction of that belief? You can extrapolate that out to the sun, which has no earth, right? It's just the sun. Well, the sun's atmosphere is 340 times that the pressure of the earth. What the fuck is containing that? A belief system, perhaps?
Maybe he need to first learn the difference between pseudoscience and science and to come here to speak.
People just want to come in and say they know something, then they're going to be forced into the position of providing the proof of this. But I think Ryan's science acumen needs to be tested myself.
Oh, I am unmuted.
But you guys also like are making the assumptions he knows what you guys are talking about. Like, I feel like there's a lot of things that you guys are just assuming like he knows where you're coming from.
No, I'm not talking about
But
that.
he's doing the same thing.
I'm talking about when he's saying he knows something.
Well, he's not saying that.
Gotta give
The
him the
other
chance
guy
to
is right. It might be his ignorance is the reason he's doing this. You know that thing Huey says, do not mistake malice for ignorance. That's
all he's done so far is try to understand
yeah.
where you guys are coming from.
So the point is Pap is doing the same thing he's doing, except in a seemingly intellectual manner. But there's no difference between he and the other guy, the first guy. The second guy seems reasonable because he knows when he's out of his depth and admits it. And that's great. That's a great thing to do. Now, we can't assess where someone's at when they think they're asking good questions, but they're not. What's a bad question? Okay, are you gay? No. Does your mama know you gay? That second question is erroneous. So there is a such thing. We're not here to answer erroneous questions all day long because of someone else's ignorance.
See, he doesn't. Obviously, seems like all our first day here, and we don't know that walking into this Discord. So you have to give us that. You can't just assume, and
For you, I will, and for you, I apologize.
Yeah, we know
That's all
nothing
we
about
ask
flat
for.
Earth.
Nobody's talked about flat Earth this entire time until I asked you to read that thing that you didn't want to read.
Okay.
No, yeah, I
Right.
understand where you guys are coming from now. You're not so much focused on the flat Earth part. You're more focused on the science behind it.
I got flat Earth, no, not science. I got flat Earth proof, and it has to do with measurements. And India went over with the laser. There's
That's a
other
different conversation.
there's radio transmissions that go thousands of miles. But listen, you can have you know how much area has to be flat to navigate on the seas using a device like a sextant that measures angles? You probably don't, and that's fine. That's why I tried to share the material, because someone who doesn't know will say, wow, what are you talking about? Can you give me more information? Perhaps you can point me to an EDU, something that maybe I trust, so that I know you're not just pulling my leg. That's what an intelligent person would do. He's trying to get to the point of, well, flat earthers are dumb. Therefore,
none of
let
us
me
said
walk them down this
No.
line of questioning, because
That's
I'm
his
going to be
assumption.
a psychologist, and I'm going to lead them because I think that I'm reasonable enough to lead a room of people who think differently.
Yep.
Where is the edge of universe?
Does that make sense?
Where is the edge of universe, please?
They don't know. Does that make sense what I just said?
Yeah.
Yeah. Elijah, everything what you're saying is making sense. It's so simple even. I don't understand why people don't understand.
I mean, it's not simple, right?
What?
It's not simple
simple,
for
but the
them.
logic is sound. I'm giving you pathways to take a step back, stop, think about what's being. I'm not making any major claims here. When I say, okay, well, I mean, you're gonna act like everybody doesn't know that you need containment for water as we experience it, or air as we experience it. Only thing that we don't experience is the thing in question.
But in order to
But there's
understand
just a
these
whole
things,
bunch
we
of
ask
there's
questions.
just I understand. We understand heliocentrism. We understand Newtonian mechanics. We understand Einstein's equations. Some of us. That being said, it has fuck all to do with the shape of the earth, which I told them from the beginning No one actually knows.
Yeah, so that's another thing too. Is
He was
like
trying to get to the bottom of that.
Yeah, so like we don't understand that you guys are separating the flat Earth and the science. Like those are two different arguments that you guys are making at the same time, which kind of gets confusing, and it seems like it goes off topic because of that.
Because flat Earth is not because okay. When you say flat Earth, right or wrong, tell me when you hear someone say flat Earth, do you not envision the thing that you Google and see, like the object?
I envision that picture that your Discord logo is.
Right. That's fair enough. What about the other guy? Same?
Yeah, it's flat Earth. Yeah.
Okay. No one knows what the Earth looks like. Meaning, when you have an object in mind, like a sphere or like the picture that we use on the Discord,
So that's misleading.
both of those things, it's not misleading if you actually talk to us. We're trying to tell you that, right? Are you just going to go with what Google says and what the picture you see, like that's what you're going to go with over what I'm telling you?
We've never Googled anything. This is our first time here.
Okay, so when you look at that and I tell you, well, that's an object, we've never seen the Earth as an entire object. That's one and done, right?
Yeah.
Right. It's not that. So we're not explaining that because that's nothing more than conceptual. Anything beyond that, people like Mark Sargent or whoever the fuck else who's a mainstream flat earther, right? When they show things like this and they try to explain that this is a reality, guess what? That's a reification fallacy.
I just don't understand how we're not allowed to ask questions to understand something. We can only answer your question.
Well, you're asking about something that we don't believe in. I can't answer questions about
We're not
things.
asking about heliocentrism. We're asking questions to understand.
No. Okay, I want to talk to the other guy because you're not reasonable.
Okay.
So when I say we can't answer questions about that reification fallacy, which would be that flat Earth depiction, because that doesn't exist. That is not reality. Is that hard to understand? We can't answer questions about that because that's not real.
Sure, but see, like when you say it like that, we're not understanding. Like you, it's almost like you're throwing it to like I don't know. We're not fully understanding that. Like,
why not?
Can I ask
What is there to understand?
Because
look,
we're trying
okay,
to,
hold
we're
on.
trying to
I'm gonna have a dialogue between myself and myself. So, okay, me, Globe Earther. What's the flat Earth? Okay, you see that picture when you walk in here? That's not real. Okay, if that's not real, then what's your position?
Yeah, but we didn't
Flat
understand
Earth.
that.
I'm in the middle of going through the dialogue. So, flat Earther is asked, what is that picture about then? I don't understand what your position is. Flat Earther says, well, we were told that there were certain geometric considerations when living on a ball, and we were given tools to verify this. And it turns out it doesn't measure to be a ball. What's so hard about that?
But like I said, the flat Earth is misleading. So we're under.
No, we're not misleading. You came here.
No, yes,
we're
yes,
trying to
yes,
we're
exactly.
trying to tell
I
you
agree.
something, and you guys have an idea. Maybe not you, but the other two have an idea, which is why they have leading questions, right? They have leading questions because they already have a belief.
No, we're trying to understand your stance.
I'm not talking about you. I didn't hear you say anything about gravity. The other guy said that gravity is a form of containment. Then I said, okay, well, number one,
I gotta jump in.
Yeah, can we pick up that discussion right there? Because that's where I wanted to hear Ryan talk.
OGB, did you hear his stand?
Did you hear what I already? Did you not hear what I already said? Regardless of it being already 100 plus years out of date. Okay, no. So I want to hear you tell me that this is incorrect. Okay, when I drop anything that is solid Where I'm standing at, it's going to fall to the ground. But if I have a balloon of air and I pop it, the air particles are going to go in all directions,
Yeah.
thus invalidating the force of gravity.
That's
What's
so.
your response?
So sure. Each
Not
particle.
you, not you, not you, the other guy. Then you can continue because I'm not even going to talk to you. I'm just going mute and eat after this.
Yeah, I didn't understand the question, so
It's not a question.
I can
I just
explain it.
gave you. I just gave. It's not a question.
Okay.
Right.
I can explain it if
It,
need be.
but it's not a question, right? You drop a
It's a
ball
scenario,
and
you're
it goes
asking.
to the floor. You pop a balloon and the air goes in all directions. This is a contradiction in the face of a belief in the force of gravity. That's a statement based on observation. Nothing more, nothing less. No science, no, that's it. I don't know why you
So
think
there
it's
is
more complicated than that.
So there is a question there. It's why does that happen? That's your question. Why does that happen?
Why does air expand in all directions?
Well, that's your question to him is why does that happen when our belief is that gravity pulls things down? And I was trying to explain. I have an answer to your question. So my answer is that each particle has an individual charge. Like atoms in general have charge and they push away from each other depending on the type of atom. The force of gravity is not infinitely strong. There is a limit to the force of gravity. Things can outpower gravity. And that's why we can, like,
So it's a begging the question fallacy then.
that's why we can,
Do you know
have
what a begging the question fallacy is?
explain it to me, just so I'm clear.
Okay, so in your example, you have a constant. That constant is gravity, but it can
Can
do.
you go back?
It can go
You
both
lagged
ways.
out.
It cannot affect things, or it
You
can.
lagged out a little bit. I need to hear what you said from the beginning.
Yeah, your mic is lagging super hard.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now it's clear.
Yeah. So in this instance, you have a constant. Constant is gravity. Now, regardless of which way you go, whether it be, oh, this thing holds things together or this thing doesn't hold things together, well, that's a begging the question fallacy, my man. When you have a conclusion that a constant will do anything regardless of whatever.
So I'm not saying gravity is doing something different. I'm saying another force is outpowering gravity temporarily.
Right, because it's not doing the thing that the constant is suggesting that it's doing. Now you have an explanation as to why there's a null result. That is why you're begging the question.
That is not
What
true.
do you mean no? What do you
It
hold
is
up?
still doing
Hold up.
You can
Hold up, time out. Let me ask someone else. Let me ask someone else. Did I just straw man him or something, or did I just utilize the what I had based on what he said? Did I straw man him or what? No.
I mean, you kind of are straw manning him by asking somebody else instead of letting him give you an answer.
That's not a straw man, bro. Just chill out.
Okay.
Because you said, well, gravity has other forces, and this is why we don't experience the effect in some cases.
that's not what I said
means
at all. That is not what I said at all.
Well, you say that other forces are between atoms, pushing them apart. That's why we don't even though at the edge of our atmosphere, which is a contradiction in terms, now gravity is pulling it.
Gravity is always pulling.
Wow.
So think of gravity.
So when does a gas particle lose?
You are so full of yourself, man.
When does a gas particle lose energy?
It loses energy. So each particle is individually charged. It carries a positive or negative charge. There's no energy loss. Negative and negative, or positive and positive, repel each other.
If there's no negative charge, why do we have an atmosphere then?
That's the thing, is they're all charged negatively, or they're all
So
charged
then
positively. I'm
why,
not sure
when
which.
it's going in one direction, if it's not losing energy, right? So if it's expanding in all directions,
It's not
i.e.,
expanding in all directions.
Oh
so,
Or it's
wow,
trying
gas
to.
is not expanding all
you hear
direction.
it? Do you hear what's going on?
So
You hear
it's
what's going?
like,
So
well, can you let me explain?
gas is not.
No, you cannot
Gas doesn't
explain.
expand.
Gas
let
is
him read.
going
Let him
in
finish.
every direction. Can you find citation where it's saying gas is not going in every direction? Can you find that citation now, please?
So gas
Then you
is
can.
going in every direction.
But you just said
Okay.
it doesn't go in every direction.
Yeah.
What? When did I say that? I said
You said
gravity
gas
also
does
has an
not.
effect
You
on
said
it.
gas does not expand in every direction. That's what you just
That
said.
is not what I said.
That's exactly what you just said.
You said that. I interrupt you because of that.
Well, even so, okay. So then I'm mistaken. That's my bad.
Okay.
I didn't mean to say that. If
So
I did.
okay, great. So since it expands in all directions,
You did say it, by the way.
Okay, then that's my bad. I
okay. So now
apologize.
back to my question then. Since it expands in all directions, why is it fucking off into space?
So wait. Sorry, you were a little muffled there. Say that last like couple words again. Why is
If
it?
it's expanding in all directions, why do we still have an atmosphere if there's no energy loss? And they're free to go in all directions, including away from the center.
So because gravity, let me finish. So because gravity has a force pulling down, and molecules cannot be compacted together because of their charge, you have gravity pulling down, you have particles pushing apart. So you've got two forces. It's like a tug of war game. So you've got gravity pulling on one end, and the force of the molecules pushing away from each other on the end, and that is perfectly balanced so that the atmosphere stays in place.
No, that doesn't make sense. But do you have any proof of that?
Why doesn't it make sense? First,
any scientific
do
proof
you
for
have
that?
any proof? Because
so no. So why doesn't it
gas
make sense?
expands because
Ryan,
gas expands to expands to fill its container.
Listen
That's
this.
it.
Listen this.
But do you
Listen
have
this.
any proof of what you're saying though?
Strictly
I.e.,
about proof here. You have the proof.
i.e. from Newton's paper when he first said, "Hey, there's gravity," right? Whatever the fuck he said, right? Can you go to that paper and give me the hypothesis?
I'm just curious why you think it doesn't make sense.
Okay,
Oh,
I will tell you why.
okay.
I will tell you why.
To his friend.
Yeah,
to
no,
his
I
friend,
get it. Actually,
when I asked for scientific validation as
I
the
can
flat
tell you why.
earther who's supposed to be a science denier, isn't that odd to you? Or is it not odd?
It's very odd.
Difference between unicorns doing that everything, and I'm saying, or what are trolls? Look at trolls in the space. They have some kind of system, and they are doing that very, very good, and they are keeping that that mechanism is working. But
So is there a way to test what Ryan was saying on by yourself?
No.
Gas pressure.
why we cannot believe that some aliens is making this mechanism workable? It has.
So from my understanding, what I got out of what Ryan said,
somebody from outside, it's making some kind of energy and force, and it has fucking sense. It's not provable, but it has sense.
Where's the greater force and gravity, closer to the center of mass or further away?
Aliens.
Ryan.
Sorry, I was looking stuff up. Say that again.
Where would be the most force? Would it be closer to the center of a mass or further out?
Where would be the most force? The pulling force? Sure. Then closer.
It would be closer. I'm sorry, you cut out.
Closer, yeah.
Okay, so then why are gases being allowed to go all the way out omnidirectionally as they do? And then what? I need a citation for that. What's stopping them? What's stopping them from? Why aren't they being contained at the surface? where it's strongest?
Because, as I said, gas particles push away from each other.
Okay, can you please provide a
I'm
citation showing that
Jesus Christ,
they're
I'm looking
only
it up.
being contained further out and not closer to your center of mass?
Yes, I'm
I
looking.
need a citation.
Yes.
Ryan,
Give him a minute.
why you disagree with modern narrative, science, modern narrative about gravity? Why you disagree about that?
Wait, say that again, or explain
Why
a
you
little better.
pulling something? Why you pulling something what is 100 and something years old and it's superseded by Einstein? Why you pulling something what is not even in
It's okay. Just let him do it. It's fine. He doesn't
Do you
why.
know that?
Just go.
Do you know that the gravity is bending of space-time? It's not mass attracts mass. Did you know that? For the modern pseudoscience, I'm telling you.
Yeah, I'm not following what you're saying.
I'm telling
He's saying
you
Newton's
that.
law of gravity is superseded.
Yeah. Why are you speaking of mass, attracting mass, and you need to speak about how we have the bending of space-time? Because all modern scientists speaking about that. Are you speaking of something what is superseded?
Wait, so you're talking? So you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that modern that Einstein saying. I'm not saying that's
Okay,
mine.
well then you're conveying to me that, like, because I haven't seen what you're talking about. Remember, so you're
Talking
saying.
about the theory of relativity from Einstein.
So say that again, Pat.
Theory of relativity from Einstein superseded Newton's law of gravity.
Yeah, the general theory. Yeah.
Oh, sure. Okay.
In
Okay, so
1915. In 1915.
Okay, that means we don't need to
but
speak about mass attracts mass. We need to speak now how that gravity bending of space-time doing that everything what you want to explain, but is not mass attracts mass. You need to now go into.
But was it superseded? Isn't it just a theory? And like we're talking about law versus theory.
No, it's
I'm
not a law.
talking
That's
that
the
is
problem.
superseded.
But that's the problem. It's not a law.
Theories are not laws.
And
No, I know.
and Newton's laws aren't laws.
But we could go right back to what Elijah was saying earlier about provide us a hypothesis from either one.
But I do like Sasha's line of questioning because usually people think that the superseded schmooper that's they work together. No, because listen to this. Because Isaac Newton's law of gravity serves so well in explaining the behavior of the solar system, the question arises why it is necessary to develop a new theory of gravity. The answer is that Newton's theory violates special relativity. Oh, special relativity, for it requires an unspecified action at a distance. That would be that force between one inanimate object and another inanimate object, through which any two objects, such as the sun and earth, instantaneously pull each other, no matter how far apart. However, instantaneous response would require the gravitational interaction to propagate at infinite speed, which is precluded by special relativity.
And what shall we do now?
Still act goofy.
You can speak now how concept.
Could you provide a source for special relativity not allowing gravitational waves?
I already provided 3 sources in the chat.
Oh, where is it?
Man, if you want, you can go to other servers to debunk
it's right here.
Einstein, with the Newton.
Which link? History of gravitational theory or the?
Did you hear me?
I think they're all the same thing.
They're all the same thing. Okay.
How about this idea? You said that we can take a ship and go somewhere, blah blah blah. What about the idea that you go to some server where are Einstein, general relativity guys, and you go there and debunk them all?
Give me a bit.
You go there with your mass attracts mass.
Okay,
You don't need to be. You don't need to be here, man.
Relax.
Dude,
Relax.
relax. You don't relax. Dude, I'm relaxed. I'm 5 years relaxed.
You're really not.
You came yesterday. Yeah, I
No,
am, man.
Uspokojся,
Really.
uspokojся.
Believe me, I am relaxed. Believe me. I'm 5 years.
Uspokojся.
Šta je bilo?
Uspokojся. По-русски.
No, Ruski, Croatia, yeah.
Okay.
Relax with the relax.
I need to relax now. I need to relax. I need to go to flat earth and to speak
Everybody
about gravity.
relax.
And I don't know anything about gravity, but it's all
We'll
right.
all take a breath at the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
Let's go
Let it all. Let the globe go. All of it.
Breathe in the flat Earth.
Let all that bullshit fantasy Santa Claus adult version out of your mind completely. Thank you.
And listen. This information, if he is on YouTube, this Isaac Newton wrote a letter that he don't want to have anything with gravity. But okay, that doesn't matter. He personal wrote a letter. Can you imagine that?
No.
And we were on the edge because they think that we need to that we have model, and then we need to present something, and then okay, now this is working.
So I have a question. Might be a dumb question because I don't study physics or any science for that matter. But why is it called the theory of relativity and not the law of relativity?
Because it's theory.
It's never been proven. It's never been proven through experiment. It needs to be proven. It needs to be proven through experiment in order to be.
Oh my god.
Yeah. It's got to be proven, bro.
So if it's a theory, how did it supersede law?
Because first of all, hold on. First of all, a scientific theory is backed by hypotheses that have been validated by way of experiment. Einstein's theory is not a scientific theory. Number one. Number two, I told you Newton's laws aren't laws.
Right.
Because it's not universal. Given to you by the example of gas expansion in all directions in the face of the force that you believe in.
So it's not a law because it's not universal, but I thought the universe doesn't actually exist.
That's what a law is. It happens always everywhere. It's the universal
always
law.
everywhere.
Not the Look, bro, don't be dumb.
I'm trying to understand you.
I'm talking about universal, not in the sense
universe,
of different galaxies and all of that.
Okay. Globally.
If you want simple, pseudoscience was superseded by pseudoscience.
He's stuck in globally. Yeah, it isn't a natural law. You know the difference between a natural law and a scientific theory and a colloquial theory, right?
No, that's what I just learned.
That's a good point because colloquial theories are being mixed up with actual what a scientific theory is. And what the Earth is not even a scientific question. Yeah, if it's a law, it's my understanding it has to be it has to be empirically tested through experiment over and over again. That it never.
No. If it's a law, it's just a description of something that always happens.
What is. Okay, gotcha. It's just what is, yes. We can identify this with gas pressure in the natural.
No, we cannot.
As a matter of fact, are you look, you know what disproves that Newton's laws are not laws? Because the second law of thermodynamics flies in the face of his supposed law. That's why I'm talking about gas expansion. It's called entropy.
Yes.
But why can't we use examples that exist in the universe?
Where?
Like the sun.
What
Has anybody gone to the sun to test it?
Guess not.
Nobody has ever nobody knows what the sun is, let alone where it is, what medium it's in, what the primary source of energy it is. You don't any of those luminaries up there. Nobody's ever been there. No one's ever going. Impossible.
So we can't use tools to measure the sun.
Well, get us started. Where do we start with that? What's the first step?
So, okay, wait. So I guess that leads my next question. Again, I'm just trying to understand. So how
No,
about the
why would it lead? Answer, yo. You said it. It could be done. So we're trying to teach you something. If
Yes,
that's
and
what you're here
I'm
for.
trying to
No,
understand.
you don't understand by asking the lecturer all of these erroneous questions.
Yes, you do. That's how you learn.
Yeah, okay,
That's literally
so
how you learn. You ask
So
questions.
so when you get led, because you seem to think that somehow we can measure the sun, and the creation bear asks you, well, walk us through the steps. If you say you don't know, I can tell you how to walk through the steps. Because that's
so
your question, right?
Let me learn
What
and
is the sun?
understand by asking a question, please.
What is the sun?
So let me ask.
What is the sun?
Okay, let me ask a question.
If I know in your mind what is the sun, I can then go on. If I don't know what is the sun in your mind, I cannot go on.
So that's the thing is when you ask a question and it's answered, that brings up other questions. So of course you can't treat a single question as a single entity and just be done with it.
Okay, man.
Questions lead to other questions.
We get
So
that, Ryan. We do that here a
You
lot. So
you
just-
started. If we measure, can we measure the sun or whatever you said? And I asked you, what is the sun?
So
Because I have the answer. What is the sun?
The sun looks. I mean, it produces light. You know, it's in the sky. It rotates around us.
Is it physical? Is it physical? How do you know?
Measure the sun.
How
I mean,
do
Wait, he
you
said it
know?
rotates around us? What?
Sorry, I
It
meant,
rotates around us?
Yeah.
No, wait. Is it physical? You said yes.
Yeah, it's a piece of mass.
How do you know?
What's it made of? How do you measure the
How
sun?
Remember,
do you know?
that we want to stick to
How
things that
do
we
you
can
know?
verify.
How,
One
no,
person,
wait,
please.
wait,
Please,
wait,
one person.
wait,
One person,
wait, how-
please.
I was that. How do you know?
Okay,
that?
we just
How do you know that it's physical?
So, let me find the experiment. Just give me a couple. Talk about something else. I will find the experiment for you and put it in chat.
Anybody got popcorn?
You just compromised yourself.
But somebody said measure the sun. How do you measure? What?
Did
do you measure?
Hold on a second. He just
No, he
compromised
said
himself.
that he will find experiment
How so?
that
my
sun
mic-
is
is my
physical.
mic working?
Yeah, it's a little low, Quantum.
It's a
But it works.
little
Hold on a
low.
second.
Yeah,
Well,
it
turn
is a
me
little
up.
low. It really
Holy
is.
shit.
I
Turn
actually
me
have
up.
you at 215 right now.
215.
I got you at
it only
100%,
goes-
bro.
Holy shit, man. 215, it only goes to 200.
We can hear you. People just need to.
You're good.
How about now?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. So you just compromised yourself by saying you had an experiment to tell us what the sun is?
Yeah, I read through an experiment that basically allowed
that's
people
not
to
an
tell.
experiment because experiments only deal with natural cause and effect how I questions. What the sun is a what is question. So there can't be an experiment.
How so? So
let me just
what?
say, listen up. Open up your ears this time. Are you ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
Science and experimentation only deals with natural cause and effect, how, why questions, not what is questions. Your question is, what is the sun made of? Or what is the sun? That's a what is question. You can't formulate a hypothesis to then get to an experiment. Good.
So I guess then my question would be like, do you have an answer for what is the Earth then?
What is the
It's
Earth?
because it's hard to describe an object that is so many things, and it's not like.
All I'm saying is just relax. Just relax before you incoherently red herring fallacy away. All I'm saying is that you have no experiments telling you a what is question.
No one or nothing.
Can you give me an example of an experiment that does provide a what is?
It doesn't. I just told you it doesn't.
Sure.
Oh my
Then
God.
what can you provide something that does provide the what is?
No, it's not an experiment. It's just
He's saying there's no such thing as an experiment with a what is.
Right.
But isn't
So
an
what-
experiment
what-
just testing a hypothesis through scientific procedure?
That's fine. Then I'm using the wrong terms. Then I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Then what gives you the answer to a what is? Like
Not a scientific experiment.
Okay, then what does? That's my question. Like, how do you determine what something is?
It, measuring it, touching it, experiencing it.
Yep.
Yes.
Not just telling a story.
You have to touch something physically to measure it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's not a big deal. It's just not an experiment. Find something else to find out what the sun is. It's just not an experiment. That's all.
He said that it's physical, that he knows that it's physical.
This is just semantics at this point. Like,
No, it's not. Well, so hold on. Semantics. Every piece of an argument, claim, language, communication is fucking semantics. So I don't know what the fuck you're on.
Okay, so
that's like saying, well, we're painting a painting. Well, you're using colors. Yeah, no shit. Thanks.
So I guess my question is then, is if I pick up a rock, right, and I can touch the rock. What do you mean if? Yeah, if I pick up a rock.
You're starting with if. That means you're starting with a story.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. So if I pick up a rock,
Everything after if can be disregarded.
Okay, fine, man. Talk
He's
about
trying
semantics.
he's trying to unpack the what is, right?
Yeah,
So
exactly.
you pick up a rock,
Relax.
okay.
Like, dude, every time I talk in this server, I get like 4 people immediately attacking.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
So fine, then I pick up a rock instead of. It doesn't matter if I do or I do.
That was
so
good. Thank you.
I pick up a rock. Now, so let's say I answer this with "This is a rock." Is that correct? Like, is anything wrong yet?
What is this, baby Huey, second grade? What the fuck, man?
Oh no! Answer the question though. Is
Answer
that
the question.
this is a rock?
Can you try
Like,
that?
is that
Can you
correct?
try,
Define a rock.
can you try that with the sun now?
No, yeah, hold up, Sasha. Define a rock first.
Okay, so define a rock. So
Yeah.
that's my question. Is how do you define a rock then? Defining a rock. No, this matters. This matters.
I don't
If you-
know. It's your claim. You have to
Okay.
define it for us.
Yeah. No. So I don't. So,
Yeah.
So how we define a rock is important because then we need to be able to define it. So
Go ahead.
how
Right.
do we define a rock?
That's your problem. You're making the claim.
No. So now we define a rock
You
with
just made it.
with
dude.
experiment.
You're embarrassing yourself. Shut the
I'm
fuck
not.
up. Get on with the sun or shut
You
the
are.
fuck up.
So
who
okay.
is this guy?
He's a
So
We don't know.
So we define a rock. So how do we determine what a rock is? How do we determine
Okay,
what
I'm gonna
anything
fucking
is?
mute you.
Wait a minute. Here's the
I don't even
question:
care what you
is there
answer
such thing as an objective reality?
No, we're
Ryan.
not going down this road. Fuck
Okay,
that.
never mind.
I'm not while I'm here. We're
Yeah,
not. I'm not
it's a
playing
kid
second
road.
grade fucking bullshit.
Fantasy road.
Stupid.
I think the room was a little better before Quantum joined.
Wow.
Wow.
Well, anyway, hey, who got the direct measurement between Earth and the sun?
He's just pointing out the obvious because this guy is just on a lunatic. You're really, really. I mean, did you not understand what he said about what is and how's and
He wants to say, if you touch the rock, that means that's the rock. If you look the sun, that means it's physical, is the sun. He wants to say that.
So how's he gonna tell me what the sun is, though? What's it made of?
That's what we were waiting for.
Yeah, they weren't answering.
So Ryan, get off your rock, get back to the sun. What do you got?
No, so that's the point. Is I'm breaking my argument down with starting with a rock. Don't
Then
take
you have
the rock.
to define it, Ryan.
Okay, so that's my point. Is how do we define things? I'm trying to get your opinion. How do we define things without
Go look up
experiments?
what a rock is.
No. How do you define it?
I'm not
How
defining
do you
your
define
claim, man.
What? Then how do you
How do
define
you-
anything? How do you know
How do you
anything is real?
define what? Wait a minute. How do you define what? Opinions of things?
No, so how do you so a word?
That's
so
what you
let's say
said. You said opinions of things. Come on.
I'm
That's what
talking
you
about
said.
defining things.
Could you be a little more specific?
Yeah, sure. So how do you guys define what the Earth is?
Like this.
Like let's say define.
I've defined like this: 3,959 miles. Its radius. It should to be dropped there. It is not, and it's flat. I define like that.
Okay, so you define something by the size of it.
No,
and
I'm
what
not
else?
defined. Bear defined it. I check it, and it's not there.
Wait,
You know?
say that again. So you're defining. How do you define something?
I define something because they told me there is a radius and should to be curve of the Earth. you know? And then in nature, when you go and see other objects and blah 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 observation, you see that it's not true. There is no drop. You know, that it's what
You're
I
talking
define.
about two different things.
That's
Stop it. He's
Yeah.
looking for the definition. Go find the definition. Just pull it up. But go to Google and say rock definition.
Okay, so
I bet
that's
you'll
not my
find it.
point. I obviously don't need to know what a rock is, but my point is if I look something up, let's say, look, I'm trying to understand you guys. I really am. Like if I look up Earth, it'll show me like a spherical Earth.
It'll show you an image.
Yeah, sure. It'll show me an image of like a looking spherical Earth, and it'll show me.
Exists or something like that.
So, I guess my point is like, how do we define, or how do you guys define
don't.
what is?
You don't.
We're not in the business of what is, my friend. Listen,
It's philosophical what something is.
who got the measurement between Earth and the Sun? Who got the direct measurement? Ready, go. And how'd they do it? When they do it?
That was what's his name? It's calculus. It's with calculus, and it's
No. I need a measurement.
oh, between the Earth and the Sun.
Yeah, direct measurement, physical.
How'd they do that?
Yeah, we did it. We did it with math and observation.
You did
it
with math.
Measurement.
Listen,
Direct
see, here's the
physical
problem. Yeah, define terms and conditions. So here's the term. We need to define these terms. So do you know the difference between a calculation and a measurement? Could you please describe?
Yeah,
briefly?
of course. A measurement is something you actually do. The math is something that you're theoretically doing. You're not actually doing the action.
That's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Oh, I understand
So
the
it seems like
difference.
there's no logic with your guys' perspective.
The only
they don't believe in logic.
Well,
or-
that's not true.
We're
That's not
right
true.
here. We're
Yeah,
right
that-
here. Do you want to talk to us?
No, so that's not true. They believe in logic. They believe so you guys, so us, I guess everyone, we believe in what we can touch, measure, and see. And that's it.
We believe on what we could touch.
Once you measure something, I know my table's flat. If I go in the other room and then believe that my table is something else, does it change the table being flat?
Fuck your table.
No, but it's what you've seen. So
He
it's,
said,
it's what
"Fuck my table." Who said that?
This is
So it-
really stupid.
On the table. Sorry. I'm done.
This is pretty stupid, man.
Stupid. Yeah.
So
what's your claim?
I'm just trying to I'm not claiming anything, man. This
You
whole
said
time.
something about the sun.
Eh,
You said
they
you
don't-
had-
I'm
First, you
try-
said you had an experiment with the sun. So what
Yeah,
is
but-
this
well,
so-called experiment?
It doesn't matter now because anything that I show you, you're not going to believe because I'm trying to understand what you believe.
What,
So
what fallacy
Because it
is
hasn't
that?
been
Wait a minute.
verified.
What fallacy
Yeah,
is that?
exactly.
A prediction of incredulity.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
What,
somebody
what's
else's
my,
part.
I'll tell you what. Since you predicted how I'm going to react to whatever you show, since you got fucking special Evo mind powers or something, let's confirm that your accuracy and some credibility here. What's my favorite fucking color?
dude, so that's the thing.
What's my favorite color?
You know everything.
What is my favorite color, Ryan?
So
Right
I
now.
came in here trying to understand.
Shut the fuck up.
But you just said that if you talk, we're going to answer no. So, come on, man. Don't be a child.
What's my favorite color, Ryan?
So that's the thing is.
Yeah, that's the thing. Shut
That's the thing.
We don't
There's
know, right?
A lot of opinions about things.
There's actually only one person in here among the three of them that's actually reasonable, that's demonstrated humility, and that would be OGB. And I seriously commend you, regardless of what you think of us, regardless of you've demonstrated your willingness to listen and be cordial. Okay. So now speaking to you, when he says, I pick up a rock, what do I call this? Right?
Yeah.
Whatever we decide what to call it, you would have had to pick it up, or you would have had to experience it firsthand somehow.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you then, like, because I guess he's trying to parallel that with the sun, because that's how this jumped off with the what is question. When we ask, well, what is the sun? Is he going to be picking it up?
No.
What is he going to be doing to answer that what is question? Probably nothing, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
Was I wrong to ask for the direct measurement between the Earth and the Sun?
No.
Nope.
Guess what you need to calculate whatever the distance. Just take a wild guess as to what you would need to know first.
Trigonometry.
No. Well,
no.
Yeah,
it
but
is?
what would you need to know?
What it is, right?
No.
All right, I'll make it simple. You need to know the distance from the center of the Earth.
The radius.
Oh, okay, I got you guys.
So if it was a globe,
So who has the radius of the Earth to say, okay, we went from the center of this presupposed Earth to then make these calculations? Who wouldn't it be important to figure out that that's actually first?
So, do you guys believe in physical measurements or no?
Yes.
That's what we've been talking about, physical measurement. That's the only way you can do a measurement is physical. You can't do a non-physical measurement.
Yeah, everything else is conceptual.
It requires an exchange of energy between you and said you, the measurer, and the measured. Needs to be an exchange.
It's actually much simpler. It's not a lot of math. It's no psychology. It's just how do we know that thing's 93 million miles away? How do we know that?
Yeah. So I think one point that kind of Eli was kind of like tipping on was you need to establish a horizontal datum. And when you're looking at objects, like using a sextant, you can't do it without the level.
What's 93 million miles away?
we don't know. Can't make that measurement so far.
Somebody just claimed something's 93 million.
Oh yeah, that's the mainstream narrative, is that the sun is 93 million miles away from the surface of Earth.
Oh, right.
Right.
So that's interesting. It's not about the flat Earth. It's about that we can't prove a heliocentric system. Or
Oh my gosh! Someone give this guy some sort of role, because that was beautiful.
Well, if we have a disjunctive, number one, that's not true. Number two, if there's only two choices, that is sphere or flat, then we can use a disjunctive syllogism. If we disprove one, then the other, therefore, must be true. Follow that?
But you guys haven't disproved it.
Oh,
No.
yes. Oh, yes.
Well, yes, we
okay,
have.
Okay.
Plenty of times.
It's really all we do here.
Can you validate it?
I can't confirm or deny that, so no.
So the sphere Earth, we'll get away from the sun. We'll stick it right back towards the Earth. Do you know we have flat Earth proofs, right? You know this.
The Earth's not flat.
How am I supposed? I don't know.
No, go ahead. We
We've
have
got
flat Earth
mountains and
proofs.
valleys and everything like that. The Earth's not flat.
What proof do you have?
Are you sure about that?
What proof? Have you ever heard of the Black Swan?
No.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll post it in live stream. Are you in live stream?
Yeah.
Okay. 1 second. Of course, I got to go one at a time. All right.
No, just put whatever, all of them in. Everybody else, just don't post.
I just have to do it one at a time because I think those guys set it up that way.
Stop posting. I'm running with scissors. I'm gonna erase it.
Yep.
Just said that.
Okay, there you go. At 6 minutes after the hour. Tell me when you're there.
What is P and Q referring to?
Well, read the whole thing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Read the whole thing.
So you're there, right? So it's a modus tollens argument?
What?
It's a modus tollens argument. It's deductive logic. This is the argument, and the evidence is below.
Okay.
So modus tollens, it's just a formal logical argument. The form is the P's and the Q's. So if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. Here's the actual argument. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P, then any horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q. Not Q, the horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles, therefore not P. The Earth is not a sphere.
I got to read that again.
Okay.
A neću ga ovde, udit ćemo se i ujutru.
Somebody's mic's feeding back. Go on mute.
Eli,
Yeah, who's ordering food?
Can you order it for all of us?
Yeah, I could. No, I don't need it. I'm set. Thanks. I appreciate it.
The real question, though, about the picture is, where is the horizon?
We'll get to that. Let him take his time through the argument.
Yo, Pap, are you following this?
You can follow
Well, my
along and be
question is-
muted at the same time. Just letting you know.
Well, I'm not gonna go do a whole math problem and type it out on slow mode.
Oh my God! It's only talking about looking at an image and telling us where the horizon is. Come on.
There's a bit of math in there too. 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Well,
why are they
that
using
part-
1.225 times?
That's what the
Geometry.
it's simple
Thanks for the coughing.
Pythagorean.
Can you
Sorry,
open up your mic and cough in the mic for us? That'll help out communication a lot.
I didn't do that yet today. So yeah, whoever it was, I don't appreciate it since I'm not the one.
Okay, but again, so there's 1.225.
That's
This is coming from
Yes.
The fact that the Earth is a sphere, a perfect sphere. Earth is not a perfect sphere.
Doesn't. No. Yeah. Really? Can you prove that?
Yeah, you can't prove that if they're saying, Bobby.
Yeah. So let's get back to the discussion. The reason that 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, that's just basic geometry of a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles. That's why I also put curve calculators in there. Every curve calculator, if you punch in your distances and things, it'll give you a horizon distance. That formula you're looking at right there is at the base of all flat Earth calculators. That's the formula that they use. Follow?
I follow the formula. I just don't understand why they're using that if the Earth is not a sphere.
It is a sphere. That's why they're using it. So to satisfy you, are you in live stream?
I mean, the heliocentric model says that the Earth.
Are you in live stream?
Yeah, I am.
All right. So at 11 minutes after the hour, this is from Andrew Thomas Young, the subject matter expert, San Diego State University, Astronomy Department. If H is in meters, that makes the distance to the geometric horizon 3.57 kilometers times the square root of the height of the eye in meters, or about 1.23 miles times the square root of the eye height in feet. If that doesn't do it for you, then we'll go to the University of Washington. So for all practical purposes, we can estimate the distance to the horizon using 1.22459 times the square root of the height, or perhaps even more simply as just 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height, which gives the distance in miles, which H is in feet. Does that do it for you?
And that's supposed to be the it is, right?
Yeah. Thanks. So we can get back to the argument. So
Do you get that, Bobby? Bobby, do you follow that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So Modus Tollins, any questions on the argument itself?
Nope.
Oh, you're good there.
Okay. So the evidence confirming that is just beneath it. It has Bye-Bye Ball. This photo was taken Miramar Beach in California near Santa Barbara. It was a video. We have the entire video. What I did was I took a snapshot of it, and all I did was color contrast it so I could bring the horizon out just a tad bit more, right? What we got here is we have an observer at 1 foot observer height. In fact, Bo, who did it, has said it was lower. We can show you the video. You can see that it's right down basically in the damn water. So that's not a problem. That's not in contention. So we have an observer height at 1 foot. He's looking out at these platforms, and we know the distance to the platforms. Platform Hillhouse, 6.21 miles away, and Platform Habitat, it's at 9.41 miles away. But on a sphere with an observer height of 1 foot, the maximum distance to the geometric horizon can only be 1.22 miles. Now, it can be closer, but it can't be further, because that would go further than the geometric constraints of a radius of 3959 ball would allow. You follow that logic?
Nope.
It can't be further than that because that would mean the Earth would be bigger than 3959.
Got it.
Way bigger.
Yeah. So
like real big.
Yeah. So as we can see here, where is the horizon in relation to Platform Habitat? Is it before it or beyond it?
I mean, isn't there science that explains this, that you're actually just seeing
No,
a mirage?
this has nothing to do with science whatsoever. Strictly geometry.
Pretty sure you're actually just seeing a mirage of the oil rig. You're not actually
It's
seeing.
not a mirage either.
Okay.
You don't know you don't know what a mirage is. You just exposed yourself again by saying it's a mirage. What is a mirage?
I
sir?
mean, I don't know shit about this. Like,
then why are you making claims?
No, that's why I'm here trying to learn. But you guys don't give anyone the opportunity
Pap,
to learn.
I'm not talking to Pap. I was talking to OGB.
All right.
Yeah, I'm following now.
OGB, you're following?
Yeah.
Yep. So the horizon is beyond Platform Habitat at 9.41 miles. Can we safely say that the horizon is 10 miles away?
Wait, say that again?
Can we safely say that the horizon is 10 miles away?
No.
We can't?
No, right?
Well, you got the platform habitat at 9.41 miles away, and the horizon is clearly way behind it. So we could safely assume it's 10 miles.
Okay, sure.
Even though it's likely 27 miles, but I can't confirm that, so I don't bring that up. But we can safely just say reasonably that it's 10 miles away. My next question is, how can the horizon be 10 times further than it should be? That's the end of the argument.
End of the globe.
Yeah.
How big is it, Quantum? We did the math once before, and it's like over 100,000 in radius, right?
Yeah. If you use Pythagorean formula with the horizon at 10 miles away, then that would make the Earth's radius 264,000 miles.
So like,
it's insane.
So it's like some Truman Show. Because you're the only observer.
Yeah.
Got you.
Yep. And to nail that nail just one little bit further.
And that's only minimum.
The image, the timestamp. Here you go. The timestamp screen shot from the same original video, right here, and the islands are at minimal 29 miles away.
There's refraction in it.
Say again?
There's refraction in it.
Refraction.
Refraction? What type of refraction are you talking about here? Say again?
I would have to look into refraction, right?
No, I'm just asking.
You
somebody
can't.
said,
Oh, I
"Not
got you.
refraction." I'm just.
Yeah, there you
refraction.
go.
Huh?
There you go, OGB. You can't.
You can claim refraction. That's
so
not
where
a
do
problem.
where do they come up with all this shit then? If this whatever you want to call it, right? Where do they come up with that shit?
What are you?
Which refraction?
What refraction was you?
What refractions? Which one are you referring to? Atmospheric refraction, terrestrial refraction, Snell's law.
Yeah, I mean, we've been taught, right, that whatever there's refraction, right? We've been taught.
Okay, good. So you're gonna change the horizon from 1.2 to 1.3 or 1.23 or something like that. Go. Okay,
No,
great.
yeah, no. Let me handle this one.
What?
You can't just say refraction because somebody said it. We got morons everywhere that say a whole bunch of things. So can we substantiate what refraction we're talking about first?
Yeah, I got you. No, you can't.
All right.
Now, what has a stronger refractive index, glass or water?
Don't care.
Isn't that quantum?
So now I have to go
something to
test,
think about.
right?
Isn't that quantum? How I understand that you need to have radius to have that.
You guys are funny.
Yeah, we're real comedians. So
the globe provides all the material, though. So
yeah, right, exactly. So is that it? Do you guys
Sure.
have an argument against this? If you don't, welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back, bathrooms on the left. DJ spinning requests. Smoke them if you got them.
I'll have to sit on that.
Okay.
The Earth isn't flat.
Yeah.
It clearly is not.
Congratulations.
All right. Do you need any other proofs, or you done right there? You know, I got a website full of them, right? You want the rest of them so you can go on your way and try to defeat them? I'll give them to you.
Bring them on.
Yeah, I will. There they are. Right there. Flat Earth proofs. Globe Terminator. Go through them. We can go there right now and go through one more if you'd like. Your pick.
Happy days. Everything.
You want to do flight, Do we want to do Bolivian salt flats? Do we want to do the Sea Sparrow Missile Block 1? Or don't go to the Coriolis. We'll be here all day.
Don't do Coriolis.
My bad. I didn't mean to click away, but you said check this link out.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to keep that in mind. But I'm out of here, guys. Thanks for the.
No. Can you wait a second? Only a second.
Sure. What?
I will. The Quantum posted only one video. I will post you 18 videos. So has
18.
Yeah, man. You need maybe 1 month, but it's cool. 1 month. Sit down there. Don't watch scientific movies. Watch this, and then after that, you can say this is bullshit or not.
Yeah, like I said, I have to sit on it. I'll think about it. But yeah. Anyway, thanks for the conversation, guys.
Okay.
Catch you guys later.
Yep.
Yeah, Earth is not a globe.
The Earth is flat. Don't live in the illusion.
Sorry, John, but I like to post this.
Oh, that's that's fine.
Yeah, great.
I agree. We do not live on a globe. So the Earth is not flat.
The Earth is not flat. What do you mean by that?
We've got mountains, valleys, hills.
Oh God.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Not
of course
again.
we do. Of course we do. It's a terrestrial plane. How does that sound? Is that more suited to your fancy?
Okay, smart
How
ass.
does this guy
What
have
does
a better role now?
Earth mean?
I think we could all
We live on a
agree
plane,
on
yes,
that.
I agree with that.
So we can move on from there. Okay.
What does Earth
The Earth
mean,
is not
smart
flat.
ass?
Okay, let's find now curve. We have mountains. That's all right.
Is the sea level?
Time out for a second.
Of course it's not
Because
level.
I was
It's
I
not
was
level 'cause it's
doing.
always moving.
Hold on a second. Elijah's speaking.
Yeah, I did something that it might have been by mistake by pocket dialing. Creation Bear, were you already a moderator with limited activity, or did I just give that to you?
Elijah was talking. I didn't hear you talk. Sorry, Elijah. But I was the one talking.
Creation's not in the chat right now.
Oh shit. Well, I guess he's a moderator with limited activity until later. Then, if whatever. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, my bad.
Get back to
Elijah,
Warden.
Elijah, you weren't impressed with the Earth's not flat because we got mountains. That didn't trigger you a little bit.
Oh,
Yo, so you're telling me
if that was PAP, I've been told him and that other guy that I'm done with them.
That was more than
No,
Clive. You know? He has a
it
better
wasn't.
role.
Yeah.
That
so
was Warden.
so you're
That-
telling me, Quantum, that the mountains are not flat?
Mountains are flat.
Okay, I'm going to ask the questions before I got so really interrupted. Is sea level?
No. Sea level.
Mountains are not flat, but we are measuring mountains referring to the sea level.
Yeah,
So
how does this
Warden,
guy have a better role?
sea is not level.
Is the level curved?
No.
What level curved?
How'd you get your flat Earth roll?
Is level
That's what I'm
curved?
wondering, yo. That's what I'm wondering.
We're talking
I
to
wanna
Warden,
ask-
right?
I want to
Warden.
answer to the fucking question. Don't just run past it. Okay. Is level curved?
No.
Level is level.
Is level curved?
Level is level.
Yeah, but I'm asking you to freaking. Okay, we know it's level. Is it curved?
No.
Level is level. It's not curved.
Yeah,
He's
it's
just
a
gonna
level
repeat it over and
curve.
over.
Is sea level curved?
I don't understand
No.
why he has flat Earth roll, guys. This doesn't make sense. That we're talking
Take
to
it
him
away.
and he has flat
Take
Earth
it
roll.
away. Take it away immediately.
That doesn't make sense. How did you get
No.
your flat Earth roll, man?
If I could do it myself, I would have
Chill.
already. I'll
So
take
I
away.
live in reality.
I'd take away his VC verified. No, I'm only kidding.
I'm just wondering why you are speaking like this. It's been
I'm
said
speaking
multiple
the truth.
times.
I'm speaking the truth.
Truth.
What's wrong with that?
Basic common truth, right?
Is the horizon curved?
Which one?
Sasha, stop.
Shush.
Oh, 3 people are asking me questions. I can't
Is
answer.
the horizon? It's only me here, bro. It's just me.
Right, okay.
Is the horizon curved?
The horizon is not curved, it is horizontal.
Is sea level curved?
No, sea level is sea level.
Okay, that's a relief.
He's flat earther.
So, say again, please. I was just asked a question.
Can we have drop in opposite direction?
He was just making a statement.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Back to the mountain thing. He said because we have mountains, it's not flat. Like what does that even mean?
So it's not flat. Yeah, could you elaborate a little more on that, actually?
Yeah, flat is an aspect. Right. So because we have hills, mountains, valleys, and everything like that, the aspect of the Earth is not flat.
Okay, so how do you describe Earth yourself? Not to be nitpicky or anything, but...
No. From what I know of Earth is we have topography, we have land, and we have sea. We have topography, and...
Is it safe to say horizontally extended plane with irregular surface?
I don't know how...
You don't think it's horizontally extended?
I don't know how extended it is, so therefore I cannot say that.
Horizontally extended with irregular surface. Hills, valleys, mountains. Is it safe to say that?
We have hills, valleys, and mountains, but to what
That's what I just said, bro.
Is it horizontally extending, though, is the question
Is it
now.
safe to say that?
From what I know...
He doesn't want to answer that.
I'm trying to answer it, but unfortunately, every time I say something, somebody always asks me a question.
Just relax, just answer the last one. It's
The
fine.
question was answered.
From what I know, is that the plane we live on, we've got hills, valleys, mountains, and sea and everything like that, and it is horizontal.
There we go.
Yep, horizontal's flat. Right? Isn't horizontal flat and level? Last time I checked, it was. Let's see if it's
Horizontal is
changed.
level, but flat is a different description.
No, it's not. Not the last time I checked.
Observation.
Not the last time I checked. 1 second. Let me check again.
If something is horizontal, it's flat.
And level. Yeah.
I'll
I'll check again to make sure they didn't change it.
No part higher than another.
Yep.
Flat, we've got mountains, hills, and valleys.
We know, we know we have those things. Yes, we have undulations of the surface. Okay. Yeah.
Hold on a second. Let's define the.
So that's
damn
why I
thing
say it's not flat.
Let's go define it. And so you said horizontal, and I said flat, and you said no, horizontal's not flat. Well, let's see. Dictionary.com at 28 minutes after the hour. Having no part higher than another, having a flat or even surface. So flat is level. Second definition, being in a plane parallel to the plane of the horizon, horizontal. So level is flat and horizontal. Down to Cambridge. Level,
Even
not rising or falling or higher on one side, but even in all directions, horizontal or flat. Looks like you're wrong. Right there, the first one from Cambridge, level. Not rising or falling or higher on one side, but even in all directions, horizontal or flat. Are all synonyms.
Now you know the correct definition.
Say again? Say again? I didn't hear that. Did somebody ask a question?
He said that Earth is not flat because we have mountains, but Earth is horizontal because we have mountains.
Who said that?
No, he's
I
practically
think
saying
Justin
Earth
was
is
trying
not
to say
flat
something.
because we have mountains, but
Yeah,
Earth is
I heard him
horizontal
say that
because we
3
have mountains.
times. I know.
Yeah,
God,
Justin or somebody,
Oh.
Justin or somebody did pop in, and I heard that as well. QE. I don't know where they're at though.
All right. So back to Wardenclyffe. You said that horizontal wasn't flat, but this says otherwise.
Yeah, it says it's flat. Yep. Okay.
So does that mean the horizon is horizontal?
No, the question that means that we can use flat. Or not?
Flat is an aspect.
Horizontal is not the aspect.
No, you said flat. So flat's an aspect.
Did John till now 5 citation about flat and horizontal is the same thing?
No, flat and horizontal are 2 different meanings.
What is your what is your book?
Dude, we just went over. I said, according to this definition, you're wrong. Right? And then you waited a couple seconds, and now you made the same debunk claim again. What the fuck?
What the fuck's with you?
What the fuck, man?
I don't care what you say. Fucking.
No, you don't care what I say. Well, that's all right. We'll just expose you without.
He doesn't say that other people saying that you are saying something opposite, man. He posted the citation of other people.
Now I recognize the voice. He's the one that, when I was talking about the table surface, he's the one that said, "Fuck your table." I recognize the voice now.
That's not Professor Phil. My bad. I thought it was Professor.
I'm still wondering how he got flat Earth roll. That just boggles my mind. Someone gave him flat Earth roll.
The Earth's not flat.
On flat tables like that.
The Earth is not.
Now he's saying it's not flat. So, dude, why are you here, bro? What, you want to debate? You want to learn? Why are you here?
I want to learn, but unfortunately, you lot.
What do you want to learn?
The Earth is not flat.
But it is.
It's not flat.
We've been saying it this whole time. We've been testing it this whole time, and you just keep saying it's not without even proving anything.
You've got mountains. You've got valleys.
Mountains. Oh,
here we go again.
You've got mountains and valleys.
Well, I'm gonna set myself apart from everyone else in all this ridiculousness. I heard you say it was a plane. That's fine enough for me.
Yeah, we live on a plane with topography.
Thanks.
Is a
But it's
plane
not flat?
I'm glad I got that information. I wouldn't want to.
Oh, yeah, right.
I wouldn't want to admit. No, don't cut
Elijah,
up.
what?
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Elijah, what the fuck did you just do? The dude was saying it's not flat and then suddenly admits that it's plane. What?
Yeah, we live on a plane, but it's not flat because you've got topography.
Oh my god, this is hilarious.
It's not hilarious. It's fucking truth.
Dude, you are the truth. Nothing.
Seriously hilarious.
78% of Earth it's water, you know, and that it's also what?
Can you prove that?
Can I prove that?
Nobody in here can prove
Prove
that.
78% of the Earth is
But
water.
that being the case, listen, I'm on your side. Nobody in here fucking knows that the Earth is 70% water. Nobody's verified that. That being the case, it's a plane. Flat is a description. The entire Earth is not, some 2D description. It's not that. That's fine. But it's flat though. And I don't know.
Okay, let's put like this. Have we more land than water?
We've been told that. I don't know. Do you?
Let's say it's the same.
Well, what? Could you verify that?
Yeah,
Is that
we're just using their claim as a hostile claim. With
That's
this,
correct.
quote unquote.
That's correct. Good point. Whoever said that? Who was that? That said that?
Bo. You know.
Yeah, you're exactly right. So if the Earth, as they say, is 75% water, and water always finds its level, which is flat, then is the Earth mostly flat?
You're saying if.
Yeah.
Right. So how can you prove if?
I didn't prove it. I just said, taking their story. Let me say it one more time. Taking their story, using them as a hostile witness, their claim is that the Earth is about 70 to 75% water. We know that water always finds its level. Therefore, if their claim of 75% is true, then most of the Earth is flat. Is that reasonable?
No, because water at rest is level.
No. Water at rest. Water at rest is definitely flat on the surface for sure.
I agree with that.
Did you just hold on? So did you just disagree with him, but then agree with him? What?
Yes, he did. Yeah.
He used the flat earth term to disagree, but it's the opposite. It's weird.
I can't believe I heard that.
This is genius. This is what Chris Rock level genius.
Why don't you ever let finish? Because you always interrupt everything I say, don't you?
It's not mostly flat because over water is level.
You're not Professor Phil, though, are you? I mean,
level's
forgive
not flat,
me.
right?
How many level horizons does it take to get a curved globe model in, Warden?
Oh no.
All right, I guess I'll let him answer your questions after mine, and then I'll just ask it again.
Are you going to let me talk, or are you just going to keep interrupting?
No one interrupted you. We heard you clearly. So don't
pause.
feel like a baller.
Okay.
Warden, how long do you want to talk for? 30 seconds, 40, 1, 2 minutes?
Right. What was the original question?
Oh my God! I told you to it twice.
This is ridiculous, guys.
Then you answered it. Now you're asking me what the question was again.
Because so many people kept on asking me questions, so therefore I forgot the
You
first.
clearly heard it. This is baller. You're acting like a baller. Seriously. Am I out of my mind? Who says? Do you guys think he's acting like a baller right now?
I do.
Yes.
I
Yeah,
don't.
he does.
What?
I don't.
I mean, it's plain, it's not flat. I mean, well, yeah, okay.
I mean, what is the
No,
point?
you're absolutely
What's your
correct.
point, Warden?
Q to the E, you're
Warden.
correct.
I mean, because I
Warden,
don't
do you
know.
have a
I
point,
don't
bro?
know. Maybe we have to ask him a better question that isn't flat, because it's not. Well,
Why
I
is
mean,
Maybe just
as
let him
for
make
the
his point.
definition,
Like,
flat being synonymous with horizontal. I mean, if you're going with that, you understand what we're trying to convey.
So
There's
what's
obviously topography. I mean, why can't we just leave it at that?
what's the definition of level?
No, I asked him a question. So
No,
that
man, I
you
was
guys
asking
can
you.
stop.
I was asking you.
Oh, my bad. What's the question?
I mean, because you're saying it isn't that he wasn't acting like a baller. When we say flat, and then he's saying no, it's level.
Okay.
And I think you said that we think I guess something about the I must have missed that last part about the being synonymous.
Maybe you did. I don't know. What are you trying to ask me? What's your question to me?
I thought you were disagreeing with us. I thought you were disagreeing with us where we were saying
no.
Okay.
He agreed with the terms we're all using, so there's no problem there. That being the case, we know that it's obvious there's no such thing as a flat object in this reality. We get that. So when we say flat, you know what we mean as per the definitions that QE read out, which is synonymous with flat, level, all of that.
Okay.
That being the case, what's the problem?
No, I was gonna ask you. I thought it was
Not you, him, man.
Oh, okay. Never mind. GG.
You want me to ask the question again? And everyone go on mute. I'm going to ask him the question for the third and final time. How about that? So no one interrupt. Here I go. So, taking their fairy tale stories, right? They say that the earth is 70 to 75% water. We know that water always finds its level. Now, if the earth is 70 to 75% water and the earth and the water always finds its level, then the majority of earth is flat. End of statement.
Can I answer now?
Yeah.
Right, lovely. The majority of water on the earth is moving all the time. So therefore, you've got valleys and hills and everything like that going into the water, right? So you've got tides and everything like that. So the water is not level, it's not stationary, so it's not level.
Thanks, man. Have a good one. I'm out.
Cheers.
Okay, and the point is, your point is what? I want to reach your point. We know all of that.
So let me ask you this: does it always stay in that position where it's like a mountain in a way? Because the way you're kind of describing it, I know it's constantly moving, but sometimes it's, I always say this, at rest, right? And mostly when the water is at rest, and we know that water usually stays at rest unless it's being agitated by wind or other things. It's usually pretty much level, which level meaning having a flat and even surface without slopes or bumps.
Yeah.
So then, would you not agree that the water, most of the time, unless it's being agitated by anything else, it's kind of level? I mean, otherwise it wouldn't be called sea level.
If the water is not being moved by something else, so the water is level, stationary, and then it is level. But if it's being moved by tides or whatever it is, then it's not stationary.
Of course, that everybody knows.
Yeah.
And
that's it.
Isn't that it? Isn't that it? Isn't that it though? Like, obviously, there's. I mean, look, because it's simple to know what we're talking about, but at the
Bumps
same
in the
time,
water. I'm sorry.
at the same time, semantically, I mean, I'm finding it difficult to disagree with them, right? That being the case, if there is an issue with the word plane, and there is, I mean, is it a big issue? How do we, because look, so 50% of the abyssal plains under the water. Well, there you go. It's called a plain. Then you have 1/3 of the Earth's surfaces that are also considered a plain. So this would be incorrect then, technically, right? According to you, according to the definition.
how plane can contain water?
Oh, Jesus fucking.
Wow. Let him answer the question that Elijah just.
We do all. I mean, am I crazy? Do we all recognize this?
I mean, I think he's just being heuristic.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but there's bulges, yes. Are there bulges in the oceans? Sure, there are. Tides, wind. You know, we learned about fetch and pitch. If you've looked into what wind does over distance, over water, that's measurable stuff.
But we know for a
Currents,
fact
tides.
still
Yeah,
we
yeah.
could still say that. I mean, so what that it's moving, right?
Yeah.
Think of a painting. Okay, so a painting, yeah, uh, it's not. You just say you have a painting and it's like of like the sea or something. It's not gonna be tipped to one side or another if it's level, right? It's not gonna be curving anywhere if it's level. So in that respect, it's level. While at the same time, though, there's gonna be the waves, obviously. But as far as the plane of reference, it is a plane.
Yeah, and it is
It's like it's
contained
like a
because
bowl of soup. Just
yeah,
because
yeah.
the bowl of soup, like if I blow in the bowl of soup and there's like waves and shit in it, it doesn't. What? So is it not level because I've got it sitting on a table? Like what?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we could probably stop arguing with yeah. I mean, I think he's just an heuristic person. He just
Yeah.
loves he just loves to argue. We can move to Seth. Him has no rows. I mean, 'cause I think this is just pointless. I mean,
Yeah, just there is interesting aspects to the conversation. What about the abyssal plains under the oceans? Huge expanses of nothing but flat. They call it the sea floor. Now, I've never heard anybody describe a floor being part of a curved surface. Have you?
Oh, we just lost the guy that was here with no row.
Oh, I probably scared him with the abyssal plains. Oh.
No, I was trying to get to him. I mean, we continue
my-
speaking to we continue speaking to this guy, which I mean, he's a flat earther, but that likes to argue, little semantics or whatever.
Yeah, it's okay. We got you, Warden Cliff.
Argue, but it's a case of you've got to refine your points.
Yeah, but we'd rather spend our time with you guys.
Not really, because I
Yeah.
mean, it again. Well, maybe we do. I mean, the whole fucking world needs a reset then, because again, a plane is a plane.
See what I'm saying? This is where QE left. I mean, there was no point after he said, "But there's waves and stuff." Duh. I mean, but that's just pretty much red herring in the conversation, because that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the water being, at some points is always yada yada yada.
Okay, yeah.
Elijah, can I ask you a question?
Who, me?
Yeah. Because I wanted to ask you, did I understand this well? For me, this was like this. You are speaking to me, Sasha Liz, from Los Angeles to New York, it's 400 miles. And I'm telling you, like, Elijah, that's not true. You cannot use miles. It's 600 kilometers, man.
What's the question?
It was like using that like a. I don't understand how people when you even I understand why.
I don't know. I kind of.
I don't understand how people don't understand you.
I didn't see him as the problem though, because you guys asked him a question. He already said it's a plane with topography, and then we said, "But is it flat?" If you go to the definition, it's like, well, there's flat, which doesn't exist in our reality, but there's flat the way that we use it.
Yeah, but
So it's our fault for not just saying fuck it, whatever. It's a plane. There you go.
Yeah. But listen, this I can say like this. Listen, Elijah, you are saying flat, but I don't like to use this term. It's better to use plane because that it's better to blah blah blah, and something like that. And he doesn't put anything energy on that and to saying do not people use flat, use the plane because this is better thing for blah blah. On the end I didn't reach the point. Is he flat earth or what is going on?
That is well, he said the plane, and then at the end of all of it, he said you guys have to use better terminology. So
Again, this Flatwood is just normal. This oh shoot, bring out the word. Just for it's a controversy thing, which the Earth isn't flat. We definitely know that because that's ridiculous. There's topography. There's all kinds of shit. I mean that again is there. We use is that word is used just because it just sets off somebody. It sets people off. It's all it is.
Because it's like the standard straw man. It's one of the standard flat Earth straw men that the Globers use. It's one of their common. It's a common tactic. They go, "Oh, don't you guys know that there's mountains? Don't you know there's waves in the ocean?" Like that,
I mean, but it brings the conversation. Even though it's retarded, because
somehow it's strange because it's fresh, somehow because Bev also on Nathan's show moved that and it was good, blah blah blah. And in these days, somehow it started to be fresh. Like, let's speak about this.
And honestly, I think it is a good conversation. And sorry if Wardenclyffe, if you feel like we're kind of grilled you there. So,
yeah.
No, I just took offense at being called retarded because it's like I live in reality and I know there's mountains, there's valleys, there's hills, there's everything like that.
Great.
We all do.
What do you think? Do you think that Earth is a globe?
You know what you only know from the books and the people that are saying
Time out.
That's
Time
okay.
out. Time out. Why the fuck, Sasha? Why'd you interrupt him? He said he took offense to someone calling him retarded when obviously he understands that it's. I mean, as far as the definition of flat is concerned, nothing like that exists, which is correct. Why would he then be called retarded?
We should respond to that.
And then you respond by like, no, that's not right.
Why should we respond to that, Sonny? I mean, he's definitely correct.
So here's the thing. Yeah, being called an idiot. So I would suggest here. Suggestion. What I would suggest is try to separate the information from personalities. If you don't like somebody's approach, that's not really on that person. How you react to it is on you. So I suggest.
I haven't attacked anybody tonight.
No, I know.
No, not you.
I know. I wasn't saying that. I realized someone called you a name. This does happen. I'm not saying it's right, wrong, or indifferent. It is what it is, and I like we're a free group here. We're individuals, so we all have our different approaches, and the way we speak, the words we use, are all different. And so try to separate the personality from the principle of the matter, and I think that might be useful.
Yep. All right. So we do have a few people with VC verified. I don't know if you have spoken to them, right? Hold on, Horton. I mean, we can move on from this. I mean, I don't unless you want to get the last word in.
No, I didn't hear what you just said because
I was trying to address the new people that are here.
Right.
I don't know if they have spoken to them yet. Is Ultron, Iteration, Ragnos? Yeah, one more.
Yeah, I've only been here for a couple of days, but I love listening in. Been researching for about 3 to 4 years, probably closer to 3. But yeah, I've only just learned about the Discord, so I just love listening in. I think there's some great conversations. I during the mornings I can't really talk too much. I draft a lot of paperwork in the morning, but I love listening in and hearing the conversation. So maybe in the afternoons, I'm Pacific time.
Oh, okay.
Maybe in the afternoons I can chime in. But I love hearing. Yeah.
Sweet man. Welcome to the server.
Appreciate it.
Ultron. So I was reading your about me, and you're saying the world is a matrix. Go figure. Or at sleep. I mean, how come the world can't be a water ball in vacuum of space?
Hello.
Hey, Ultron, how you doing?
Did you see the email? Yeah, I'm fine.
So you think
Yeah,
the Earth is a matrix?
yeah. I woke up 3 years ago. I was no, not a simulation matrix, but uh, like you know, the whole outer space heliocentric system.
Okay.
It's all made up. It's all made up. It's made up to control the mind of people, keep them busy.
That's welcome to Flat Earth.
Ah, I got you.
Yeah, it's a matrix to keep them busy, you know, to because they don't have any questions anymore. They tell them everything about the world. They have no reason to believe in God. So that's why I call it matrix, because people have no reason to believe in God. So they believe in government
Yep.
because of that. And they have faith in scientists because of this. So they believe in CGIs and animations as truth. Not all of them are even looking into the globe Earth, and they have really no chance to ever wake up about flat Earth
Yeah.
because subconsciously they all believe they know, because in school teachers told them where they live in. Then movies, they just continue the propaganda. So globe is just a trend. It's not real.
Yep. 100% agree with you. They got taught this in school. 2+2 is 4. They taught the ABC, so that they believe everything they were told.
Most of them even lack the idea of flat Earth, the possibility of Earth being flat. Because of the censorship now, they have no chance.
No, I mean, I think it starts with school, man. When they always tell you, when especially with the story of Columbus, where they say where they thought they were gonna go over the edge and with the boat or
There
whatever.
is an outer space, because when there is no curve, Earth is not a ball.
Yeah.
So when Earth is not a ball, then it is obvious that it's flat. So sun and moon, they can't be far from this plane. There is no outer space possible.
That's right. We also
So
have Geomancer.
yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
my friend, to cut you off. But yeah, welcome to the server, man. I hope you find more information, and I mean, you definitely like you said you've been woke up for like 2 or 3 years doing research, so definitely you're
Yeah.
welcome to Flat Earth, my friend.
Okay, thanks.
Geomancer. I think he's been here before, right? I think I've seen him here. Am I correct, y'all? I've spoken to Geomancer. Asking for a friend. Everybody's quiet now.
Can't say as I've heard them talk yet, mate.
We got a Glober here. What's up, Glober? Yeah, you're the only one here. Pucarel. I was like puke. Somebody changed his name to Barth. All right, man. Y'all could definitely continue with semantics. No, I'm just kidding. Warden. I know I cut you off with the last. You were gonna say you had something to say. You busy, puke? Sorry, my English is not bad, not good. I guess I killed the conversation. Sorry, y'all. I want to try to, get the new guys in here.
Well, there's Warden Cliff.
Colbeck?
Oh yeah, but Ward, I think that's the one we were speaking to earlier with somebody calling
Warden?
or
Yeah,
whatever.
he had the flat Earth roll, and yeah, it was very weird how he had a flat Earth roll.
He is a flat earther. I mean, he can't technically say flat. He thinks that using the word flat is a very bad bad term. In other words.
Oh, poor baby doesn't like the stigma.
I'm not about the stigma. I don't think it's about the stigma. I think it's just because it's really nothing is really flat. But
Well,
yeah, some people don't like stigmas either. That's true. What was that one guy that was here? He was like, I mean, I can't be he was really having a problem, even though he knew we were right. He was like, I just can't be a flat earther.
that's how I started out, man. That's how it started for me. I was like, no fucking way. I can't be a flat earther. I'll get made fun of. But it's the truth. What do I do? So I lost a lot of friends, and I remained in the truth.
Not true friends, then, my friend. Not
Absolutely
true
right.
friends.
Yep. Yeah, we got a few people that are just VC verified in here. If anybody wants to speak up, let's see, Inc, MK Ultra, you're VC verified, no roles. Other than that,
I think he's been here he's been here for a while.
yeah. I mean, I just
Yeah.
I see a non-rolled person, and I'm like, let's fix that.
I think now you can't. They don't get roles. It takes a little bit to get a role.
I see. Well, anyway.
And by the way, y'all, watch out for Marty. I think his name is Marty. Fe. So the dude earlier started answering questions like he was a flat earther. I was like, dude, you don't sound like a flat earther. You're saying some weird stuff. I muted him. I took him to VC level, VC Livestream 2 to speak to him. I told him, okay, give me 3, things saying that you're, the Earth is flat, yada yada yada. He mentioned in none of the 3 he mentioned the Earth being flat. I mean, measuring the Earth. He went to the moon. He went somewhere else. Yeah. I was like, dude, you're definitely not a flat earther. What would you lie? And he busted out calling me the N-word. Didn't get mad or whatever. I was like, didn't get mad, whatever. I told you, and after that, he wanted to ask me 3 more questions. Let me know. He wanted to ask me questions. I was like, okay, go right ahead. He's like, let me ask you this: your English is not your first language, right? I was like, no. But what does that has to do with anything? I was like, dude, I'm just gonna server ban you because he's trolling, trying to be flat earth or whatever. And then he's like, went to my DM, started talking, telling me some shit. Then he went to go look for me in Twitter and look. He's like, he followed me in Twitter. I was like, this dude is just a complete weirdo.
Yeah.
Yeah, Marty Fe.
I'd never seen him, but now I'm gonna not talk to him.
Yeah, he should be in
Oh, I remember that dude from, was it yesterday? I think I remember him from yesterday.
I think he went to the YouTube what's his name over there at Nathan's or something too, because he was saying something about going to Nathan's.
The way he did his name, it almost looked like Martyr.
Yes.
That's what I noticed.
Martyr Fe.
That's not what it was. It's like if you switch those two letters.
Hello? I can say something?
Hi.
Yeah. The globe is like, it's a 3D model of flat Earth.
They said what
Right?
about the globe?
Globe is like a 3D model of flat Earth. It looks like that.
I don't know. I don't know if I
Couldn't
agree with
quite
that.
understand. I couldn't understand you either. Could you slow down or type it in the voice?
Yeah, so
He's
says
saying the globe is a 3D representation of flat Earth. He's asking if that's the case.
If you're asking if a globe, what, like a classroom globe? Like what model? It's the reifications. They're.
Yeah. What
are you trying
makes
to ask?
okay? So what's the question? Why are you asking that question, Ultron?
Yeah, because I heard Carl Sagan, he used to talk about flatlanders and we living in 3-dimensional space. So it's like they're like telling in plain sight, It's just a 2D. Flat Earth is like a 2-dimensional, which they turn into 3-dimensional globe. It's not real. It's just they turn it into 3D model.
Well, models aside, Earth is measurably flat and stationary.
Yeah.
So that's kind of,
Yeah.
at least for me, I try not to focus on models, what they are, why they exist, whatever. I didn't make the model. I wasn't privy to, I'd have to have it explained to me. And that just means I need to ignore my senses. I don't feel that we're stationary. I know I've measured and I see it, that it's flat. Those things are big.
Yeah.
I don't have to trust a model to know that stuff. But anyway.
Yeah, it's just a thought experiment I did.
Sure.
It looks like a 3D model of flat Earth. They didn't came out with their own original idea. They just turn a 2D model into 3D model and say it's our world. It's just
Well, sure.
people don't try to verify what they are saying. They just take it as fact.
Yeah, they just take it as fact. Yeah, they're saying, hey, look, this is the first model that anybody ever thought of that doesn't match reality, but accept it because we did a lot of work on it. People spent their whole lives studying this. So, yeah. Are you a flat earther or globe earther?
Me, I'm flat earther.
Okay, yeah, kind of sounds like
documentaries. I got documentaries also, like Lost History of Flat Earth and What on Earth Ever Happened. These are like new editions, few months ago.
Sure. Okay.
So,
yeah, so to me, yeah, models don't represent reality, no matter how much somebody wants to believe it. So, yeah.
Yes. They still use wordings like spaceships because in Bible, they said there is water above. So this NASA still use ships wording. Like whosoever is smart will understand why they are using ships, dogs, And ISS is like they are not came up with original ideas of themselves. ISS looks like to me it's like a submarine. Even though it's a hoax,
good
it's
point.
not real. Yeah, they didn't came up with
Well,
their original. They didn't like worked very hard to came up with some, some
some
creative ideas.
excuse.
They just think, it's just so easy for them. They're not even trying hard to fool people.
To be using a medium like pools, like those big pools, and they're all proud of it and stuff. Like, because they're using the medium with scuba assistance, because that matches what they're saying the medium of space is. Is that right? What? Like, has nothing to do with the medium, has nothing to do with the medium of the vacuum of space. Craziness.
Yeah. Hey. They say, hey, outer space is just like being underwater. Well, that's convenient. You don't even have to go out outer space, then, do you?
It's not even close.
Right.
Hey, can I share another thought?
Yeah.
One
It's
would
like
be one would be a compression in. The other one would be an different implosion or something.
Right. Go ahead, Ultron.
Yeah, I was like looking into Apollo landers, the way they look like Apollo 11 on moon. It's not real, but I was studying that why they shape like that. So moon landers are like spider, they have spider legs.
Spider.
Yeah, it's like a big tinfoil bug.
Should have called it a spider lander.
Yeah, the lunar spider.
Yeah, they're using spider like it's a symbolic for me, like a spider web, It's a trap.
Sure, yeah. I can see that.
Yeah, so I was like amazed, because it looks like a spider. I thought they just came up with this, but they put their a little bit brain in that.
Well, it's true. Nothing that these people perpetrate is without some kind of symbolism. It's never just what you're presented with. There's always something else going on. They're always trying to signal each other and trying to create this kind of reality that they want, right? By lesser magic, and so everything they do is lesser magic.
The science itself means science. SINGNS.
Signs, yeah.
SIGN. Yeah, science. They're
Now,
not doing real.
let me disclaim this real quick. Sorry, these are my opinions that I'm sharing about this stuff. I don't speak for anybody in this server when I say those things about them. So just to say that.
Yeah, no
Sorry,
problem.
So go ahead, Ultron.
Yeah, I just take that they're not speaking about real science. When they say science, it's just something else.
It's called scientism or pseudoscience. Do you know what pseudoscience is?
Yeah, fake science.
Right, not science. Yeah.
They just came up with that, and nobody was there in power to oppose them. So that's why it's indoctrination. Nobody can say something officially against them. They are powerful.
Mm-hmm. They give themselves the non-existent power. We buy it, and then they have the power. Simple as that.
Yeah, people have like I was global for all of my life. 3 years ago, I was a glober, but then I came across so many videos on Flat Earth, like OTV, Eddie Bravo, and then I came to realize it's all CGI. It's not real photographs. Like how Apollo missions were hoax. They are not real.
Oh yeah. Well, you know
It's
why
not-
the space footage isn't in space. You know why, right?
Yeah, I watch American Moon documentary also. So
Well,
everybody,
yeah, but a
yeah.
simpler explanation as to why that no one can go to space. Do you know why that is?
There is dome up there, so no one can. They even try to break it.
Sure. That's still all speculation. Here's what we know. There's a natural law that exists
Yeah,
here on
there is
Earth.
vacuum up there, so there can be water and air, gas pressure, and all that.
Correct. Right.
David Weiss was talking about it, and I was like, I never even noticed that. Like vacuum will
Yeah.
suck out all the atmosphere.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
I didn't try to say, oh no, David Weiss is not saying truth, but it's just a fact. Air can't exist in vacuum.
So far as we know, see, the problem with that piece of the story is they claim a vacuum that cannot be reproduced on Earth. So that's a really big red flag. They kind of stumble over their own feet on that one.
They're
You know what I
just
mean? The
speaking.
strongest vacuum on Earth isn't what they claim space is.
Yes.
So how would they even test that? How do you test that? Yeah, because there's no way to get around the gas pressure without a container.
It's just witchcraft, It's not science. N- Nobody is there to oppose them like in old days. People were very conscious about these kind of people. When they ever came up with these kind of ideas, people were responsible and self-conscious. They used to protect them. But nowadays they are just too rich, they can speak anything, and they control people's mind so easily. Indoctrination is so easy these days, and YouTube is now also, it's very tough now to find truth.
We accept the reality with which we are presented.
It's simple as that.
Yep. Well, cool, dude. It's good talking to you, man. Stick around. You do sound like a flat earther, and you sound like a critical thinker. It's just my opinion. That's good. Very good.
Yeah, I try to have my own independent thought because it feels like I'm just repeating what everybody is saying.
Yep. To me, the good news is the arguments on their side stay the same or get worse. So it's not like we have a hard job here. Not really. So it's just now it's all about people having the capacity, like you and I, to see all angles, right? And pick what resonates, not what I want to believe based on what I've been told my whole life.
There is no
Yeah,
believing.
go ahead.
There is no believing in truth. Truth is just about knowing.
Well,
When
yes.
I came to know about flat Earth, I didn't act it like, oh no, it's wrong. It's a fact. I listened many voices, many people. Then I came to realize, yeah, Earth is flat. They're lying. It's just what rich people do. Control people's mind to stay rich.
Yep. That's a lot of other reasons too, but definitely that. Yeah. I mean, someone's like,
Yeah,
why
I
would they
know all
lie?
those.
Just say, well, they get millions and billions of dollars. What wouldn't you keep a lie going? I mean, come on. But see, that's the thing. We can't put ourselves in those people's shoes. I can't speculate as to why someone would continue to be a pile of garbage person like that, because I would never choose to do it, right?
I don't even like this question. It's not even sensical in itself. Why do they lie? They are lying because they are evil. I mean, good people doesn't lie. Only bad people lie.
Exactly.
And they are rich. They don't have anything to do in their lives. Uh, they have only agendas. They are like they have so many plans.
Well, they
And
think they do until they don't. That moment is coming up real short, real quick. We're not going to take
that's
too
what
much more of this.
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for.
Won't have to wait
I mean,
long.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm ready to do
Yeah.
something if
When,
someone else, if there's a group I can join to spread truth. That's what I mean. That's what I'm talking about. Flyers everywhere, litter the place.
I
Word
see
of mouth.
I see the problem, because not everybody read Bible. Here in India, because I am from India, not everybody is reading Bible. They don't believe in one God. So they don't have any flat earth concept in their mind to challenge the globe. All their life they always heard about globe. They have nothing to challenge globe. So it's not
They don't
easy
want
to
to.
wake up.
Yeah, they don't want to. It's like taking the bottle away from baby. It's literally what it is. Baby's going to scream and cry if you take that bottle away. That bottle is the most important thing to that baby while it's hungry.
Yeah,
And
I
you give
mean
the
it's
bottle
not
back.
even.
You give the bottle back and it could be poison, but they're still going to start sucking on it. Do you feel me? They just want that
Yeah.
bottle.
Yes. It's how primitive brain works.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it wasn't easy for me to wake up. I mean, I've gone through depression, panic attacks. I mean, it's so much to, it's not easy to wake up. It's costly to wake up. And I see people around me, they're like satisfied already. They think, I mean, they have this concept of life in their mind. When
Yeah,
you're a kid, you go to school. When you grow up, you go to college. Then to go to the job and spend your youth there. Then get old and die off. I mean,
yeah. People
people around
live up
me.
to Go ahead.
Yeah, people around me. Uh, talk with me like, why you want to learn about space and what is truth? Why are you wasting your time? Just learn about what will make you money. So this is the common sense in people these days. They are not even trying. They don't even know about the globe yet. When they will ever have any chance to challenge that globe, wake up to reality. I mean, I'm talking about so many people.
Yeah, the majority of people. They want to be ruled over. They want to be led because they don't want to do the work themselves to figure out what's truly going on and to forge their own way.
Yeah. 3-4 years ago, it was very trending to look for conspiracies, look behind the veil, what's going on. But
Yep.
these days, internet is gone. It's all YouTube and it's all basic social media. There is no internet anymore. Nobody have any interest in dark web, dark net. They don't look for what's happening in reality. They are happy with mainstream media and they took all that as truth. But 3-4 years ago, it was very common sense that media lies and truth is in dark net. It's behind the veil. You have to look for conspiracies. But yeah,
Yeah.
this is a change I see, and it is so fast.
Can I get a
I think. Yeah, Mimas, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. How well can you hear me?
Pretty well.
Okay, good.
It's a little muffled, like it's got some low mids going on, but no, don't worry about it. You sound fine. Old Tehran, brother, you there? You might want to reconnect, Ultron, so you can Seems like your mic is perhaps not working. How are you, Mimas? And now he's gone.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah.
So, seemed like your mic kind of went out.
Yeah, network problem. It's fine now.
Yeah, no problem. Good. Okay. So how long you? So you say you've been into flat Earth for 3+ years, Ultron?
Yes. So I watched this lost history of flat Earth, and the guy says with evidence it's just 200 years. 200 years ago, it was a totally different life. Our ancestors, you talk about them. So yeah, it blew my mind.
Yeah,
Because
it tends to do that.
whatever he speaks, he shows evidence. And the architecture of the old, yeah, people look like grasshoppers. They can't build all that.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. Huge structures, gorgeous, immaculately, perfectly built. It's crazy
Yeah,
stuff.
it's so hard to really. It's so hard to really, react to all that. I know it's all truth, but it's like I lack the capability to really give any feedback on that because just blowing my mind.
You're cutting out again, my friend.
Hello?
Yep, you're back.
Yeah.
Yep, no, I feel you there. You're totally right. Most of our history, in my opinion, most of our history has been hidden and erased so that whoever owns and runs things now can develop the narrative for their liking, for their agenda.
Before listening to Lost History of Letter, I was like, elites can't be that powerful. But the way that guy tells the truth, they're powerful.
Yeah,
But not
listen.
powerful than God.
No, hell no. Don't say that. In fact, again, in my opinion, it's the energy we give to it. So if you run around saying they're powerful, well, you're giving them power. But what I try to do is laugh at them. I call them losers. All these people who think they're in charge, taking from us, taking, they're losers because they can't actually create or do anything for themselves. They're taking our creative, divine energy and using it for their gain. That's a loser, in my opinion. So I just laugh at them. Just be like, is that the best you got? Are you kidding me? Best you got is some masks and injectables, and that's it? We're going to stop you. We're going to stop you. And that's all there is to it. So that's the energy I like to put out there.
Yeah, with all that power that they have, with all that power that they have,
we give them the power.
Still I am awake. They didn't able to fool me.
Sure. Yeah, no, sounds like they haven't fooled you. It's good.
They tried billions of dollars. Yeah, they spent billions of dollars, and yet they didn't fool me. And I didn't spend even $1 to wake up.
That's a good point. Yeah, for sure. It doesn't cost anything but your pride, your ego. Supposed to leave that at the door. Then it's really easy to absorb the information.
Yeah, I must say that people helped me, like our TV channel and the songs that those songs I still listen. Those songs help me a lot.
Yeah, ODD is cream of the crop, man. Without him, there'd be a lot less awake, critically thinking, awesome people in this realm. Yeah, and there's awesome
Like,
people that everybody else is awesome in their own way. They need to wake up so we can actually start living here instead of serving here. But I
yeah,
digress.
but RTV came up with high quality content. It just entered into my brain, in the centers of my brain. Because of RTV, it was so easy to wake up.
Well, that's how you know you were supposed to. A lot of people, I don't know, because I also did not struggle with realizing the truth. But there are people who just
panic attacks.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I did got some panic attacks along the way, but now it's easy because I found so many people. Not some people.
Good.
So it's
Yeah. Well, that's all it takes, man. The best to me, the best part is the community and the fellowship that we're developing.
Because around me there is not even a single human being who is the flat earther. They can't even think about such things. They are busy in their lives and entertainment. Not everybody even speak the English language. Even if it's not just easy for them. It's so tough. But it's not really that tough. If you wanna wake up, you will.
That's true. Yeah, you got to want it, and we're lucky that our want to know the truth came naturally.
Yeah. And then this guy, this Elon Musk, it's all novel. It's a novel. It's just a story.
Oh yeah.
It's just a story written. It's just a story fulfilling, and it's just a joke on face of the earth.
Well, that's how I know it's flimsy and it's going to fail pretty soon. You know what I mean? They're just out there laughing at us, and sooner or later they're going to drop too many balls and just be like, "Well, here they come."
Yeah. It takes a lot of years to build an empire, but it takes days to destroy it.
There you go. I like that
yeah.
attitude. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it fails so easily. It's just a natural law. A tree takes a lot of time to grow, but it takes just half an hour to cut it off.
Mm-hmm.
So elites will lose so easily. They fear us waking up because we are we just work for money these days because we have a lot of people are asleep. They think money is their god.
Right, and all it takes is opting out of society. Get rid of your cell phone. Cancel all contracts with any governments and try to just live on your own with a community of people and everybody, pitching in. That's it. Not communism, but just a community.
Communism is a bad idea.
That's like what we used to have, or at least we're told we used to have. If they break up the family like this, we're done. And I mean the human family as well as individual family groups.
Yeah, I believe without God there can't be any real communism because we need a leader.
We don't need a leader. No, we don't. That's the worst. That's the worst part. No, we don't need a leader. We need to take charge of ourselves individually. We don't need anybody to tell us what to do. We never have.
No, I'm saying we need God.
Sure. I'm not going to speculate about that because that's still something that's not empirical.
I mean, we can say that.
But I guess that's what we've been doing the whole time. So never mind. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, we know Earth is flat. So we also know that it's not an accident that we are here. God is real as Earth is flat.
Yep.
So God is not going to just sit there when majority of people will wake up. So we will have communion with God like in real time. And that will change everything.
Well, I hope so. Yeah, I hope so. And in the meantime, I feel like it's our duty to do everything we can to reverse the flipping upside
Yeah,
down of morals and
we can
ethics.
try like we can try like Moses, but it's only God way, God's real way, which really works. We can try like Moses, but it's gonna take decades. But when God will do, it's not going to take decades. It will take just a decade.
Yeah. Yep. Well, I'm saying that there, all I can control, God or not, is what I do.
God never really intervene in our own business. God just never intervene. God just send help, and there is no say in that.
I don't know. You're not gonna like my stance on this, my friend. Religion
Yeah.
is
No, I'm not
belief
talking about
systems.
religion. I'm not talking about
No, I
religion.
know.
Religion simply means meeting back with our true self.
Right, but to speculate on what a creator thinks or why it does what it does, to me, it doesn't work, right?
Yeah, we can't understand what God thinks.
Exactly. I think it would be arrogant to assume that.
Totally.
Yeah, that's
We
exactly
will never
what.
know what God thinks.
It's
We just have
exactly
to
what.
keep our faith. We just have to tell God that we are in God's team.
We don't
That's
have to tell God anything.
yeah,
I
God
don't
knows.
think.
God knows.
Yeah, we don't have to say anything.
Yeah, no
In
problem.
fact, if you want to say something to God, in my opinion, if you want to say something to God, do it with your actions. Don't talk about it, be about it. And that's saying something to the
Yeah,
whole world.
yeah.
Yes, problem is though, at least with this, is like we are actually getting a lot done talking about it here on servers like this, right? And word of mouth conversations. So talking about it, and that's I guess my point is now we need to start talking and doing. So and it needs to happen quick. We're still
Yeah.
all on our laurels, including myself. I'm not innocent of this, so but something is the zit's gonna pop here pretty soon in one way or the other. You know what I mean? It can't just stay like it is forever.
Yeah. Jungle.
Pimple's gonna pop.
Yeah, jungle catches fire so fast. So
Wait, what? Jungle?
yeah, I'm just giving an example. That
Oh,
truth,
it's funny that you say that.
yeah, truth spread fast.
Oh, sure, yeah. It's a fire that it's a noble fire, so it takes off pretty quick. It's righteous.
Yeah, I'm watching that because in just 4 years there is not this 24/7 Discord also. People are talking about that flat earth. It wasn't happening
Yeah,
like few years back. So I mean,
you
it's
know,
so much progress in just 4 years.
absolutely, man. And what's cool about this server is it's on it's a gaming platform, and so we constantly get people that come in because a friend said something and this, that, and the other, and it's usually gamers.
Yeah.
And they're always online talking to each other. So there's thousands of people out there right now. Flat Earth comes across their lips here and there, or some people are considering it, some people are making fun of it, all kinds of stuff. But it's getting out, man.
Yeah, my own friend circle, there are round earthers and there are flat earthers there. They don't talk about that because they think they will lose the game.
Sure.
They will get kicked out of their games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I get it. I totally get it. There's a stigma there, and for anybody listening that's a young person trying to figure out this place, the one thing that is the worst virus is living in fear of what other people think of you.
Yeah.
Once you get rid of that fear, well, as many fears as you can, FEAR, false evidence appearing real.
Yeah.
Once you get rid of that, boy, I'll tell you what, pun intended, the sky is the limit.
Sky will always be a limit. It's
Yeah.
nobody can escape that.
Yeah, for sure. Jimmy, you're there, buddy. It sounded like you wanted to say some stuff. What's up, dude?
Yeah, earlier I was trying to say there's a verse in the Bible that says that his ways are above our ways. And then there's other verses that'll say his worst is still better than our best. So I don't think we'll be able to understand exactly why everything now is going on the way it's going. But the thing that can be, trusted upon is that it's going to come out better than the mind of the people think it's going.
Yeah. God has patience more than everybody.
And I spent a lot of time acting a fool while I was in the army, and I did all of my flat earth communicating in person while I was at work. So, you can reach somebody across the internet, or you can put your voice out on the web or whatever, but the people that I think you can actually influence the most would be the people that's around you, because instead of them, logging off and, tuning you out or muting you or whatever, when you're in person with somebody, they can't mute you. The best they can do is walk away from you and not continue to have the conversation. But, learning the talking points and finding out the pull and slip noose, you can give them that one thing that they can't think about right away, and they'll chew on it and they'll think about it for an extended period of time, and they're either going to come back to you and say, I've been thinking about that and wanted to get what you was talking about, but they'll completely dismiss you. But either way, when you actually talk to somebody in person, they're not going to be able to just immediately dismiss you. And
They just usually say to me, mind your own business. Not everybody have this, They say don't invade my own privacy. If you are learning for yourself. Learn for yourself. It's not easy. People don't even listen.
No. I don't have a social media other than a YouTube channel and this Discord. And so the way I keep up with my family is there's this massive family text chat that we've got going on. And
That's all you should need, man. That's it.
yeah. And there'll be a handful of times everybody's, going through their problems. And like the other day, my brother was like, all right, to all you Pentecostals, all you potheads, and all you flat earthers, I don't care anymore. And then, I threw in the flat earth thing in there, and then, it broke the silence. And because it got hot and heavy in there. And then I used
Where was this?
on my family text.
Oh, shit, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, man,
So-
that sucks, too, because out of context is the name of the game with texting.
Yeah. But the context of the chat, what was going on was my brother was going through some personal problems, and my family was trying to give him advice on stuff, and it wasn't working out, or he wasn't accepting it or whatever. And so I used Flat Earth, and I was like, here's all these lists of things that we know we can't have. And the tone changed a little bit, right? Like, my brother laughed at it. Everybody stopped talking for a hot minute, and then my grandmother went back to her. Well, it's the evening. I'm about to have dinner, and
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, man,
Most
you're go ahead, Ultron.
most of them say that if it's a globe or it's a flat, it doesn't affect my life. Those people don't have any self-respect, and they don't have any enthusiasm to learn about what's reality really is. This is what they say. We don't care.
Yeah,
They don't
it's
have
like
self-respect. They don't
well,
feel
yeah,
bad that they are being fooled. They don't feel bad. I felt anger, but they don't feel bad about anything.
well, that's because it's this way to me. It's like telling someone their favorite football team has been rigging the games the entire time and they haven't actually been winning. You know, like
Yes. For me, it was all about self-respect. People are fooling me. No, they can fool me. I'm going to learn about what's really going on. But some people say, "Oh no, we don't care. We don't care," and that's why majority of them they really don't care.
they say, God forbid I don't have this life anymore, this job, this participation in this contract with operation, which
But
is
they seem happy to me. They seem very
huh?
comfortable. They seem satisfied to me. I call them
Yeah.
satisfied people. They feel
Yep.
fulfilled with their lives.
Yeah,
I
and
mean,
they're just settling. They're just settling for a set of expectations
you my
placed
my
on them.
my, my own friend is settled down already. He is just 27 and he is settled down already. He doesn't care what sun is, what sky is. None of this ever come to his mind. Nobody really cares.
Well, that's the genius of this place, I think, is it's set up to distract us from what truly matters. Pleasures of the flesh. I mean, they run deep, man,
Yeah.
and it takes a while. Even once I woke up to a lot of this stuff, it was hard I had to train myself out of a lot of behavioral patterns, a lot of go-tos for coping mechanisms and such.
Yeah, it was very tough for me. There was a inner voice in my head which always says to me, "Why you care? Stay away from all that. You will have no profit from knowing the truth." And it was very hard to fight with me, but I won.
Yeah, man, good. This is one of the hardest. So cliche that I use all the time is the hardest things in life are the things most worth doing.
Yes.
Yeah, I would say that's true because whenever I broke out of the bubble, I ended up finding out that, there's this big system going on, right? And one of the things I ended up doing was looking into their subliminal symbology. And so there was like this year long, like I didn't listen to music, I didn't watch any movies, I stopped playing games for a little while. And my wife actually communicated to me, like, I would actually like to sit down and watch a movie with you without you analyzing the thing and getting up and walking away. And so I had to muscle through movies and video games so that I can have interactions with my wife and my kids.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard for me to see just a movie and don't analyze it because they spread breadcrumbs like the symbols are everywhere in all movies.
Yeah.
They give us more than an ample opportunity to pick up what they're putting down. Yes.
There are symbols in all the movies. Like dinosaurs are giants.
That's what I'm saying, man. Every second, nearly every second of every movie, TV show, and news broadcasts is symbolism, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Ritualistic
Yeah.
symbolism.
Yeah, like in Men in Black also, it's just a famous one. Everybody knows.
Yeah. A person is this. People are this. Yeah, no, I got you. Tommy Lee, man.
Yeah. They
Hey,
live is like,
I'm sorry, man. I got to take a break. I got a couple things to do, but
yeah,
there's
go
always
on,
a
go
lot of
on.
people in here. And really good to meet you.
Yeah, thanks. Okay.
Stick around, man. Stick around. Good talking to you. And I'll chat with you later, okay?
Okay, have a nice day.
You too, man. I'll see you guys in a bit.
Okay, okay.
Mic check. Is it just quiet?
Yeah, I am here.
Cool, cool, cool. Welcome, buddy. I see you new.
All right, so we got some new people here. We really want to pop off something. Let's get some stuff going. Come on. Lucky, we got you in here, and Dose. Oh, Dose. Oh, sorry, Dose. My bad. There you go. Now you can unmute yourself.
Thank you.
Yeah, when you left, I hadn't given you the role yet, so that's why I muted you automatically. So we have a bunch of trolls, the exact same trolls coming in and saying the exact same things. They don't care. They just keep doing it. They keep making new accounts, but we keep removing them. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. We are 26,000 strong without them. So, Lucky, I would like to ask you a question. What first brought you here?
The finding flat Earth interesting. I don't really understand, and I want to find out more about the Earth and see what's going on with it.
Yeah, it's
Find out if it's a belief.
it's the unknowing, right? I mean, it's like you weren't. Now, did you know that there was flat earthers speaking about flat Earth?
Not really. No, I just.
There it is. Okay, so to me, personally, I didn't. What the fuck? That's what went through my head. Like, really? There's what? When am I gonna know? When am I gonna be told about this? Who is saying this? Who? And I had to find out. I had to come in and find out. And then these are smart fucking people. Like really smart. Why would they be saying this? I mean, and then of course my whole reaction, my whole answers, everything was NASA. Gravity. The globe. Pictures. Space. What the fuck? That's all I could say. I really couldn't say anything else. I really could not say anything else. And then that's what clicked. I couldn't say anything else. I really couldn't say anything else. I had to push you onto something else because I personally didn't know. I am speaking for NASA right now. I'm speaking for space right now. I'm speaking for the globe in its reality right now by just saying gravity and space and NASA. Like, really? That's all I had. I mean, I, of course, had all the pictures and, all of my friends and family members that I can look up to when they say, yeah, it's a globe. But guess what? All of them had to make sure that they pushed me onto NASA. Because they didn't know either. They just believed. And that's
almost like a religion.
Yes, that's exactly what I was going about. That's exactly what I was about to say. You have to follow the religion. I mean, it is a belief system. What's up, God? We just came in. I heard something, but it was like crackly, so I didn't know if you were speaking. But yeah, we're trying to push that away. We're trying to not push you onto someone else, right? We want you to get the information from yourself. Right? So that's why we're going to make sure that we don't tell you just a story. We're going to make sure that you can actually prove it. So then when you say it to someone else, you're not looked down on. Yeah, and that's where we're at. I mean, that's truly where we're at. Like I say, I'm always going to state this. I don't want to lie to myself, because if I lie to myself, I'm lying to everyone around me. And if you're honest with yourself, guys, you're looking at those pictures, you should clearly see the CGI. You need to go into a simple programming class, or an editing class, like CGI, anything that has to deal with computer generated crap. Okay? I just posted in the live stream voice text the most CGI effect that you can see. And it looks so real. I mean, the camera's in the perfect spot too for it to catch the explosion of the two rockets going apart. I mean, if I was still in my right mind, globe logic mind, I would still think that that's true. And I'm not talking personally to you, Lucky. I'm just stating everything out loud. I'm not. It's not like personally directed to you. I mean, we're on we're on the live stream, so.
Yeah.
And if you have any comments, please.
Am I allowed to leave? Can I be excused to leave?
Oh yeah, no, you can leave. Come back whenever you want. You don't have to ask. No.
Well, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
I will see you another day.
Yeah, have a great one. Peace be with you.
Gracias.
This is 65 miles off the ground. This picture. And that was done in 1946 when NASA was just getting into the scene. But they weren't really. I mean, I really don't think they were really lying to us back then. I mean, and they could have been, but. Or they not just lying, they just were withholding the information back then. $340,000 feet up. And it really does look like it would turn upwards. Yeah, it really does. Miguel. I mean, you can even think about it, dude, like this. We're in a petri dish. Big, huge petri dish, but we can't find the edge because it's filled up with ice. And I'm just stating this, out of my head, just saying shit. So it's not this nothing to do with any kind of theories or any concepts or anything like that. It's just in my head, If we live on a big, huge 300,000 mile in circumference, or radius, petri dish where there's ice surrounding us, all over. And the creator has built this elaborate place to make it so that The Petri dish lasts forever. What if they're, what if, I mean, this what if, not anything. I'm just basing this off of things that I've heard, and you can look this up too, because I've been doing research in Antarctica. Sky ice is what they call it, because it's a second type of ice that you can't physically test. It won't allow you to test it because it disappears. It doesn't just evaporate, it literally just disappears. And this is in journals that I've been reading, scientific journals of scientists that went out there. Like I said, they can print whatever they want on paper, okay? But I'm just stating it because I heard it. I read it. But sky ice. How can you have sky ice and be out at Antarctica? Testing it out at Antarctica. Isn't Antarctica the ground level, right? So if you're out there further than what they state can be possible, you might actually see that there is a wall of ice that keeps going up. And maybe that's what the blue is in the daytime. Just ice. All over. And then, to keep going off of that, meteors. That's why you don't see meteors. Because they just disappear. Yeah, they're going across the sky, right? But if the flat Earth is true, it's just going across the sky. It's not going down at all. It's just going across the sky. Do you get what I'm saying? There's so many fakes, dude. Oh my gosh. I've seen this one clip of this kid with a big, huge rock. It looked like he had hit it with a hammer a whole bunch of times and then set it on fire for like a couple of hours and then put out the fire, and his like balcony where the wood was, where he had the rock, was like all burnt right there. And he's like, yeah, this is a meteor. And it was just sitting there right on his balcony. Like, truly, have you ever seen a true meteor come from the sky and then hit the ground somewhere? I mean, I haven't witnessed that at all. But yet it's said multiple times that people witness it. Yet what's to say that someone just sent something from a really high altitude, like something that was just, I mean, what if they just went up with a big rock and just let it go from a high altitude to see what it did? And then it acts like a meteor because it's going so fast. I'm just saying shit. I'm just saying shit out loud. I'm not saying any of this is true. None of this you should believe is true. That I'm saying about meteors, But I do want you to research sky ice. Because it has been talked about. It's blue. It's almost blue see-through, like blue, but it's freaky to look at it. But all right, I gotta get me something to eat. But Dust, if you have any questions, please ask them, People are here to answer questions. That's what they're saying. Made of pure oxygen, like it doesn't melt. It's just crazy to even fathom that being like the container. Oh, Anthony. Hey, I didn't see you join. What's up, buddy?
Hello.
How you doing?
Good.
What brings you here?
I don't know.
Most people come to do research. So, what are you coming for? We're not here to troll you, just letting you know. So, I hope you're not here to troll us. Yeah, that's what I thought. I love it. Just nipping them in the butt, right at the very beginning. And then these people just say whatever the hell they want, and they just don't know that their messages get deleted by the bots. It's so funny.
No more storytelling, Justin? What happened to you?
That was pretty good, right?
Huh?
I told my story. Yeah.
Yeah, I was listening. I'm just driving around looking for my kid. So I was just listening to what you were talking about, just kind of cruising around.
Yeah, we had some new people that came in. I was just making sure they knew. And I went off a little, of course.
It wasn't too bad.
My brain goes off a little bit because you never know. I mean, like I said, believe in whatever you want to believe in, but the facts is the facts, right?
Yeah, yeah. I kind of like the petri dish story. I think
I know, right?
I personally believe in very similar, way that I think the Earth is constructed. I think it's a big, big ice ring around us, and it could be up to, like you said, 300,000 miles around. Or I don't know. It's probably pretty big.
Huge. It's huge. We know that for sure. It's huge.
Right.
And there's plenty of room for trillions of people. Not just billions, trillions. And it was meant that way.
Well, the state I live in is pretty big, and there's one freeway that goes from the south all the way up to the north, and there's just a few towns spotted along that freeway. I mean, there's little ones off in the out in the boondocks, but there's like I think 3.2 million in this whole entire state, and it's huge. It's Utah. It's a huge state, and there's they're just little towns. Salt Lake's got like 2 million, 2.1 million, something like that. And the rest of the state's got like a 1.1 million. And it's huge. But a lot of it's not real habitable. Got state parks and deserts and, but there's a lot that's not being used though. You're right. There's a lot of room around here.
Yeah, me and my son, we decided to find out how much space people needed to exist, and we figured if everybody got 1 square foot to themselves, or 2 or 3, then we took that on a calculator for measuring square feet, and if I did it right, the current population of the world could fit in the state of Texas.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I believe
Yes.
that. I would believe that.
And then that blew his mind. We tried to talk his sister into it, and she was like, what? But they're teens. I let them be teens.
People will not fathom it. It's not fathomable to even think that. But it's true. The space that we have here, unreal.
Yeah.
1 square foot. Now that's kind of, my body's 2 feet wide at the shoulders at least.
Even with two.
Yeah, but I mean, we kept it. We tried to get it to where it was 1 person per number, and we didn't get like too technical with it. We tried to see if 1 person could have like 2,000 square feet, or like the average sized American home, which we got. We looked at the average at the time, like 2,400 or something like that. And we tried doing that, and we needed almost this. We needed greater than the space of Brazil. But
that's for every individual on the face of the planet to have an actual home, right? Living the space of a living home.
Yeah.
But that still leaves a lot of land, regardless, even if it's all of Brazil or whatever. I mean, good hell, that's just a little sliver of land compared to what's available.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm out trying to find my kid. I can't find him. He called me about an hour ago. Said he was all depressed, didn't want to live anymore. And I
Oh no.
said, well, give me. I know he's fuck. No, he's troubled. And I tried to tell him, just give me a minute, and I'll come and find you. And come to my house. Tried to get him to move in with me, but he won't. Give him a free place to live, and he doesn't want to come and stay with me. I don't get it, but whatever.
It's the independence.
It is the independence probably as well, yeah. But it might be because he thinks if I'm under your house, I'm under your rules and nothing else goes. And that's usually how they react. I know.
That's how society began.
Can't get over it. I mean, that's what's taught in schools too. I mean, it's like these fucking schools, dude, destroying these kids' lives with their narrative.
You know, my daughter had an experience about a year or two
Well,
ago. And
plus he uses drugs too, and I can't get him to stop, and it's fucking ruining his life.
Well,
it's depressing. Let me tell you.
my 12-year-old thought about the vastness of space, and she ended up breaking down and crying, and I had to talk her out of that. And I was like, that is not a real thing, you know. You're not living in a vastness of emptiness. You're not a speck of dust in comparison to the rest of existence. You know, not sure on your opinion, but God made a snow globe for people, and it shows how close He wants to be to us. And that helped her out of that.
I was talking.
Mhm. Oh. Mic check. Hmm.
Does anybody else find it kind of strange that the people that are working at the specialists' offices have Wiener Schnitzel and McDonald's hats on? something. I think everybody's just quiet.
Something worked. I heard you. I can't get
All
my.
right.
I don't know what's wrong with my sound. I can't adjust my volume. It won't pop up on. I don't know why. It's being weird on me right now.
Are you on a computer or Apple device?
No, it's on my PC.
Okay. Because I know there's some bugs with the Apple devices, like you can't send screenshots anymore. It tries to compress it. But I did find this. This should cheer you up. He just had to let her know that somebody vandalized her car.
Well, and I'll just see.
Somebody vandalized your car.
I did that, dumb bitch. You'd think anybody that voted for that sorry asshole would be embarrassed at this point.
Oh no, they don't even have a fucking mind, man. That's like, everybody listening to what these technicians have to say. And yet the technician may have, the medical industry like that they're working for, yet their hat says Wiener Schnitzel or McDonald's or Taco Bell.
Yeah. Pretty obvious.
Yeah.
They don't work for the people.
So I asked a couple of them if they know what pharmacy comes from. They're like, no. Oh. I said, well, it's sorcery. You don't know that. It's drug sorcery.
Yeah, of course not. They're not going to know any of that shit. People are
Well, you don't have to have a muzzle to come step in.
They're just so dumbed down right now. I mean, I'd say 85+% of the entire U.S. population are just oblivious to anything of reality. They live in a bubble. They live listening to the news media. They live listening to Dr. Fauci, and they live listening to the ancient aliens. They live in a motherfucking fantasy world. They just don't understand anything about reality. I'm convinced of that right now.
Well, I know, right? It's like like maybe a small percentage, maybe 1% of the population knows that the world is flat. Like everybody else thinks it's some ball floating in space because they've seen it on TV. Like, dude, I keep getting this thing sent to me in the mail from like DirecTV, wanting me to sign up and they'll give me $300. They'll just give me $300. Well, no, you have to sign up for it. Well, why would I sign up for a television access for like cable or anything like that when I don't even own a television? But Joshua, how are you able to? How can you know what's going on in the world?
It's my second monitor to my computer now. I turned my cable TV off. I haven't watched news, I swear. I'll bet you. It's been over a year for sure since I've even turned on any mainstream news channel. Haven't even turned it on. Fuck that.
Yeah, my stupid ass cousin. She's the one that got the jab just because. Well, my church was promoting it. I'm not sorry one bit. She don't know nothing. I mean, shit. She still thinks that there's going to be a rapture, pre-tribulation.
It's funny. I told my cousin got it too, and he's like, I told him, well, being ignorant is a choice. So,
right.
Then the next day The next day he makes a video. Now I'm ignorant on TikTok. I started laughing.
Wow.
Yeah, the people are just oblivious to any reality right now. The fucking brainwashing and the indoctrination that they did to this fucking world, it worked fucking pretty damn good.
Yeah.
People are just
Cousin
so
told me.
fucking dumbed down. Ridiculous.
Cousin tells me, well, how can you know what's really going on in the world? I go, remember when you asked me, who do I like? I said, no man, none of these candidates.
Mm.
And then you wanted to ask me about this and that and the other thing. And I said, yeah, that's all hearsay. There's no proof of any of those child trafficking shits. There's no proof of them drinking adrenochrome. No proof of it whatsoever. So you didn't get that from the news. You got that from a website. So where are you getting your information from? News or a website? But how are you able to find out what's going on? Well, I can tell you this much. Anything that's on that idiot box that you guys study turns you into a fucking idiot, which means anything on TV is fake and fantasy, just like you guys have always told me all throughout growing up. Now, all of a sudden, in 2020, it's supposed to change? Man, it's.
I just think it's too big of a leap for most people to grasp that everything they're told is wrong. It's a lie. It's propaganda in some way, shape, or form. They just can't grasp the fact that all of it is. I mean, there might be a couple of words of truth in the major propaganda scheme. I don't even know what good that does, because it's just drowned out by all the, if there is any truth, it's drowned out by so much propaganda that it doesn't even matter that it's there, because people don't hear it or see it anyway. So, yeah, I don't know. It's just really bad right now. It's so sad.
Well, in the words of Reverend Maynard James Keenan, here on TV is a product rated for your dumb and dolled up, stupid and shut up and buy. Just shut up and buy. Just buy more records. Send us money. Just send more money. Fuck you, buddy. Fuck you, buddy.
Hey, let me ask you something. There's a new guy here called Diet or Dose. I mean, I see him with VC Verify. Have I spoken to him yet?
Yeah, I saw him too. I just figured you guys already. Man, oh my god.
Diet or dose? Wow, what a name. Did you dose or did you diet?
It's Diet or Dose. Yeah, what's up, Diet or Dose?
It's Dieter Dose.
Dieter Dose. What? Say that one more time.
It's German.
Well, I mean,
I was gonna say-
if that is the name, man, my English is bad, so you probably.
No, it's not my name. It's the name of some popular guy in Germany.
I was going to say
Dieter Dose.
Yes.
Hey,
Yeah. So
man,
you new? Are you new
welcome to
here?
the server, man.
Diet or dose?
Yes, I am.
Today's your first day?
Yeah, I was on the channel with this. What was his name? He would introduce us to his channel and stuff. And yeah, I'm new here today.
Sweet, man. So, what do you think of the shape of the Earth, bro?
What did you say? I didn't understand.
What do you think of the shape of the Earth?
I'm actually not sure about it. I'm quite new to all this stuff.
Well,
by default, usually people think, they believe the Earth is a ball. So I'm just wondering if you believe the Earth
If you
is a
want
ball.
anything to trust, I would trust your eyes. Go out and look at the water. If it's flat, then it's probably flat, bro. Believe your eyes. Don't believe what people tell you.
Well,
don't believe your eyes when it comes to the TV. Yeah.
No, not TV. Nothing on TV is true.
And let me rephrase. Actually, the main point why I'm here is because all those fucking lies. It's driving me insane. In Germany, we have like TV, but paid for by taxes, and the state in a sense controls what goes live on TV and stuff.
Yeah.
And those fucking lies, it's just insane.
Well, do you know what else was broadcast on television?
You wanna point
The
to the
moon
moon
landing,
landing? I
right?
thought so.
Spacewalks, all that kind of stuff were broadcast on television just because people don't watch it. There used to be a channel called the NASA channel, right? And I think they are done away with and replaced with something else that would make more revenue for ads. But the thing is
Elon Musk.
yeah, the thing is they show these things on television because they know the average person will digest what they see on television and eat it for truth instead of going, there's a lot of empty calories here on this plate. I don't know if I want to eat all this pasta, you know?
I don't know if I want to believe all these lies.
Yeah. But see, at least you are under the assumption because you have seen it happening where they have contradicted what they had said previously, probably. And you know that they are lying to us in one way, shape, or form. Well, what if they're lying to you about everything? What if they're lying to you about the fact that the sun is a point of light? It's not a point of light.
So what is it?
Certainly
Don't
not a
know.
burning ball of gas, that's for sure. How can any gas of any kind exist within a vacuum? You ever thought about that? And vacuum, the power of the vacuum that they say it's out there? Anything, but a human body would explode. It would just completely explode. Anything with any pressure, any gas, anything at all would instantly just spread out throughout the entire vacuum, try to fill the available space. That's what happens in vacuums. Everything.
Yeah, plus fire is rapid oxidation, right? So how can you have anything oxidizing without the presence of gaseous oxygen? Like in a vacuum, there's no gaseous oxygen. For every mole, for every molecular weight of fuel, you need 14.7 molecular weights of oxygen for that combustion to happen. It's called the stoichiometric ratio. Not to get like scientific or anything, but it's 14.7 to 1. This is how like
The vacuum has zero.
yeah. So it's like, how can something be burning? Oh, well, it's just consuming the hydrogen. Well, it would be consuming the hydrogen and oxidizing it, creating water. Uh-oh. So how does helium get created again from the sun? I don't understand that math, especially when, you know, hydrogen atoms with fission or fusion that they claim, they're like particles, right? So like the atoms of the hydrogen itself have the same polarity. So it's like taking a magnet, north side of a magnet and the north side of a magnet, and trying to get it to stick together and having it stick together. It's never going to happen, will it? So they say, well, there's so much pressure and heat and gravity that it negates that force. No, I don't believe that one bit. I mean, you know, here on Earth, we know you can take hydrogen, mix it with oxygen, compress it, and detonate it with a spark, and you'll create energy, and you'll also create water vapor as a byproduct. It's a 2-to-1 ratio, so for every 2 parts hydrogen, you're going to burn up 1 part oxygen because it's H2O, right? So 4 hydrogens and 2 hydrogen atoms hydrogen molecules, I should say, which is H2, and one oxygen atom, which is O2, will create two atoms or two molecules of H2O2. So out of 3, you get 2. You see how the exponent decreases? It never increases. It never goes over unity. Like they say when they take hydrogen and hydrogen and combine the two with, pure pressure and Strong's weak force, right? Or whatever they call that, the gravity. And it miraculously doesn't annihilate each other and it creates something. I don't buy that. All we know is that the sun is a point in the sky. It's a luminary in the sky. Like a lot of people want
that
to
we know
cite.
about the sun. It's not 93 million miles away. That's for sure. It'd be like trying to warm your hands on a bonfire from 10 miles away. You think that would be possible? No. The sun's local. That's how come you can feel the heat. Because it's just right up there. It's not
Actually,
going to travel 93 million miles look in space.
I like Jay Dreamer's explanation of the sun that is just a focal point that's refracting off of the parabolic sky. He says it's some like dark energy force that's emanating from the center of the earth, right? Some mountain, like dark mode plasma, and when it bounces off the parabola, there's a certain point where the waves converge and it creates the visible light spectrum. But as far as the validity on that, I'm not sure because you can't really test it, I guess you might be able to with the special apparatus, but how is it going to, the whole energy source begin with? I don't know. So, yeah. All I know is Earth is dirt, right? That's what it means, soil.
Uh-oh, got the hiccups.
Uh-oh. Try massaging your diaphragm a little bit. Rub. Usually it's caused from an irritation of the diaphragm. When you rub that a little bit, you might still have that feeling of a hiccup, but the hiccup won't come.
Ate a piece of pepperoni and made me hiccup.
Oh, yeah, that'll do it. Oh, that would give me heartburn. But yeah, like another commonly quoted thing is, well, the Earth is curved. Even though the only evidence that they have for that comes from some calculation from 200 BCE. And there was a lot of assumptions made when that whole thing was done. And the result is pure liberty. Because it doesn't matter if it's a flat plane with a local source of light or a spherical reality with a distant source of light. The results are going to be the same of the Eratosthenes assumption, right? It's not even an experiment, not even a measurement.
It's really funny how they use something from 2,000 years ago to prove or say that the Earth is a sphere. You think that with today's knowledge, today's capabilities, today's, science, so to speak, they would have mountains of evidence and proof that the Earth is a globe, mountains and proof showing the curvature, mountains of proof showing all this stuff they claim is what the Earth is, a sphere floating in space. But they've got nothing, no evidence produced anytime within the last 1,000 years. Nothing. They don't have anything. They go back to 2,000 years ago when some guy did some sticks and shadows test or something in the ground, when the results come out exactly the same with a local sun and a flat surface, a distant sun and a round surface on a globe. The test results are identical. So, but, with all of today's, marvelous, knowledge and science, like these globers want to say, science, they don't have any. They don't show any proof. They don't have a single shred of evidence to show the Earth is a globe. Nothing. They got nothing. Isn't that kind of weird? All the great advancements we've made over the last 100 years got nothing to prove the Earth is a globe. Nothing. Except for fake pictures, CGI, which even NASA admits, if you go to their website, clearly states at the bottom of the pictures, or if you look it up, that it's CGI, which is computer-generated image, or artist rendition, or just plain old image that's created either from CGI and an artist rendition, or both, or one or the other. It clearly states that about all their pictures on the NASA website. It says they are not real photos. Why is that? Why don't they have photos? They're going to space, all these rockets flying around up there, all these satellites flying around up there. They don't have one real picture of the, not a single freaking one.
I'm still looking for an actual photograph, a real life image of a satellite in space.
Right. They don't have any of those either. Right. So it's pretty telling. They don't have it, probably because it don't exist. It's not true. But people just, oh, now we know. Well, how do you know? Because I was told. Okay. You were lied to. Sorry. Sorry about your luck. We're all lied to. Still are being lied to. If it's not a lie, then why don't they produce some evidence? A real picture. Just one. They don't have one. Isn't that kind of strange? If you think I'm just filling your head full of bullshit, you go to the NASA site. Read it for yourself. Look it up. Says they're not real photos. Then you can come back here and call me a liar and show me where it says they're a real photo. I've not got much fear of that. So I've looked at it. It doesn't say that anywhere. It's just the opposite. These are artist renditions or CGI, computer-generated images, by our 1,500 artists that we have employed for NASA. Why would they have so many artists employed? CGI generate, graphic artists. Got more than fucking Hollywood has. Employed. Why would they need those?
And listen, all you globe Earth proponents. Water means water, not Earth. Fucking numpties. So if you want to find out how to get a picture of the non-curved Earth. Take your camera phone, take a picture of the Earth. Take a picture of the dirt that you're standing on. There you go. You just took a picture of the Earth. Now, is it curving there? Oh, but yet I could show you a hot air balloon photo that hasn't even released the tethers, hasn't even left the ground yet, and it's already showing a curved Earth.
I learned about that. That's called the fisheye lens.
Yeah. I mean, hell, skateboarders love that fisheye lens because, I don't know, it shows the ollie more like, intense with it or something. I don't know. Yeah, Rook, I can't unmute you.
Who needs to be unmuted?
Rookie 1973 was asking if somebody can unmute him.
But he left.
Oh, I had my ban hammer ready and everything.
What did you do, Rookie?
I was just ready for him to start saying ethnic slurs, and I was just going to ban his ass.
That's funny.
No, I don't think he's one of those individuals that would yell ethnic slur. So Dieter Dozer or Dieter Dos. So you're not curious at all as to the shape of the Earth?
I wouldn't be here if it was the case, but I'm just looking into it.
Okay, well, so are you under one of those assumptions where it cannot be a sphere?
No, I'm just open to it. I'm just looking at different stuff on YouTube, and I found you the other way and the Discord and stuff.
Yeah, but he's asking you what you currently think.
Yeah, I'm trying to initiate a conversation.
Yeah, he's basically trying to find, where are you? Are you on the fence? Are you curious glober? Are you leaning flat? Where are you?
In the religious context, you would call me an agnostic just on this topic.
Okay, so you're on the fence. That's fine. So what is it that makes you think it could be a sphere?
Mostly indoctrination, I guess.
Well, that's a very frank and honest answer.
That was very
Yeah,
frank
look,
and honest.
what was it?
That wasn't me, sorry.
Yeah, look, I'm just not into conversation.
I was going to say, that's a very straightforward answer. Usually, we'll tend to get, well, I'm not really sure, it's the only thing I've been taught, but you straight out went with it. Well, it's through the indoctrination, which makes me think you're more on the flat side and on the side of truth than the side of secularism.
Or at
Yeah,
least he's,
and look,
at least
we
he's
can have
wanting
this.
to know. At least he's wanting to know the truth.
We can have this conversation another time, but it's too in the night. I don't know if is it AM or PM when it's nighttime.
AM, yeah, it's 2 AM.
Yeah,
You
it's
sound
2
like you're in Holland or somewhere like that. I don't know.
Germany.
Oh, Germany, right? Yes. It's only an hour different in Germany. That's weird. Yeah, go to bed, Schnell.
Schnell.
It's
Yeah,
1
that's,
a.m. in the mighty UK.
yeah,
You just don't want to talk to these Americucks, do you?
yeah, because
Feel
I feel
inferior
like
already.
Yeah, don't
I'm not
mind me. I'm
bilingual.
just an American.
Yeah. This guy's all about that glorious Europa.
Well, like I said, at least he's bilingual. That's more than me.
Wasn't that one of Zeus's victims?
Who's Europa? I don't know.
Yeah.
yeah. So basically, she was a woman, and Zeus was a Taurus, or what is called, like this man cow.
Oh, Horus, yeah.
Yeah, and he would like semi-rape, date rape, we would call it in modern terms.
Not very nice.
And yeah, that's the story around this. I think they also a moon is called Europa, and on Saturn
Yeah.
or Jupiter.
Yeah, it's one of those. I don't know if I think it's Saturn because you got Europa and Titan.
Yeah, it would make sense for it to be in Saturn because of the kind of mythology that these kind of psychopaths that rule us believe in.
Hey, look, what is that? Oh, I think that's Jupiter up there, man. No, man, that's just a light in the sky that man has named a god because the limited thought capabilities of man. They relegate everything to myth.
Can I ask our German friend, what do you think Saturn is?
I think I'd have to pass on that because it's just the same question I asked you before when I asked what the sun is. I mean, in the globalist picture, it's both just balls of gas, isn't it?
Yeah, a ball of gas. Okay, so do you think that a ball of gas can exist in a vacuum? For 100 euro.
The answer to that, my friend, is no. It cannot.
yeah, obviously. So when they tell you that there is a ball of gas in a vacuum, you know it's wrong. You know they're full of shit because that's impossible. Right?
Yeah, but gravity.
You build a man-made. They have
Yeah,
man-made
I just
vacuums
said
on Earth.
because I said a lot of memes. I saw a lot of memes in your link chat. But
So if I was to say to you, unicorns can exist because magic, would you be like, oh, cool, well, he said magic, so therefore unicorns exist? Or would you be like, no, you're just lying again to justify the first lie?
I'm not into that unicorn stuff.
No, it's unicorns, no. But you would obviously know I was full of shit twice, right? You wouldn't be like, oh, cool, so the second lie makes the first lie true. Like, that's not how it works, right? But that's obviously what they're doing. They go, oh, well, a ball of gases can exist in vacuums because of this thing that we just invented. It's like, no, the second lie is also... Now, this is a separate lie. Now you've lied to me twice.
Like he just mentioned the second law. If you don't know what that is, it's called the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't even want to get into it deeply, though. Like, I'm not trying to...
I just want to just briefly say that it dictates that you cannot have a ball of gas in a vacuum. It clearly states that that's an impossible thing.
It's completely absurd, actually. It's not just that it's unlikely or probably not. No, it's totally absurd that a ball of gas exists in a vacuum. And I'm just utterly stunned that people believe it.
Yeah, me too. Now that I understand what the second law is, it's like the light bulb turned on and like, ding, like, oh my God. What madness they're trying to convince people of.
Well, that's why they get you young. Oh, well, when they're 3, get the 20-year-old teacher to tell the 3-year-old that because gravity, balls of gas in space, right? That's fucking stupid.
Yeah, what's the alternative thinking? What's your guess on it?
I don't know what Saturn is. I'm like not making a claim as to what Saturn is. The reason I'm not doing that is because I don't know what Saturn is. So I'm in the fortunate position of not having already lied to you, so I can be honest and say I don't know and maintain my integrity.
Yeah, that's what I said before. I'm agnostic on this issue right now. Because
Oh yeah, for sure. But you know for a fact that what they are telling you is impossible. Therefore, they are lying.
Right. The second law tells us that that is impossible. For sure.
I mean, perhaps they're indoctrinated too, and they're just telling you anyway for whatever reasons they have. Maybe they like their cushy careers, or they don't really do anything, or perhaps there's some other reason, like they think that keeping this lie together is, if for the national good or whatever. Because what will happen if people realise it's bollocks? I don't know what their rationale is, but they're clearly lying.
Yeah, because it's just so absurd, like you said before. It's just so ridiculously absurd of an idea to think that a gas ball could exist in a vacuum. If you knew what a vacuum does to a ball of gas, or a soda can or a tire with air in it, or anything with any gas in it at all, you put it in a vacuum and it explodes. It fills the available space. And if the available space is the entire universe, it's going to want to fill the space, and it's going to completely dissipate in a split second. We know that to be true because we've tested it here on Earth. We built vacuums here enough. They got one someone built, NASA made, got 8-foot thick concrete walls. They suck the air out with the biggest pumps they can get. They only get the vacuum to less than a 25% of the vacuum that's supposed to be out in space. And they put anything inside that vacuum that's only 25% the vacuum they say is in space, and it obliterates itself trying to get out and fill the space. The soda can in there, a human body, they would just die. It would just explode because the pressure the body would just turn into a red mist within a split second. So that's how you know that spacewalks are fake, because in a vacuum. Because the space cannot be. See that train car that just got sucked down? That was probably with a vacuum cleaner. Didn't even need a real massive pump. The vacuum in space is probably 1,000 times more powerful than that right there. At least 1,000 times, I would guess.
I love this.
Hey, what's up?
That is a sick tune. Sorry, I was just raving.
Keep that up, Creation Bear.
It feels so lovely to be here tonight. What a beautiful love. Give yourselves a round of applause. You're so lovely. Everyone's so lovely.
I like that boy. He good. He good. I like him. Sit, Charlie.
When you find it's flat, the rest will follow. Because
Whoever
of
just
that,
said that
it
line,
is
I
not
love
hollow.
that. I love that
Huh?
shit. I love that. Whoever just said that, once you find flat, the rest will follow, because that's how I explain it. Once you realize a massive lie, every lie is easy to see.
Yeah.
That is true.
Do I have to do that salt and pepper remix now?
Yeah, do it.
Yeah, I can't.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, it's got to happen now.
Look, I've got my raving shoes on, so you might.
Eddie Murphy is so freaking gay. Look at them. Get that picture out of here, man. Making me sick to my stomach.
That boy good.
Do you need me to beatbox?
Is it that cheesy
He's
eating
making
mustache?
fun of gay people. He's making in that picture. I remember the joke. He's making fun of gay people. But yeah, he's also all over the place sexually.
Holy shit, guys. These plants that are like barely 6 weeks old are stinking so pretty. Hopefully I don't get a storm that'll come through and kill them.
Yeah, ditto. It's been really windy here. My tomato plant is about done. On my jalapenos too. I've got like 30 jalapenos to pick in a couple weeks.
Man, I sure hope my peppers start going. I got some lunchbox reds, the sweet peppers.
Yeah.
Because I have this idea in my head that I'm going to be able to, the fuck's wrong with this ant? It's just going around in circles. Oh no, did you get the jab?
He did. He's a CIA ant, is what it is. CIA ant.
Going around in circles. But no, because I want to do these sweet peppers, like sweet pickled peppers, sweet Italian peppers.
Yeah.
Type of thing. Hey, it's a pipe dream.
All you gotta do is grow them and pack them. Huh?
Yeah.
So, hello.
So, hi.
Well, I'm under influence right now and I still can't see any curvature.
Well, do you feel Earth rotation though?
I feel like I'm falling to the ground right now.
Oh, good. What'd you take? Did you drink something?
Yeah, like I drank a bit.
Okay. What else do you do?
That's just all. Like,
Okay, good.
Well, you know when you're
Well.
drinking, it's a bad thing if the world starts spinning.
Yeah. I'd say anytime the world starts spinning, get out of there.
I mean, honestly, like that makes me think that all Globers are like really drunk.
Well, they certainly think like they're drunk,
Yes.
even if they're walking in a straight line.
But we're the crazy
You're,
ones.
you're not as thin as you drunk, I
What seems to be the officer problem?
Can you walk a straight line? No, sir, but I can snort one.
Just
And I
wanted to
mean,
mention. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, we're just talking about ants earlier. I just wanted to know, do you guys know how you can tell the sex of an ant?
No.
Yes.
Okay, go on.
The males
Why
usually
would you
have
need
wings,
to?
but sometimes the females will have the wings only during the nuptial flight. After the rainstorm has ended and they have found the drone,
No,
they will
no.
tend to lose a
No, no,
wing,
no.
and the males will
Nope.
continue to keep their wings.
There's a way
They're called
easier way of
fluffy
telling,
flight.
right? There's a way easier way
Wait,
of telling, right?
ants have
So,
wings?
so what you do is you put an ant in water. If it floats, it's boy ant, and if it sinks, it's girl ant.
You screwed up the delivery.
I did not screw up the fucking delivery. He just wouldn't shut up, and I had to interrupt.
I think you got to do the girl ant first.
Yeah, exactly. You're supposed to say girl ant first. If it sinks, girl
No,
ant.
the original delivery doesn't have girl ant at all. So you're meant to just say boy.
Oh, there you go. Hey, somebody muted John. He's wondering why.
I don't get it.
I wonder why.
Maybe, maybe we can just everyone just post their best thinking emoji to wonder.
I was thinking the same thing. Enemy spotted.
Enemy spotted.
Yeah, that's some Counter-Strike, yo.
He was also deafened too. That is hilarious. He's probably listening to us on YouTube.
Speaking of, right now on Call of Duty Mobile, they have a game mode for like another day or so. It's Counter-Strike mode where you have to like earn the money to buy your guns. Otherwise, you just walk around with a knife or a pistol. And it's just like terrorists and counter-terrorists,
That
like
sounds like
Counter-Strike.
fucking fun,
They-
man. I'm pissed because, like, yeah, they banned me from that fucking shit for using BlueStack.
Did you see the new loadout?
Oh,
New DLC for the Call of Duty mobile?
That's why you use Game Loop. Game Loop is the only emulator that is produced by
Nah, whatever,
Tencent.
dude. Fucking, just because they have their own emulator doesn't mean you're cheating if you use somebody else's. They fucking ban you for
Well,
using BlueStacks. It's
there's an anti-cheat hook on Game Loop, but there is not on BlueStacks.
How
Like
much
you
do
have
you
free
think that?
access.
How much do you think that DLC is on that simulator
like-
on that on Call of Duty mobile?
Yeah, it's not worth it. It's just skins and like guns. That
No,
has,
I
like,
know. Like,
animations.
the one, how much do you think that one is though? That Gundam wing looking one. You know what I'm talking about?
It's about $15, something around there. Yeah,
Heck no.
because the battle pass is like 11,
You're making me
like
angry. He says.
1,400 COD points or something like that.
Anyway, back to your saying that's why you use Game Loop. It's not like they told me I had to use Game Loop or that I couldn't use BlueStacks. They just fucking banned me. Fucking stupid.
Well, I did some research on it because I didn't want to get my account banned that I'm spending money on.
Oh,
And it's
I'm
like,
not
yeah,
that worried about
BlueStacks
it. I'm not that worried
will
about it.
result in a
I
ban.
didn't spend a penny on that game, but I had it, a pretty maxed out account. Either way.
Yeah, you know what's worse? Getting an infected lobby in Modern Warfare, the first one, where it's like every lobby you go in is an infected lobby, because it does something to your score, and it sends a flag to where if you just downloaded a game from the Xbox store and you got in one of those infected lobbies and you went to go play that game, it'll boot you out, and then you go to log on and it says you've been banned until the year 9,999, December 20 or December 31st. And you're like, the fuck?
Yeah, no, they told me I'm banned for 10 years.
10 years? Cell phones won't even exist in 10 years.
I've looked into game design for like a while, and it's interesting how they design altered games, no matter how big the map is, on a flat plane. Like, how crazy is that? Like,
Well,
It's
that's
not,
like when I was,
crazy at all. It's the most accurate thing to reality.
yeah.
Of course.
I mean, it's like it's crazy in a way that they're still slipping up and like revealing small truths in ways like this. Yeah, that to me would be crazy if that makes sense.
I do find it funny as well, Lou, how they've banned you for like 10 years. Look, 'cause most games don't even last 10 years in popularity, so they're quite they're being quite presumptuous that they're going to be around in 10 years.
Oh, yeah. It's especially for a mobile game. Like, Clash of Clans has been around for like probably going on 8 years now or something, but that's ridiculous. Like, no mobile game does that, really.
I mean, League of Legends, for example, before it had a permanent ban, it would ban you for like 200 years. Just, yeah.
You can't do this to me.
I don't know, but then again, everyone that I'm playing with has like Chinese writing and like Arabic writing for names. Like, I don't understand it. So there are some downsides with using an emulator. Like, for instance, as soon as you get past, or as soon as you get to the, as soon as you get done with Elite and you go to Pro Rank, you cannot do any more ranked matches, which sucks.
I was wondering about that, yeah, because it just would just take forever to try to find a match, and then it would just time out.
Yeah.
But that's fine because I just wanted to play the battle royale anyway. And I didn't pick up that player shit.
Right. And then like something else with Battle Royale, like if I'm sitting there with a group of people and we jump in, then it's like with real people. Like you're playing against real people. But if I try to like start a match on my own, like and fill the team and all that, fill the squad, it'll put me in a solo match and everybody else is on a team, and it's a world of bots. People like You're My Nephew and stuff like that, you know?
Yeah, most of the
And it's
battle
just
royales are probably most of those lobbies are filled with probably 50 to 70% bots, no matter what.
Yeah.
You can tell the real players.
It's like, how the hell did you hit me? The only thing I could see was your head. It's like, oh, you weren't the one that got me. It was your buddy up on the hill. Yeah, but that's the main reason why I started using an emulator to play it. Because with Battle Royale, if I try to do that shit on my phone, it sits there and it has serious issues. It just lags out, and half the time I'm sitting there running around with no guns. And I can't pick up any guns, like no weapons on the map. My buddy's like, "What are you talking about? There's a sniper rifle right in front of you." I go, "I can't see it."
Yeah, I did have it. Even in my on BlueStacks, I had that glitch out 2 or 3 times. It didn't happen a lot, but sometimes.
Yeah, but I like the Tencent emulator just because that game, Call of Duty Mobile, is not Activision, it's not Treyarch, it's Tencent, right? It's the same company. So all I have to do is just say, look, here's my credentials for a beta tester, and they cannot ban me.
What? Wait, what? They can't ban because you did beta testing? Fuck that bullshit.
Yeah, and that's the emulator that you use for beta testing their products before it even hits the
Yeah,
App Store.
I used to play a lot more games. I beta tested a bunch of them, and that had nothing to do with it. Maybe that's how Tencent or whatever does it, but no, you could just because you beta tested doesn't mean shit.
So have any of these shooter games ever incorporated like Coriolis?
Yeah, one of them. The so it was Call of Duty Modern Warfare, Call of Duty 4 Modern
Yeah,
Warfare.
that one mission. I remember that.
Just the
That
one,
was-
yeah.
that
That's
was
all I
a-
remember.
I do remember that,
And
but
it's
it's
like,
like
yeah.
the engine, though. You know what I mean? Like the actual engines
Sure.
of the games. They don't do that, do they?
Because there's no fucking way to even imagine what that would be like. You know what I mean? Imagine the processor speed and the open world technology that you'd have to have.
Because you remember what they
Insane.
did for that one mission, right? It was like all programmed in, like slow mo scene. You shoot, the bullet goes way to the left, way to the right. I remember that.
Yep. Yeah, there's been games that like try to account for I guess not the movement of the Earth, but all the other stuff that you would have to account for. Airspeed, altitude, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, there's that one Call of Duty game where you're in a helicopter and you're trying to shoot, and you have to take into account the Coriolis because otherwise you'll miss. And it's like opposite from what you would think it would be. It's like you fire where you think they're going to be, not where you think they're going to be. Like where you think they were instead of where they're going to be. It's a weird type of lead thing. That was the AC-130 gunship streak. But I think that's because the plane was moving, not the ground. Has anybody out there ever hit a target at 1,000 yards in real life?
I can make a half court shot.
That's not exactly the same thing. Basically, you account for droppage, right? So elevation. You don't account for drift or anything like that. Like if there's wind, you might have to account for the wind if it's a light round. But usually you just get it dead on where you want it and then do your elevation and fire your round and you'll hit the target. The gong will gong. Hey, correct me if I'm wrong, but on that Super Mario Galaxies where you were running around on these planets, were those planets stationary or were they moving and spinning? Because I've never played it.
I think they were stationary, but that's just off the top of my head. So Shinji, have you started spinning yet? You felt the Earth spinning?
I mean, I'm not really drunk. Like, I'm just a bit tipsy, that's all. Like,
No, I'm just messing with you.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah, I decided to mute out because this would not make good radio.
what do you mean?
Toilet
So,
break.
I think all silences should be filled with elevator music from Creation Bow. Boo, 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 boo. You guys still doing the old karaoke on Saturday nights?
Nope, nope, no karaoke on Saturday. Well,
Why did
I guess
that
unless
stop?
it depends. I guess if Battle Mod's here, and someone mentions it, it's on.
All right, okay. One of those.
How you doing there?
Yeah, very well, thanks. How you doing, mate? You good?
Yeah, pretty good, pretty good.
Did you meet Pap earlier?
Playing Call of Duty for like 15 minutes before my girl gets back to the store. Then we're probably gonna watch something.
Fair enough.
Did somebody turn out the lights? Is the party over?
What the hell happened here?
Good question.
You guys watching a debate somewhere or something? What's going on?
Who's the what? There's a debate going on?
I said, are you guys watching a debate? Why is it so quiet in here?
Oh, no, don't know.
Okay.
Good question.
So I've been studying the law, whatever that means, learning about persons and other fictitious stuff that isn't real. You know, when I was in school, I never did like the, I always get it mixed up, fiction, nonfiction. I never did study the fiction. Like I was always in, wait, I'm saying it wrong. Which one's real? Which one's not?
Nonfiction is like real, and the fiction is fantasy.
Yeah. I was always into the nonfiction. Like I never really liked going over there to hear the stories. I didn't really understand, how important the stories are, right? But now that I'm older, it's like you can learn a lot from watching The Matrix and studying the Federal Reserve at the same time. Like you can learn a lot. So now I understand that it has its place and it makes sense. But when I was younger, I was never over there. Never. I think I might have read a few books that required reading in school, like The Outsiders or whatever. But for the most part, I like the real shit. But then it's like, the real shit isn't even real shit. Like it's a clown world. Like Neo woke up one day and realized that him working in the office was like enabling the beast. And he was just a little cog in the machine. And that he wasn't doing anything for himself to better himself or anyone else. And it's like, damn, I'm fucking Neo right now. Like, I'm the guy in the machine.
Here's the interesting part about that, though, is that the machine can't function without its cogs. So if we just stop being cogs, there is no machine.
See, we were lucky to grow up in a generation where we were listening to bands like Rage Against the Machine and Tool. So much of why I'm into, I guess this is a form of activism, I suppose. It's kind of a weird way to do it, but yeah. Hang on. Sorry. Anyway, go ahead. I just wanted to say Rage Against the Machine because they're a fucking amazing band.
They are, to be fair. But I do feel like that.
Oh yeah, I totally love them.
The whole kind of socialistic, communistic outlook is almost like controlled opposition. It's not the real anti-capitalism. It's just like another way to centralize control. So have you noticed how like there's these two kind of broadly speaking opposing worldviews? It's like capitalism where all of the capital is centralized and then you must get ruled by a small elite, and communism where all of the control is centralized and then you have to be ruled over by a small elite, right? They're not actually opposites of each other. They're the same fucking thing.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the point is, in my opinion, that they create all the sides and then they don't even pit them against each other. They just make it look like they're pitting them against each other, and then everybody follows along. Like, am I supposed to hate this group today? Okay, let's go. Yeah, fuck those people.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Whereas obviously the real enemy is them, and by dissolving their power is the only way you can actually progress society in any meaningful way. But of course they don't want that because they want power, and they have the tools of control. They own the media, they own the government, they own the banks. So of course government's never going to get smaller because they want to control you more and more each day.
You know, I gotta say this, guys, and you know, I'm not pushing religion on anybody. You know, I may be insane or whatever, but the more I study the law, and I think about the New Testament and Jesus saying, like, not being of the world, it's like, man, like the Bible, like, is a law book to help you understand the law. I can't get around it. I can't not see it, right? Like, it's so in your face that it's like, I was one of those people that was like, Leviticus, that doesn't pertain to me, it pertains to the Levites. But it's like, the more I understand, like, common law and how everything works, it's like, it's right there. It's like literally right there. Jesus is telling you about arbitration, which is settling outside of court. You know what happens when you settle outside of court? If you've made a contract outside of court, they have no jurisdiction over you because the court only has jurisdiction over a controversy. That's amazing. It's like, oh my God, if there's any new people, just, tell me to shut up. But it's like mind blown. I got a muffin top.
Yep, it's prescriptions on how to live here in this world.
Basic instruction before leaving Earth.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the whole arbitration thing, you know how much money people spend on arbitration? Like, just to come to terms. And
Both
it's
of my
like,
parents are lawyers, so yeah, it's
Yeah.
it's nasty out there. People
It's
pony up a
super
lot of dough.
right. Because they can't be bothered to argue on their own behalf.
Well, they don't know how to. They're scared to death of whatever's a fucking traffic ticket. Oh, I got 3 traffic tickets. I got, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, come on. But anyway, yeah, I agree totally.
And it doesn't matter if you think Jesus died on the cross or turned water into wine or walked on water or fed the multitude. Like, what I'm saying is right there. Agree with your adversary on the way to court. Like quickly get 2 or 3 witnesses. That's the what is it called? The secure party process. Private side solutions. You're settling it on the private side before you take a matter into public, right? It's like, oh
Yeah.
my God, it's like right there. So let's say I rear-end you, right? And I don't have insurance. Yeah, you could sue the fuck out of me because I'm not going to fix your shit, right? Or I could be like, hey, look, let's make a deal. I'll get you a new headlight. I'll pay to have everything fixed, and we don't have to go to court. I mean, isn't that the honorable thing to do?
Absolutely. You want to settle outside of court, especially with traffic stuff.
Yeah, because
what I
in
mean?
courtroom they make the rules. You don't know the rules, and it's like the ball is always in their. I used to say maybe the ball's in your court. Now, if you're in their court, like it's like being defense on football. You're not going to score. You're never going to score. You're never
Well, it's
ever
funny,
ever going to
yeah.
score.
It's like you gotta involve a third party when it's just you two going through something, man. Like let's say a traffic accident. I do a fender bender on some lady. Clearly, it's my fault. So she gets out of the car. I say, hey, wow, I'm really sorry. Listen, I can take care of this if you want to just exchange information like that. Phone numbers, names. I can show you my ID. You can take that down, my address, and I can take care of this if you want to just not do the insurance company thing and et cetera. And a lot of times people will say, because a lot of times people are thinking on their feet right when they get in an accident. They're like, oh shit, all of a sudden paying attention. And some people aren't. But yeah, anyway.
Hey, Hank, did you just get in a moving violation or a fender bender?
No, my wife got caught with a roach, and they
Oh,
charged her
damn.
with possession of a controlled substance in a school zone. She wasn't even in a school zone. She wasn't in a
Cockroaches are
school-
illegal now? Wow, I knew it. I knew it would come to this.
Yeah, I think it's a big scam. You know what it is? She occurred attacks. Not her. Not the woman. She occurred attacks, but the all caps her name, which isn't really her name.
The fiction.
It's attacks, right? That's all it is. They've invited us to come to court at right? And
invited.
Yeah, invited. They've invited us to
It's like you're
contract
going
with
to a party, man. Shit.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what's going on. So we've got an invitation, right? And they want us to come pay a tax.
Will there be beer?
Probably not.
Bring
Probably
your
not.
own meat. Maybe you grill it. We kill it. We grill it style. Or
I think it's more like they want to have like a play where there's going to be actors. One guy is going to be acting as a judge, and another's going to be acting as district attorney. And then my wife, I think she's going to show up as a woman and not a defendant, but I haven't really decided. She might show up as a defendant. We might try to what is it called? Conditional acceptance.
I have no
I don't know
idea.
yet, though.
So I'm not even going to attempt to pretend to know what this is all about.
Like I said, it's a play. She's been invited to contract because you have the right to contract unlimited as in America. It's in the Constitution, right? And according to the 13th Amendment, involuntary servitude is illegal. But it didn't say anything about voluntary servitude. That's perfectly fine. So, because she's contracted in before, and she's got it in her head that it's all bullshit, which is correct. It's all fiction. But she's agnostic. So that's the only problem I see so far. If you understand that the creator created you, right? Mankind. But every time I say man, just think man and woman. And man created society, and society created the court. Well, don't you control that which you create? And if you control that which you create, don't these public servants that we've created, don't they work for us? But somehow we've been, brought up in the school system, and we think that a cop is the authority. He's only the authority if you cause someone harm, injury, or loss. Is there any new people in? Any VC verified people in here? Any new people?
Yeah, probably. But you can talk if you want.
Yeah, so that's what I've been doing ever since I was roboting yesterday. I'm just looking into this stuff, and it's like, this stuff is like so simple. It's like ridiculously simple that we've been tricked into these contracts, and we didn't, there was no full disclosure. It's just telling everybody. It's like, okay, if you leave the system, like, I think there's this thing you can do where you close the account on your social security card, your social security number. And a closed account is never really like deleted and closed, like it never existed. It's just closed. So like you can step out, right? But like, did you see what Neo was eating? He was eating like this green like gook, And it's like, once you step out, like, are you willing to like live with the mosquitoes? Are you willing to like, live in a mud hut? It's like, we're so domesticated, like, can we put our cell phone down and step outside? Can we step outside of the system and, distill our own water and procure our own food? Because if we ask for any bread, right, Caesar's going to assume that we're a citizen, and citizen means slave.
The thing is, though, is that back in the day, like, let's just say that we're talking about like England in the 1300s or whatever. While peasants had obviously hard lives and they had to toil a lot and they had to work for their living, they were also protected. They were actually protected by the knights and the other armies around them. It was like the knights had a duty to protect those peasants, right? So there was a two-way relationship in that one respect, even though obviously it was as a one-sided two-way relationship. Nowadays we seem to have all of the downsides of being a peasant and none of the upsides. They don't seem to give a shit about us at all. There's no duty to protect us. We just get to be the peasant.
It's really interesting because in the Supreme Court they ruled that it's not the cops' job to protect us, right? So they don't have to protect us. So if like a guy is like shooting me, right, it's not the cop's job to like stand in front of me and take the bullets or shoot back even. He's just going to show up after the crime's been committed. Now, I can't say. Some cops might actually do it of their own accord because maybe they're a good person or maybe they like the adrenaline. Who cares? But they don't have to. Like, it's not their job to protect me. It's up to me to protect myself. So I'm going to be like the number one person in my own self-defense. Like, no one else is responsible for that. So it's like, well, if I can take that responsibility and say, okay, I'll protect myself. I might even protect others if I see fit. Right, then how come I can't take the responsibility to make sure that I feed myself and water myself? Like, I don't know, how much freedom are you willing to take? How much are you willing to bite off? And if you bite off more than you could chew, can you step back in the system? Can you be like, you know what, government, I'm sorry. It's like moving back into your parents' house in your 30s. Like, you know what, I'm really sorry when I left, you guys told me to take out the trash and I didn't and I left. I'm willing to take out the trash again.
Well, it's weird. It's like you're presenting it as though you either have to be in the restaurant or out of the restaurant, right? So you're either eating from the buffet or you're not. Whereas I think that a much better system would be like a voluntary system, voluntarism, where it's like a la carte. So it's like, okay, I want to pay into, say, a health system. Okay, so cool. Everyone who's paying into the health system gets to take from the health system. Everyone who doesn't, right? That makes sense. So now everyone who wants to can be a part of it. Everyone who doesn't want to doesn't have to be part of it. Same with the police. If you wish to be protected by the police, you must pay into the police system, and you will pay whatever it is, $20, $30 a month, whatever, to be protected by the police. Now, I think that way you wouldn't actually have to steal anyone's money through taxes, and you would have a functioning society where people can actually engage in the things they wish to.
How libertarian of you. You know, that's why I don't mind local taxes. You know, I wouldn't want to pay any school taxes, that's for sure. But you know, I'm not the type of person to go chasing, you know, fires down in the middle of the night. So I wouldn't mind, you know, divvying that out to someone else, right? So yeah, I wouldn't mind paying firefighters taxes. That's no problem. But the way I understand it, there's so many taxes on the books. You know, there's ways to avoid paying tax, right? Like if I mow your lawn and you pressure wash my driveway and nobody really gained, then that's a contract that we have where there's no gains. So it's not taxable. According to what I understand. I could be totally wrong. None of this is legal advice or financial advice or anything like that. But it's like if we could all work like that, then we wouldn't have to pay taxes. But there's things that you can do to incur tax. Like if you get caught interstate commerce with a bit of, you know, green stuff, right, then you might be taxed. Or if you use the Federal Reserve note, right, you might be taxed because that's not your note, right? You didn't create that. So if you use it, you got to play by the rules. So I don't have a problem paying taxes. It's just all the taxes. Like it's like bubblegum shrimp. You know, there's like income tax, there's like outgoing tax. You know, it's like 3 hours later, I'm still naming taxes that you have to pay.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, isn't it? And what's really funny is that in America as well, you actually have far less tax than we do. So I was explaining this to a guy at work the other day. He was saying, "Oh, the problem with America is the healthcare, blah blah blah." And I was just like, "Well, like you know that in America they pay, I don't know what it is. It's like 5% federal tax, and then like maybe 5% state tax, and like, I don't know, another 3% city tax, whatever. But when you add it all up, like you can tell me obviously because you know." But when you add it up, it doesn't even come close to the 35 to 40% income tax Europeans pay. Right. And so I was saying to this guy, like, okay, cool. So you can moan about the odd person who has to pay a bunch of money for an ambulance. However, most Americans actually keep most of what they earn. And so if they have a problem, they can actually afford to pay for it. So it's completely incomparable. Like, and the other thing is that people don't really understand about the economics of the British healthcare system is that, first of all, we pay a shitload of income tax into that system. Second of all, any extra is simply borrowed, so we end up paying for that as well. And on top of that, even if we didn't pay any tax at all, we would still pay for the system. Like these people don't understand. This is how economics works. Let's just say that
people.
Sorry, go on.
No, I'll let you keep going. I was just gonna say that people would hear that and they'll have an emotional response, like, "What are you talking about?" Blah blah blah. But the bottom line is, Americans are indisciplined. We get a lot of money, we just don't allocate it correctly. You know,
Sure.
I wouldn't say a lot, but for sure, all of the shit that we spend our money on, like that we think we have to pay for, like it'd just be an unreasonable response to what you said instead of saying, that's interesting. I have to look into that.
Sure. So yeah, anyway, I was explaining to this guy, like, basically, let's just say that English people paid zero towards the NHS, right? Nothing. And so the government had to borrow, say, 300 billion or whatever it costs. That's going to be 300 billion extra that goes straight into the economy that causes inflation, which is, as you guys all know, inflation is a tax on what you already have. So even without paying taxes for a healthcare system, you still pay for it anyway. So when Brits are like, "Oh, we have free healthcare," they're morons. We don't have free healthcare. It's actually impossible to have free healthcare. Like, the very idea is stupid.
Yeah, nothing's for free. Somebody had to produce, somebody had to take out a loan, somebody had to sign. There's nothing for free.
I mean,
in fact,
free
the idea of a
healthcare.
free lunch, the idea of a free lunch is a myth. Even if you go out and you catch, you still got to work building the rod and reel. You still got to clean the fish. You still got to pay for a knife.
Of course. Like the idea of free healthcare is absurd as having a ball of gas in a vacuum. Like it can't exist. um, you know.
Yeah, I'm sure people have heard like, come listen to our seminar for 2 hours and we'll give you a free lunch. It's like that wasn't a free lunch. You had to trade 2 hours of your time listening to their pitch, and they fed you to pay you for it because they couldn't make you do it without offering you something. So you contracted with them. It was a contract. And that takes me back to what I was talking about in the beginning. Swear no oath, right? Let your yes be yes and your no be no. Right? To me, that kind of sounds like, like don't contract with people. Just say, yeah, I agree to that, or no, I don't. So I don't think people realize how much they contract. Like when you go to a food place, the contract is implied, right? You kind of know what's going on when you go in there. So you place an order, you order them to do something. Well, they're not slaves, right? They don't have to take your order, but the implied contract is that I'll pay you for whatever I order, and then you pay them, right? So when a cop pulls you over and he orders you out of the vehicle, and you say, is that an order? Is that your wish? Is that your order? Like, shouldn't it be the same way? Like, shouldn't it be like, well, I fulfilled your order. That's going to be $50 an order. Here's your ticket. And you hand the cop a ticket at the same time he hands you a ticket. And you say, look, I'm not asking you if you're, guilty or innocent, but you have to sign this saying that you're going to show up at my house and we're going to negotiate the bill. I mean, it sounds crazy, but that's what they're doing to us, right?
Yeah.
When they pull you over, the lights are on, you're detained, right? You're not free to travel. So, yes, officer, is that your wish? Is that your order? Okay, I'll write that down. What's your name? Okay, badge number. Right, writing that down. All right, get back in the car. Is that your order? Okay, I'll be more than glad to fulfill that order.
Yeah, $50 per order. Have a good day. Is that an order?
I mean, that's an implied contract. That's how it works. That's literally what you're doing at the fast food place. That's literally what's going on.
Frozen. He's
Yeah, I
frozen.
find quite funny is when like people, like let's just say that you get a bill from someone and you've missed a payment or something, and then you get this, just it's all in red letters. Oh, it's very very scary. All these big red letters. You owe us £53, whatever, right? I've had to spend time reading that letter, right? So, and now I'm also feeling intimidated, and so I've got all these negative emotions because you put everything in, red letters, capital red letters, Why shouldn't I be allowed to charge them for that? Like, what, they get to just do that for free? Why? Why is that free? Like, they've wasted my time, or let's put it this way, they've spent my time, and they've made me feel very negatively for however long. Why is that free? Why do they just get to do that?
Testing?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh,
Did I just cut out?
quiet. Got quiet for a second. I thought maybe I disconnected.
Yeah, I don't know. I was expecting Hank to reply, but I think he's gone.
I stepped away. Am I still on?
Yeah, you're on.
Thanks. So I said recently that I'm going to start doing the whole auditing, First Amendment audit. And I'm giving my brother-in-law a little time to educate himself and become familiar with what he can and can't do so he don't get arrested. And like when I start auditing, I'm thinking about like what if every time, because cops, they can't help it. They show up and they usually say like, you look, you can record, but go stand like 30 feet way the fuck over there where you can't hear or see anything. Right? They can't help but oink directives at people. They're always oinking directives. Go do this and go do that and stand over here and don't block entrances. And, you know, it's kind of like when someone comes up to you and says, don't eat the yellow snow and don't fuck your partner's wife. And, you know, don't hold your breath for more than 5 minutes. It's like, what if I just like turned every single one of those things? Is that your order? Like, is that your order? Like, okay. And it's like, you know, I'm going to charge you for this because what they do is they walk around charging people, right? And they walk around placing charges because that's what it is. It's a tax. So when you catch a charge, like they're basically accusing you of something, right? So they're walking around just like, I don't know, like how do I explain it? It's like walking on carpet, you know, when you build up that static charge. They're just walking around like dropping charges on people. Like that's what they do like all day long. So like what if we started doing it back to them? Like what if we just, you know, started charging them up? And it's like, well, you're the one that told me to do something. Like I wasn't talking to you. You came up to me and thought that you could tell me like a free man what to do. And it's like according to the 13th Amendment, involuntary servitude is illegal. So I'm going to need you to pay for that order that you placed. So, you know, this is all theoretical BS. Like I have no idea. It's more like postulation, no theory involved. It's not a scientific theory. But I'm just kind of curious, like, how would it work? Like, would they be able to in court be like, no, I'm not paying for that order. Why would I pay for that order? It's like, well, the 13th Amendment to the Constitution says that there's no involuntary servitude, so I'm not just going to fulfill your order for free. Like, you have to pay for what you ask for. You don't hire roofers and be like, nah, bro, I ain't paying you. Like, I know you're done with the roof and you did a great job, but I'm not paying you for that. What do you? Yeah, then you catch a lien. Well, what's a lien? Right, it's a claim. Yeah. So that's what it would be. I'm making a claim that this officer told me to step back 30 feet. I fulfilled his order. I'm going to need compensation for that. I mean, because all this stuff is implied, right? All the stuff that they're doing in these courtrooms, it's like they're implying that you're some sort of criminal, right? They're implying that you did wrong and you had some marijuana, right? And that's caused you to incur a tax. So you got to pay your tax. So like what if we just like turned it around on them? Like every time they told us to do something, is that your order? You want me to fulfill that order for you? Because everybody knows what an order is. Like you order stuff off of Amazon, you know, and when your order gets fulfilled, it comes out of your bank account. It's like, okay, well, let me see your bond. I'll gladly take your order.
They give orders in the military.
Right, but you contracted in the military. I never contracted with the cops that I was going to be their servant, you know? You took
I
the
still
sign-on
say
bonus.
pick the lock of the officer that fucked with you, throw about 4 pounds in his trunk of methamphetamine, and then snitch him off. Be like, yeah, I have probable cause. This officer has 4 pounds of meth in his trunk. And then when they check it out, oh, so what's up with this? Oh, well, you know that thing. Yeah, no, sorry, buddy, you're going down. That's how I got out of jury duty because the officer clearly made off with those 14 kilos of methamphetamine that was purchased off this guy the first 2 times. And on the third time, they finally decided to get him with the bust, even though those 14 pounds had disappeared out of evidence. So either the officer will be hemmed up and thrown into GP, and I will not leave this court until he is charged with it, or you can reimburse me for my entire time, that this entire, hour and a half at $35 an hour. Guess what they did? They cut me a check.
Yeah, because you have the right to contract unlimited. So that means that you can go door to door and say, hey, I know a roofer. If you sign this contract, we'll take care of those problems with your chimney and your roof, right? And you contract with the person, then you hire a roofer, and the person pays you like an extra 10% for finding a roofer and finding the holes in his roof. Like, you can go do that. Nobody's stopping you from doing that. So you can fly a drone or get up on a ladder, climb people's roofs and be like, oh, you got a problem here with the roof. This is going to cost you tens of thousands of dollars later, or it's going to cost you like a couple thousand now. So I'll let you decide, if you want to contract with me. So like, you can contract unlimited. Like, that's what a man does. and a slave, like, takes benefits and privileges like Social Security numbers and works for someone because they want to. So it's like, shit, we need to learn how to be men. Obviously, there might be some, FAA regulations if you fly a drone. Right, so, Congress does have the right to regulate commerce, the Commerce Clause, right? So, I guess that's meant to keep everything safe, and the UCC is meant to keep everything like the same, so everybody can just do commerce. So, like, I get that. I'm not anti-government. I get that things kind of need to be regulated a little bit. I mean, because if they weren't regulated, truck drivers would just drive until the wheels fell off, right? And there wouldn't be no insurance because that's not regulated. And then when their load fell on your car, they'd just be like, whoops, I did it again.
That was like 2 songs. Britney Spears' "Oops, I Did It Again" and "Lighten the Load," right? Like driving down the road trying to loosen my load.
You guys do know that I try to tailor my words like a musician, right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like Taylor Swift.
And the music.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm the music man. It's funny that you pointed that out. So what's stopping me from going door to door and flying a drone over people's houses? Because I sure as hell ain't climbing no ladder. Ain't doing it. I guess it's the summer heat. Gets a little too hot in the summer in Texas just to be walking around in rich neighborhoods and going, hey, can I give you a free estimate? And then, if the person's really got money, then you say, would you like cheese with that? I see that your chimney, like it might need a little work too. You definitely don't want to burn your house down, right?
And then they say to you, "Oh no, I do for the insurance money."
Then you say, I didn't hear any thing that you just said, but I'll just assume that was a no. My brother-in-law is certified in chimney repair. If I were to learn a little bit about roofing, probably wouldn't be a hard business to start. Because what's like the number one middle class, like most important investment? Their house, right? Hopefully it would be their children, but their house, right? So I guess what I'm saying is what if we treated like everyday business, everyday commerce? Like, what if we started treating our government like that? Like charging them for their directives because they can't help it. Like, they they fucking love IDs. Like it's like crack to them. Like they come up to you and they're like, "Hey, can I get your ID?" It's like, well, sure, as long as you do this, this, and this for me, then I'll gladly give you my ID. Like that's how you would do business, right? Because if someone come up to you and said, "Hey, you want to fix my car? I think it needs an alternator." Sure, as long as you pay me 10% and I'll take it to the mechanic or I'll take it to my shade tree or whatever. Sure, like I'd be glad to, as long as you do this, this, and this for me. So I think that's what's missing. Like when I was like 16, no, I think I was like, yeah, I was about 16 years old. I bought my first bass guitar. And I go in there and I talk to this dude named Chad. Now, Chad wasn't your typical Chad. He was a really cool Chad. And he said that, hey, come here. You're not going to pay $350 for this guitar. I was like, oh, okay. What am I going to pay for it? He said, you're going to pay $200. I was like, okay, I'll give you $200 for it then. He was like, no, you don't understand. You offer me $200. I was like, I'll give you $200 for that guitar. He said, sold. Just like that. It's like that simple. Like, he never taught me, no one ever taught me that before. I thought sticker price was what you had to pay. Oh, that was dumb.
Hey, about what was said earlier about putting 4 pounds of meth in a cop's trunk, I would say that's not a good idea for two reasons. One, you wouldn't want to bring yourself down to their level. And two, all drugs should be legal anyways. So
Yeah, I just thought Josh was telling like an entertaining story, like how funny it would be that if a cop got arrested for drugs.
Well,
I didn't think that was like any legal advice or anything, right, Josh?
no, it's satire. Like, for instance, I could have busted this one officer. He was our dare officer. I caught him smoking something in the dare car out in the school parking lot after school, sitting there, everybody's sitting there doing their skateboard shit. And I come around and I'm like, oh, what the hell is that? So I sit there and I get out my little scope, my glass scope, and I zoom in on it. It's like one of those pirate spy glasses. And I was like, holy shit, he's smoking crack. But later on, that officer like pulled me over. As the same officer pulled me over as I was leaving my Connect's house. I just spent like $50 on like an ounce of this Mexican dirt weed, like the real brick stuff from back in the day. He took it off my hands. Didn't write me a ticket or nothing. I was pissed. I was like, I need a I need a receipt of seizure for that. And he's like, nah, I'm just going to do you a favor. I'm just going to take this off of you. Don't frequent this place anymore. And as he was leaving, he dropped a bag of Chronic out the window. And I was like, ha ha.
Wait, so he gave you a smaller bag of better weed after taking your larger bag of cheap, crappy weed?
Yeah.
Well, damn.
But at least he left me something. I figured he could use that for one of his busts, and this other stuff, he's just like, yeah, I can't use this for evidence on this guy. It's not even an eighth.
That's weird. That's a weird story, Josh.
I know.
Like, because, I've got some weird stories. Yeah, I could tell you one. I used to have a neighbor. He was like an EMS guy. He drove the ambulances, or he rode in the ambulances, right? And one day, like nonchalant out of the blue, he was telling me how much he loves when females get in a car accident and they're unconscious because they cut their clothes off and they go down the bumpy roads on purpose to watch their boobies flop around. And I'm like, what the actual fuck did you just say? Like, like it didn't register at first because it was so bizarre. Because you think like the EMS guys, like, they're medical professionals. But he was like, yeah, the guys and the girls, they cut the clothes off of the girls and go down the bumpy roads. And it's like, the fuck? Like that's just wrong on so many fucking levels. It's
now
like,
all of a sudden, this friendly EMT out here kind of makes sense. He's got like an earring in his left ear, and he's like, there's a rumor that he's a little southpaw, and he's just, he's just one of those kind. So yeah, that makes sense.
man, I gotta say, dude, like that's evil. Like taking advantage of people when they're unconscious. And like, I understand if there needs to be a trach done and she's wearing a turtleneck, cut it off, right? Perform the tracheotomy. But like just for no reason? Like,
I mean, at
just
that
to
point, the
violate
ambulance
her
ride should be
body?
free, The ambulance ride should be free at that point.
Yeah, she paid for it, right?
Yeah.
But no, I mean that's gotta be like some sort of like sex crime or something, right? That's weird. And I didn't have him on camera, right? So I couldn't just like turn him in. It's like, what do? Do you call in on him, his word versus your word? I didn't know what to do. I was young. But I'll never forget that, man. I will never forget that. So it's like, these public servants, they don't always have you in mind, the best thing in you for, the best thing for you in mind.
Yeah.
Like sometimes they're just trying to get their own jollies.
Especially like when you're in the back of a cop car and they don't buckle you in, and then they hit the highway at 80 and the speed limit on the highway is 65. and they're just passing vehicles like they see the headlights coming, they just go into the opposite lane, turn their lights on, and get going. So that truck has to pull over on the side of the road, you know? And it's just like, this is bullshit. There's no emergency here. Why are you got the red lights on? This ain't emergency. I'm already in custody.
Oh, you meant emergency lights. You said headlights. I was kind of confused there for a second.
Well, like, because it's at night and they get into the opposite lane of traffic, the oncoming lane of traffic, and you can see headlights. So they'll just turn their emergency lights on to get that person to pull off on the side of the road. You know, thinking that, you know, there's a high speed pursuit and they're after it. And as soon as they get out in front, they just kick it off and they keep going 85 the whole way. 80, 85. And you don't have your seatbelt on. And I was vocal about it. And I was like, excuse me, I don't have my seatbelt on and I'm in your custody. This is illegal as fuck. And really, all they would have to do is just, you know, get into a fender bender. They'd be okay because they got airbags. And I got this metal cage that's stopping me from going forward, you know?
So it's not about what's illegal. It's about what's right and wrong. But it's not about what's right and wrong. It's about what they want.
Yeah, but that cop should have got a seatbelt ticket because I'm in his custody and I have no opportunity to put it on or take it off. I mean, if they'll pull you over for a $150 ticket for not wearing a seatbelt, how come they don't get the same treatment? Somebody in the back seat, you're the one that's getting the ticket as a driver, even though your passenger is the one that wasn't wearing the seatbelt.
If it was a kid, wouldn't it be like reckless endangerment?
Yeah.
So,
Yes,
what's to stop you from?
No matter the
Go ahead.
situation, the driver is responsible for making sure everybody's wearing a seatbelt.
So,
Even
yeah,
if they're
exactly.
grown
So
adults in
it's
the
the
backseat.
officer, even if it's an officer that's driving, right?
Kind of just jumped in here 20 seconds ago. What are we talking about?
I was talking about one time I got arrested and they drove like 85 miles per hour, even though the speed limit on that highway was 65. They refused to put a seatbelt on me. They had their seatbelts on. Recklessly driving at night, and there's no street lights on the highway because it's the desert.
Who didn't
And
have a seatbelt on?
I was the only one that didn't have a seatbelt on, and I had handcuffs on. The only thing that would restrain me from moving forward is a metal cage.
Yes, and believe it or not, people think that the metal cage is so people in the back seat can't fuck with the officer. The metal cage is actually because it's a safety cage. Because when you're handcuffed, they can't seat buckle you. Because that's a safety thing. You'd be double restrained at that point in an accident.
Yeah, well, I'd rather have my restraining device on that's meant that is the law. Just like, I wonder if I can get by with that. Oh, no, I got them bound and tied. They don't have to have his seatbelt on.
Also, this is the kind of guy I am, just to let you know. If you're handcuffed in the back of a police car, you're already the one who's probably fucked something up to begin with. So, if you don't want to be unsafe, in the back of a police car while handcuffed, then just don't end up handcuffed in the back seat of a police car.
Interesting.
So cops
Didn't you swear
cops
an
don't
oath?
make false arrest ever? That's
Hold
an
on,
interesting
didn't you
concept.
swear
I
an oath?
didn't know you could just follow the law and stay out of cop cars. I didn't know that was a thing.
Innocent until proven guilty. You swore an oath to hold all those amendments, buddy.
Oh, let's ask Platypus directly. Platypus, do you think that it's possible that someone could be falsely arrested?
Yes.
All right, then.
Yeah, now you know why I'm suing the shit out of the county for 45 days false imprisonment on that specific incident.
Just out of morbid curiosity, between us guys here. A, what were you arrested for? And B, Did you actually do that thing that you were arrested for?
Probation violation. No, I did not violate probation.
How did they say you violated probation?
My word against their word. Finally got to court, 45 days going back and forth to court. Charge vacated. Finally, it's like, if the charge is vacated and there's no crime, you're keeping me against my will. You are kidnapping me at this point. You should have never been arrested. We're sorry. We cannot find any proof of your violation. PO was changed, but I was still hooked on the probation.
Might actually have something there. Good luck with it.
Yeah, the judge actually said, we're sorry. You should have never been arrested. There's no evidence.
Yeah, in that situation, you probably should and probably will successfully sue them for false imprisonment. If you're giving me the full story here, that's exactly how things went down.
45 days false imprisonment. And then they were doing like this fucking communist union bullshit too. Oh, we need more money, so we're all going to call in sick to where, you know, we won't get fired because we're allowed, you know, a week off for sickness. And we'll just get it to where the jail's understaffed and nobody can get to the court on time just to piss the judge off. So he hires more people.
So, again, to elucidate how I feel about law enforcement, on the other hand, I think people get arrested for shit that they really shouldn't be arrested for.
Yeah.
I think there are things that are illegal that, to the point that you have to get arrested, that I don't think should be that illegal. Particularly anything related to the use, like the personal use of marijuana. And I'm starting to lean a little more favorably toward, as weird as this is going to sound, cocaine.
Hey, can I talk to you for a second, Platypus?
Yeah, sure.
All right, so I heard what you said about, you know, being in cop car. Don't break the law and you won't end up in a cop car. But false arrests happen all the time, right? But not only that, this might really strike you as bizarre, but sometimes federal agents let people go and they don't turn them in, right? For example, if you go to Tulsi Gabbard's YouTube channel, you could see where she is accusing FBI agents of having known child molesters run free for a year to molest 100 extra children because they didn't do their job correctly. Now, that might seem strange to you, but what if we live in a clown world, Platypus? What if child molesters go free and innocent people get arrested all the time?
Hank, you got to get it out of your head from the beginning that I don't think the justice system is perfectly fair and that it's perfectly designed. I understand that it's fucked. Okay? I get that. But that doesn't change the fact that for the overwhelming majority of people and the overwhelming majority of situations, if you just don't, okay, like for Josh, I did him the courtesy of not asking him what he was on probation for in the first place, because A, that's private. I didn't want to take marijuana. Well, was it illegal to grow marijuana where you live?
That year it became legal.
That's not a proper answer to my question.
So, no. I live on federal land, buddy.
Okay, it's irrelevant. You said that, you know, by and large, innocent people don't end up behind bars. Is that what you meant? By and large,
yes. And when
they do the right thing.
When they do, and you can, okay, yes, we believe in innocent until proven guilty, in that you shouldn't be considered guilty of a crime unless it can be proven without a reasonable doubt. If you can't prove without reasonable doubt, then you just can't find somebody guilty of a crime. All right.
But wait a minute. I learned in school that John F. Kennedy was assassinated by Lee Harvey Oswald. What day did Lee Harvey Oswald stand trial?
Lee Harvey Oswald didn't stand trial. He was assassinated.
So why would my teacher tell me that Kennedy was assassinated by Lee Harvey Oswald if what you just said is true?
Lay down. Lay down. Lay down, Luby.
Is it possible
Wow,
my
I never
teacher was
thought of it that
lying?
way.
So,
And yeah, you didn't know that?
all right. So here's the deal. Let's say, what's a different, because you kind of, I wish you used an example that wasn't directly associated with a big conspiracy as it is, which the JFK assassination is.
What do you mean? What's the conspiracy? He never stood trial.
Okay.
Nobody knows who killed Kennedy.
Okay, I'll give you an example I'm intimately familiar with. I got an uncle who died in a car crash. He died in a car crash because he T-boned a police officer. He killed the police officer. During his autopsy, or I don't know if it is literally done when his autopsy happened or they had his body at the hospital, it was determined not only by camera that he ran a red light, striking the officer and killing him, but it was also determined that his blood alcohol content was 0.28. He was drunk off his ass. Did he ever stand trial for killing somebody by being drunk behind the wheel of a car? No, he never stood trial for that. Can you go back and look at everything that happened and still come to the perfectly reasonable conclusion that that's what happened? Yes. Was he ever found guilty in the eyes of the law? No, he wasn't. That doesn't mean he didn't do it. That means he never got to see his day in court, which is not the same thing.
I would say he's innocent until proven guilty. Right? I mean, if you read, hold on. If you read the 13th Amendment, it says you have to be duly convicted. Right?
To be found guilty of a crime in the eyes of the law and in the eyes of the government, yes, you have to. That does not mean you didn't do the thing that you did. Guilty people get found innocent for crimes all the time, just like innocent people get found guilty for crimes that they didn't commit all the time.
Then why was Epstein case thrown out of court?
Innocence and guilt in the eyes of the law does not always directly reflect. It's not 100% accurate. Okay? My whole point was it's possible to determine that somebody did a crime after they've died, even though they technically never got to stand have their date in court.
Unless you're a child molester like Jeffrey Epstein, whose case was thrown out.
Well, was Jeffrey Epstein's case thrown out because he died?
Yeah.
Then there you go.
It doesn't mean
dude, it doesn't mean he did or did not molest children. It just means that he didn't get a day in court because he was dead.
But do you understand that fact that, dead men cannot stand trial? Dead men can tell no tales, right?
You're not, okay, Josh.
If a man is dead, they cannot be charged for killing an officer. Doesn't matter what investigation happens. Both of the people are dead. There was a collision. End of story. It's called an accident. Just like the individual Ruby who shot.
His name was Jack Rubenstein.
His name was Jack Ruby.
No, his name was Jack Rubenstein. Stop lying by omission. Don't lie, platypus. His name was Jack Rubenstein.
Was that abbreviated Ruby?
I don't care how you edit it.
Just like Andy is an abbreviation of Andrew.
Okay, I don't care if you want to lie by omission in front of everybody. That's fine by me. I'm just pointing it out.
Who was the most prolific serial killer in American history?
I don't know, but hey, you heard of this guy named Ein? You know this guy, Albert Ein? You know that guy, right?
You ever heard of a guy named Ted? Hey, you ever heard of a guy named Ted Bundy?
No one ever fucking says Albert Ein.
Hey, you ever heard of a guy named Ted Bundy?
Yeah, I got a book on the prolific serial killers.
No, you haven't. No, you haven't. Because I'm pretty sure you're talking about Theodore Bundy, right?
That's the first name. That's different. You don't cut half of someone's last name off.
Get out of here. Go back to having a conversation with Josh.
Feel free, lie all you want to. Go ahead.
Hey, Platypus, can you think of any drug that should be illegal and why it should be illegal?
I would say heroin.
I would say alcohol.
Why?
I don't think I've ever met a functional heroin addict. Think
Is that a reason? Is that a logical reason to criminalize it?
all right, before we continue, are we arguing a matter of fact or are we arguing a matter of opinion? Because it sounds like we're about to argue on individual opinion on what drugs should be legal and not legal.
Hey, Platypus.
We're arguing about logic.
Right.
Platypus.
Logically speaking, things like how far do you want to go in either direction with it? Like, should caffeine be illegal because it's a stimulant? No.
No, not at all.
Should
On the
alcohol
contrary.
be illegal?
Nope.
Should tobacco be
No,
illegal?
there's no medical benefit for alcohol.
Ashley,
There
now
might
that
be
we
some
got
topical, not consuming it.
Well, actually, that's not entirely true. Actually, one point in time in my life, a long time ago, I technically used alcohol medicinally. It's not a very common thing, but it does happen. In the past, they used it for surgeries because they didn't have modern anesthetics. And I myself used it for very intense insomnia when I was a teenager. I had a very hard time sleeping for a while. And there were a few points in time where a bottle of rum was the only way I could get a good night's sleep. But that's besides the point. I just want to see if you can give me any logical reason of why any drug should be criminalized.
When he's done, I can tell you why they actually criminalized it.
I don't really care why they did or did not. It doesn't change the fact that I don't think it should be.
Well, it's good to know you're thinking clearly about one thing, even if it's not the shape of the earth.
Even as a person who does not use drugs, which I guess kind of gives me maybe an improper.
What are you talking about? You drink booze. You use drugs all the time, fool.
Well, you know what I mean. Like, if you ask people, do you do drugs? There are a lot of people who drink alcohol that would still answer that question no. Just like there are a lot of people that.
That would be another lie. That's another lie.
That's because those people are stupid, Platypus. Those people don't know how to speak English properly.
It's not a lie. It's just a misconception. It's based.
Are you
on
saying
what most
stimulants and depressants are not drugs?
Did I say that?
Okay, you said we're not speaking
did I
properly.
say
So
that?
is a stimulant like coffee a drug?
Yes.
Okay, is a depressant, or shall I say a solvent like alcohol, is that a drug?
Yes, it can be.
Can be. Like on Sundays?
Well, okay.
After
caffeine-
church? What do you mean?
Yeah, I can't rub caffeine. I can't rub granulated caffeine across a surface to help sanitize it. Alcohol, you can do that with. Alcohol isn't just used as a substance that you intake for a desired effect. It also has other uses.
You know, they used to take people and sew them in skin and dump them into the ocean for consuming coffee.
Hank,
I'm not joking.
I'm not saying that you're joking. I'm just saying you kind of like to run way further down the path than the pace of the conversation currently is.
I was just letting you know in case you didn't know.
Okay.
There used to be a death penalty for consuming coffee. Because the emperor was thinking, I don't want these guys getting together and talking in the coffee houses. Right? They might get this idea of like liberty or freedom. Sound familiar, Australia?
Yeah, just watch they'll ban coffee next in Australia.
Oh shoot! How dedicated are you guys to having this conversation? There's something that came up on the news. I was wondering if
go ahead,
anybody
bro.
else- There's something that came up on the news this morning. When I was getting ready for work that caught my attention. I'm good for bringing that up. Anybody catch this treaty that Biden signed with for the UK and Australia, where they combine their defense resources? No.
That's dumb. That's dumb.
Yeah, well, it just happened. So,
So does that mean if we go to war, let me rephrase, if Australia goes to war against their government, that we're going to go help them fight their people?
well, I'll tell you where I think it's going. It has to do with, well, obviously a new world order kind of getting put more together and in your face, but in places like Australia or in, England or here, they're worried about, I think they're worried about the police actually starting to side with us, dissenting, breaking ranks, and it's gonna be so they can bring in the other countries' militaries to do their totalitarian takeover.
Yeah, but
what happens? They send our military over there to do their dirty work, and they send their military over here to do our dirty work.
But what happens? Who defends us when the English try to take the soil from us again?
Australia, England, the United States, they're never gonna fight each other. Not in anytime soon, anyway.
Well, in a way, they'd be fighting each other because if their military's over here and ours is over there.
Yeah, the corporations got their back. They're thick as thieves. But if you keep pushing Australian people too much further, they're going to be like, wait a minute, I don't ever remember getting duly convicted and put in house arrest where I couldn't go no more than 5 or 10 kilometers away from my house. I don't remember any jury and trial by my peers. Why is Australia turning into an open prison?
Anyway, I just wanted to bring that up.
You guys talked about the quarantine areas over there? Like the quarantine camps that they have?
Yeah, they call
whatever. Yeah,
camps, yeah.
That's crazy.
You mean concentration camps?
And it's going to happen here too because people are the way that they're pushing the public, me looking on Facebook and them saying, here's some of the reasons that people don't want to get vaccinated, and they're making them like they're giving somewhat legitimate reasons. Now the only thing that they're not saying is the shit we're saying, which is okay, first of all, let's back up and talk about why we should get them. Okay, this thing, right? Okay, let's look at everything that they've said from the beginning all the way up until now. Okay, all of that shit is inconsistent. And then on top of that, now you're saying, well, for this inconsistency here that we want you to believe in, now you have to, inoculate yourself for this shaky foundation that we've laid for you. Not just shaky, just totally non-existent. And then it's like none of that is ever going to be addressed. They just got people feeling like, oh, okay, well, maybe they feel like it's not safe. Hello, motherfucker. I don't care if it's water. There's nothing going on that isn't natural right now. Like people get sick every year. Someone's sick probably every day. And it's probably because of all the fucked up shit that you're doing in people's towns with the water, feeding them subpar food, all of the stuff that should be addressed that isn't addressed. And it's like, no, fuck all that. You're gonna take these things, and by the way, we're gonna make a combination of 50,000. I mean 50 billion. My bad. Or is it 50 billion? Jesus Christ.
Right now, Elijah, a lot of people in the United States and maybe even around the world are really upset about Texas's new law about women's rights to their own body. But where's the outcry for my body, my choice?
Fauci, Fauci,
wait,
if he's even a doctor.
Wait a minute.
Who
Your
says,
body, your choice as a guy?
Yeah,
What the
dude.
fuck do you mean?
We have
Have the
bodies
right to
and
choose?
choices too, platypus, man.
Did you know I have a body, platypus? Were you aware of that?
What rights of yours are being violated over your body, Hank Hill?
Well, none right now, but if it comes to a point to
Okay.
where they're saying you got to do this or you can't go buy food, right? Don't you think that would be a violation? Don't I have the right to put food in my body? Don't I got a right to go to the grocery store, platypus?
You
Just
do
like
know
everybody
that
else?
there are other countries that literally have Gestapo like security,
Well,
making sure people who aren't who aren't jabbed, that they can't just walk up in there.
Oh, for the
So
love of Christ.
Platypus,
so that's not true. Hold on, so that's not true, platypus? You're telling me that's fake news?
I'm telling you, just go get the fucking jab and get it over with. For
What
the
do
love
you
of God.
call forced penetration of your body?
Nope. You know what, platypus? Whether you believe in it or not,
No,
you're gonna have to see them
it's
put a
forced.
bullet between. You're
Hey,
gonna
hold on a
have to
minute, hold on a
see
minute.
them. You're gonna have to see them pull a bullet between my eyes as you fucking do nothing. That's what you deserve.
Lou, it's forced when they start handcuffing people, dragging them to Rite Aid, and putting a needle in their arm. That's when it's
You don't think
that
people
point,
should
are you
get
gonna
to come to that?
if your local grocery store, who is a privately owned business, by the way, says that they don't want people in there unless they're fully vaccinated, and says that you gotta.
We don't give a shit about any of that. Hello,
Do you think I give a shit about government? Sorry, time out. I was talking about government mandates. That's a straw man. I don't care what private companies do. I was talking about the government mandating that you have to have a vaccine passport in order to buy, sell, or trade goods.
Well, there's a real easy way for that to not be a problem.
Right,
Like
my
I
body,
said,
my choice.
You're gonna have to. You're gonna have
Yeah,
to.
revolution,
see them.
bitch. Revolution. Get all these fucking motherfuckers like G Platypus. Round it up.
It is absolutely your choice, Hank.
I'll tell you
And
this,
I'm sure you're
Platypus.
making it.
You know that,
and you fought for this country, but you're not gonna do a fucking damn thing for the man.
No, you won't.
You're a
I'll tell you
bitch.
this, Platypus.
Tonight you are.
Biden's little threat of our patients.
Why'd you even serve? Why? Who are you? Why the fuck did you serve just to put food on the fucking table? Or it couldn't have been for any moral
Elijah,
reason.
real quick, before I decide how I'm going to argue this with you, do you pay taxes?
Just like everyone else.
You pay your income taxes every year?
Just like everyone else.
It is not just like everyone else. Not everybody pays their taxes.
You're right. You're right.
As a matter of fact, I think I've asked that question.
Nothing.
Yeah, I think I've asked that question of like 6 people in here before, and you're the first person to tell me that they actually pay their taxes every year. If you do, then there you go.
Dude, most people, anywhere you go, it's just pulled right out of their paycheck, okay? It's not like every fucking flat earther itemizes and then decides whether or not they're going to pay at the end of the year.
Nope, you would be surprised how many people work for people that just
There's
pay
a
to
reason
the
for
payroll.
that. There's a reason that it's pulled directly out of your paycheck, because that way you think about it less, and that way a lot
here.
more people out there are comfortable with being
Over
suckers.
here. Oh, the stupid ass winning.
This motherfucker GE Platypus is the fucking enemy. He's a fucking pussy.
Yeah,
He's an oath breaker. He's a fucking worthless piece of shit.
Platypussy.
Hey, Platypus, what I was saying there, Biden's little speech about a week and a half ago, something like that, patients wearing thin. He's right.
I'm
But
unfamiliar.
Guess what? So is all of ours. And if anybody is at all afraid or threatened by that fucking old man, nah, they don't know what they're fucking messing with, okay? All of the people who don't like the mandates and don't like that shit and they're the people who also have the guns. They want to start a fight. This shit, we're ready to fucking go.
Lou, if you want to argue,
And I'm glad you got it.
Hey, that's
I'm
fine.
glad you got it,
Yo,
Josh. I'm glad you got it.
Hold on, I did get it. Months
Get
ago.
it a couple more times. You need a third one.
Alright,
Or a
so
fourth one. Yeah, because it
If
doesn't
it's been
work.
6
You need
weeks,
one more.
If it's been 6 weeks, it doesn't work.
Not if you got the Johnson and Johnson one, which is a more traditional.
No, they're like Pokemon. They're like Pokemon. You got to catch them all.
The two
Dude,
Moderna
platypus,
one.
none
is
of
a-
them
is a
show that they work at all, period. At any given amount of time.
Put it up. Wherever you're getting that information from, put it up here, Lou. Go ahead.
Does it do any of them stop you from
Nope.
do
It
any
doesn't
of
go
them
any further
stop
till you show me
hold
where
on,
you got that from.
hold on. Do any of them stop you from getting it?
Just like
Or spreading it.
Hey, tell me one vaccine you've ever gotten your entire life that says it's 100% effective. Show me one.
Dude, all of them say that
Exactly, Lou.
No.
It's a fucking moot point
No.
you're
Here's the
arguing
thing.
right now.
But what you're not understanding is it's not even what they say it is, you
Here's the
fucking
difference.
retard.
They're telling you, I mean, yeah, they'll say it's 95% effective, but effective at what? They tell you it is 0% effective at stopping transmission.
You know, vitamins usually have the vitamin in it itself. This one doesn't have any vitamins in it. So therefore it's not a vitamin, you fucking retard.
But this is all assuming that they're effective against what exactly? Okay, why don't you show me the fucking science for what I have to actually get this thing for? So show me where.
Elijah, are you familiar with
Show
the
me
science?
where.
Hold on, this
Show
is
me
important.
where.
This is important.
Listen,
Are you asking because
I'm
you
familiar.
want to
I'm
demonstrate
familiar
it to
with
me?
the CDC. I'm familiar with the CDC website.
Yep.
And they haven't determined a cause. Right. That's all I care about. I don't give a fuck about what they say.
A cause of what?
There is no cause and effect relationship.
Between what?
What do you mean between what? What virus ever has been linked to whatever they're trying to say that people have?
Are we actually
He
gonna
just
try and
trusts
argue? Wait,
the
hold on.
science. No, you just
Are
trust
we
the
going to try and
science. That's the
Are
problem.
we going to try and
You
argue that
trust the science.
coronavirus
No,
isn't real?
You lack belief. You only trust the science. You don't even believe in the science that you trust.
Negative Ghost
That's the
Rider.
problem.
I'm intimately familiar with
Oh
exactly
no,
what the coronavirus is
no.
doing.
The only thing, okay, the only thing you were was a fucking cook on a submarine, dude.
That wasn't my job.
You
and
managed the
what
hot
I did in
water.
the military has nothing to do with this
You
conversation.
managed the hot water.
Nope.
Yeah. You
Textbook
swore
ad
an
hominem.
oath
When
and
you
you
say
break
you
your
don't
fucking
trust the
oath
science, are
on
you
the
talking to
daily.
Elijah?
Textbook ad hominem. My military
Well,
service has absolutely nothing to do
yeah,
with
nobody
the
gives a
conversation
fuck
about
because you did nothing in the military.
the flat Earth versus ball Earth does, and you can use this, guys, because
What do we know?
I've been doing this for a minute. Ball Earth means
Jason,
that you're
what do we
going to
know?
die at any moment from some catastrophic event, like a black hole shooting through space at or an
Where did
asteroid,
he
or
go?
just some crazy
He's
shit
still
like
here.
that.
Jason,
Oh,
you
he's
might want to
still here.
reconnect. Brother, you're
Oh, I'm sorry.
not
I
saying
thought I
much.
was going off. I wasn't going off. Shit.
I
I
hear
thought I was going off,
everything.
man.
I hear every single thing Jason is saying.
What is it we want to know, Jason? Now, come on,
Everything
man. The suspense
Jason
is killing me,
said is
bro.
incorrect or
For real.
accurate? Was everything that
We
Jason
go
said
live
accurate or incorrect?
immediately. It drops out.
I'm sorry about that, man. I don't know what's going on. Maybe they censoring the truth, man. I don't know what's going on. But scientifically, we have proven like flat, and scientifically they can't prove that there is a curve or motion. And I'm tired of having this debate. I'm really tired of it because it's very simple. Do you have science experiments? No. Okay, we have science experiments. Yes. What is going on? I'm tired of having this conversation. I really am. I'm tired of being called an idiot. I'm tired of calling me a fucking moron for whatever I believe. My senses believe. I'm tired of it, man. What's going on? What are we doing? I don't know. I'm spouting off. I'm sorry.
You're not able to see the unrefracted horizon.
Man, I see it. I see it. I love it. I love flat Earth, man. The Earth is a flat and stationary biodome to me, and I love my environment. And people are shitting on it. I hate it. I love it and I hate it. You know what I'm saying? This is heaven, and this is also hell for me. You know what I'm saying?
Mic check.
This is heaven,
I hear you good.
and it's hell. Because people want to believe certain bullshit, and then they don't want to believe other bullshit.
That's
They
why
want to
you're
believe the
coming
Earth
in
is flat and
crystal clear.
stationary, and then they want to believe that they can kill and murder animals and be okay with that shit. Yeah, it's aggravating, man. I'm sorry.
A belief system.
Oh no, platypus.
Platypus. A vegan flat earther. Watch out.
You see,
That's the most dangerous
See,
motherfucker in
this
the
is
world,
why I
I think.
stopped drinking.
You think? Man.
Yeah, just a heads
I
up.
think drinking is way less detrimental than taking a ton of adrenochrome and opiates and antibiotics and things
Don't
like
do that, Josh. Jason just left us hanging. What now? Don't you leave us hanging?
Oh, I was
I'll
gonna
fucking
say
talk until the
that
motherfucker mutes me. Yo.
here real
Wait, can I
soon
get
we're gonna
video in
have
here?
a
Can I get
large
video?
influx, like a
I'll
raid.
video it. Oh, I can't get the video.
Okay.
I'll show my face. I don't care.
A raid?
So yeah, a mini raid type of thing.
Oh, cool.
These are like woke individuals. So
Are they Globers?
Wait, like
I'm not sure
woke,
they're
like
open. I know they're open minded. They're up in VC check-in right now.
woke, like we say woke,
Okay.
or woke, like far
Because
left.
I'm hungry for some
freaking
fresh
blue
meat.
hair
If you-
woke. Like
It's a bunch of potheads.
Oh, that's not going to be fresh meat. That's just going to be a good time.
Yeah.
Which I'm fine with.
We're fucking exploding their minds. Let's do it. Hey, what are we gonna do?
Talk.
Right.
It will be a problem when you take away their belief systems.
That's the
from
game.
them. They are not gods any
You guys, I
longer.
quit playing Counter-Strike Go. Took me a while.
Yeah.
So, in preparation for all the potheads, do we all just need to get high?
Here it goes.
I'm way ahead of you.
Mic check.
Way ahead of me?
Good.
Why?
Anyone hear me? Mic check.
Damn, there are a lot of people up there.
We can hear you. You're good. I can hear you.
Oh, thank you.
Nice.
I thought I was.
There's a lot of
mute.
over there.
How come I can no
On-
longer
on
see the
you-
VC check-in?
Is it in YouTube?
YouTube.
Nah, YouTube.
Yeah.
I sound like Dracula.
Yeah, I call it that way too. JOO tube.
We're going to do a TED talk pretty soon, and I would like to start with the Zeus.
Who
I
does
guess.
that again?
What?
Oh, blah, 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 blah. Sorry.
All right, go for it, man. I was just feeling air. I don't
Yeah,
want
no,
to
my
fuck.
bad. I was trying to get that out. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, I'm done.
What you got, man? Tell me about it. I love it. Help me out. Help me out, dude. I'm just fucking feeling dead air, bro. I'm just fucking. You want to know what I think? Because I'll fuck your mind up, dude.
Make sure you wear a condom.
Don't know
Because
about that, man. You're talking to a
Not
pretty low
all.
group of folk.
Yeah, I'm sure. I know who I'm talking to. I understand this is Flat Earth Discord. I will still fuck your mind up.
Who's this?
Give me the
Jason guy?
ability.
Did I
Give
know
me
him?
the ability. Give me the ability to videotape me, son, so
I
that
think
you
it's,
know that I'm not just a hidden person.
it's Jason.
Well,
It's Jason.
Hank Hill, give me the
no.
ability to
Jason.
videotape.
Jason's in
Jason's
here
talking.
speaking with.
I am not bullshit, dude. I am not. I will not. I love you people. I value that you have the education that I know that you have. I will not fuck with you. I will not lead you
Hey,
astray about
Yo, what
things,
the fuck are
man.
we talking about?
Yeah, you don't even know yet, man. Wait, just wait until we
No, I
get
mean,
into
who
it,
are you
man.
talking about?
Who am I talking about? I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah, what's your name?
my name is Jason. Jason Como is my
Told you,
my actual
Glad
name.
Flow.
Cuomo?
Told you,
Como
what?
is a French name. Yes, sir.
I told you it was
My
Jason.
last name is Gidry. It's also a French name.
Oh, good for you,
Doesn't
man.
that
That's
mean
awesome.
knowing
I was just
or to
trying.
know?
Okay.
Hey, can
Well,
I get
I'm
a mic
just,
check
I'm
real
just,
quick?
I'm just putting
Mic
myself
check.
out there
Yeah,
in
yeah,
front of
you're
you
good.
guys, people. I just told you my
You good?
name. I don't know. I don't know anybody
Good, I
here.
just got in. All I did was ask what you were talking about.
Okay, stop fighting.
Okay.
Hello, welcome.
No, we're not fighting. We're not fighting. I will never fight with you people. I love you people. I value your information.
No, Jason. Okay, fine, but you got to share the
Super.
mic. So give it a break here and there, like you know.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead and talk. I'll take the back seat.
Oh, well, thank you so much. How many new people do we have here?
Jason
I
giving
like
you
that.
permission to talk, Lou.
I'm sorry. My bad. I
That's
just
when I
want to get.
pull out my Eddie
I just
Murphy
want to.
laugh.
I want to stir this. I just want to stir some shit so we can get some valuable content here. Yeah.
Hey, that's not how he laughed. He's like a like he sucks it in or something.
I
He's
mean,
like,
depends on if you
Right,
you get
Mr.
caught with a
Chief.
transsexual or not. Is how you laugh, Eddie Murphy style. You gotta be careful with that.
Okay.
Yeah, because he laughs totally different when he's busted by the police.
Probably. You would too.
Probably. Exactly. Oh, shit.
So, real quick, there is a text channel that we usually type in when there's like two people that are talking and we still have something to bring up and add to the conversation. That's live stream voice text. That should be right above this voice channel. All the new people that just joined, like 50 Tree and BSD and a couple others, Jason.
Yes.
That's where you can see where everybody else that's in the room, because there's 28 people in here right now, and not all everybody can have their mic open at the same time.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm not a
Okay.
sir, but
Well, you
I
definitely are.
appreciate it. The main thing is what, like, a lot of people have a hard time finding out what the nature of reality is. Like, they understand what levels are, right? They're tools to find something that's level, either perpendicular or horizontal, right? Or vertical or horizontal for a level. But they never think about the mechanism that's used to find level, right? It's liquid, because liquids have a definite property to them, right? They take the shape of the container that they are in, and B, find its level while at rest. All liquids do. Some have a meniscus that's bigger, and I think mercury has one of the most pronounced meniscus or surface tension. So It's just, yeah. I mean, with level, and if they say the world is 71% water, that means about 71% flat if water finds its level. Like, we're not talking about under the ocean, we're talking about the surface, the sea level, right? Like, do you understand where I'm going here with this one?
I
Like, what is
absolutely
level?
understand. What we should have done from Bedford level is it contained 6 miles of water or some other type of very viscous liquid in some type of tube where we could have pulled a vacuum to get all the atmospheric refraction out of it. That would have proved whether or not there is gravity pulling on this liquid at a curvature rate of 8 inches squared per mile or not. And I think that the fact that my goofy ass could come up with this scientific experiment and 2,500 years of scientific experiment, like scientists bullshitting like they knew what they were talking about. I feel like they were purposely missing trying to prove curvature. Because if I can come up with a scientific experiment,
Jason, I mean, I get your message.
I've heard of that experiment once before. I don't know if it was from you.
I get what you've been saying, but
I think that we'd have to see it
people
performed a few times to kind of even know what we were looking at. But yeah,
like half
why
people
not?
not hear me or something?
We can hear you, Lou. We just don't care.
I'm just gonna point out to Jason before he keeps on talking about flat earthers doing science. There's gonna be plenty of us in here who are gonna correct you and say that
You can hear me, right?
Science is not even a. I think me and flat are having.
It's not a clearly, man.
Not hearing me.
I said some profound shit, and everybody's like, "Nope, I'm not going to say shit." I'm just kidding.
Hey,
He's definitely not hearing me.
What's up?
Glatflow,
Yes, sir.
go ahead and pop out and come back in again because you're over talking Lou. I don't think you can hear him.
Yeah.
Oh, that's probably what's going on. Sorry.
Yeah, just check.
I can't hear Lou either.
Yeah, to be honest, I have to have my headphones in.
Go ahead and pop out and come back in, and then check. Lou will give you a radio check here in a second once you pop back in.
I'm back. I disconnected also just to make sure. You hear me now, Glad?
Yes, I do. So sorry about that.
No, it takes a minute to figure out what's going on. You know, you feel like you're being disrespected, but then sometimes that's not what it is.
I can hear you now, Lou.
So what was I saying? Oh, well, Quantum is here. Perfect. So Quantum, would you mind explaining to Jason why the flat Earth isn't a question of science at all, like the shape of the Earth? I guess I'll go ahead.
We also got other bloopers here
Jason,
too.
science deals with cause and effect relationships. It doesn't deal with like what is something. Like is the Earth a ball, or is it flat? It's a question of geometry. It's mathematics, measurement. It's not a question of science. So when you say that flat earthers are doing experiments in a colloquial sense, most people would be like, fine, great. But specifically, we like to be specific. They're not actually scientific experiments. They're observations, which is just like the first part of the scientific method.
Can I butt in for a second, Lou?
Yeah, take over.
Yeah, so not everything fits into the scientific method. It's kind of like a school thermometer, right? It very accurately measures between 95 and 105 degrees, but it's kind of limited. You can't take it home and bake cookies with it, right? So that's how the scientific method is. In order for something to fit inside the scientific method, it has to meet like certain criteria, like it has to be empirical, falsifiable, that sort of thing, right? Everybody should be able to do this test. It has to be falsifiable. There has to be a null hypothesis. And if it doesn't fit that with a cause and effect relationship and fit into a hypothesis and then be able to test it and retest it, then it's not science. So if I'm talking about theoretical astrophysics or cosmology, that's not science. That's not natural science.
Why do you guys say it's not natural science? Why don't you just say it's not science?
Well, there's this problem that we have with, the language, right? If I tell you theory, you might think I mean scientific theory, but I really mean postulation, right? So let's say I have this theory, right? The green grass grows on the dark side of the moon. Well, that's not a scientific theory, but the two words sound the same. So that's the ambiguity fallacy, right? If I'm trying to trick you into thinking that it's a scientific theory, right? So I want to be hyper specific in my speech because words mean things. And I would say that this is a postulation that maybe green grass grows on the dark side of the moon, because it's certainly not a scientific theory. So when I say natural science, I don't want you to think that I'm talking about science, which means knowledge, right? So if I want you to know that I'm talking about natural philosophy, natural science, that hypothesis testing thing that we go on and on about, that's why we use the word, so that we can be hyper specific. Plus, it gives no wiggle room for misunderstanding. So if I say, hey, I got a natural science question, what's 2 plus 2? You got to go, well, that's a category error. What do you mean natural science? That's a math question, right?
I don't know. I don't think I would take the time to point out the mistake in naming it. I think I would just say 4, to be intellectually honest.
Yeah, I see. For me to be intellectually honest, like I have the INTP personality, like I have to point out the inconsistency first and say that's a category error. I don't know what your question's malformed. You might want to reformulate your question, and then I can answer that the mathematical question after I've cleared it up is 4.
Hello. I just had a quick question. For being someone who, at one point in time, was a chemistry major in college, I would like to know what you guys would define as science.
You ever heard of the scientific method?
Yes, my understanding of the scientific method is something that can help you answer a question that is both repeatable, shareable in results, and something that someone else would be able to do.
All right, so what is the shape of the Earth? Is that a scientific question or a geometry question?
And one argue that science and math go hand in hand.
They do not.
Okay.
Okay.
You can take
not.
over.
Yeah, they do not. And you said what's natural science? Quantum mechanics, i.e., physics, parts of chemistry, biochemistry, genetics, and parts of biology. That answers your question. Mathematics has nothing whatsoever to do with frigging natural science. My God. Now, how long ago did you get that chemistry major?
I started off as a chemistry major, and then I switched into business.
Yeah.
Hey, good luck,
I
guys.
did not
This is
complete
not
a
the
degree.
conversation I want to.
He switched to a business major when he realized he can make a shitload more money selling pot. That's my theory.
Yeah.
Well,
You're
I have a lot of family members that have been published in scientific journals.
I don't really
and
care.
You would be surprised how much money you can make if
I
you do
don't
pot
care.
instead of science.
I don't really care about what you said about mathematics is even remotely even.
No, I know. I did just have a question, and I just wanted to hear the thought on it. I'm not trying to.
It's not a thought. It's absolute. I mean, it's so much of a category error. It's like, is an amoeba an orangutan? No. That's the level that we're at right now. You want some backup for that? Just not me saying it? Let's go to Richard Feynman, probably that most of the ballers worship. I'm in live stream text at 53 minutes after the hour. Feynman from the Feynman Lectures on Physics. Mathematics is not a science from our point of view, in the sense that it is not a natural science. The test of its validity is not experiment. I don't even know why I have to provide that. Right? You should have stayed.
Yeah, I was just looking for some clarification.
You should have stayed in chemistry, man, instead of switching to business.
Kiwi, I would argue that his original question was that mathematics and science go hand in hand, not that
They do
mathematics
not.
is a literal science.
They do not. Mathematics,
Well,
it's not a natural science.
He didn't say it was. He was asking if the
And
two go hand in hand.
That's our
my
they don't go
original
hand in hand at
premise
all.
was
Zero.
also what I wanted to understand your definition of science.
Natural
So I
science.
just
It's not my definition. It's what it's
well,
defined.
not your
as.
definition per se, but
No, I don't make up definitions. You'll never look up and see quantum eraser definition from QE.com. That's not going to fucking happen. So they're not my definitions. Right? So mathematics has nothing to do with natural science, has nothing to do with the scientific method whatsoever. Mathematics is abstract, whereas physics, everything, everything falls underneath physics. All the natural sciences do, right? Chemistry,
I mean,
biochemistry, genetics, biology.
if you wanna go to the point that everything could be boiled down to like theoretical particle physics, then yes.
No, not theoretical particle physics. I didn't say that. Everything falls under physics is the mother science. Right? Everything falls underneath physics. If you didn't know that, I'm shocked. I think I learned that in 8th grade, 7th, 8th grade. It kind of follows.
Meaning it has to be physical, right?
Yeah, physics.
For
Like
physics,
I said, mathematics is abstract. Physics is physical. They're two. What is the antithesis of physical?
Metaphysical.
Nope.
Optical.
Abstract. So how can something be physics and have tools that are abstract? It's a paradox. Simple. You see how I did that? I don't need an education to figure that one out.
I feel like you're forming the dichotomy correctly there, Kiwi.
I formed it absolutely pristine. That's why Feynman said, "Get the fuck out of here."
Yeah, he did post Feynman's definition, not his own. I don't know where people get that. Oh, according to QA. No, that's according to Feynman, what he just cited. So,
all except it is my scientific method, though. Just make sure you get that right.
Another appropriate antonym would be intangible.
Yep. Same thing, abstract, intangible. Yep,
I was gonna say that, but I wasn't sure if that was correct.
Yeah, it's another one. Yeah, yep. Is abstract intangible? Yeah.
Yeah.
So you could try to be pedantic about it, but it's not going to help you.
Maths is not reality.
I'm not saying that mathematics doesn't have its use. When we're talking about natural science, it has no use whatsoever. Natural science is qualitative, not quantitative. Let me say that again. Natural science, the scientific method deals with the qualitative, not the quantitative. Now, you may do some things to quantitate the effect to figure out if it's qualitative. You're following what I'm saying? You might have to, depending on what the question is, what the hypothesis is. But that doesn't mean it's quantitative. Follow? All you have to do is answer this one question. If you want to know what natural science is, just figure out what the hell a hypothesis is. Once you've figured that out, you've got 99% of it down. It's that simple. If I could go to that the beast, I might have to start doing that because I've been out here for 5 years. People, they're getting it, but it's still not registering. They're just parroting it, but not understanding it. So there's a little trick. Figure out what a scientific hypothesis, all the parts, what it's trying to elucidate, and you've got 99% of natural science. Yep.
Would
you know why?
consider physics or chemistry or geology or biology natural science?
Geology is not natural science, no.
Okay. Thank you.
Physics, quantum mechanics. When I say physics, I mean quantum mechanics. That's what I mean. Chemistry, parts of chemistry are synthetic. So right off the bat, that's not natural.
Now, what about if we go into organic chemistry to where everything is carbon-based, such as all life forms?
Yeah. No, that's still there's
So
a lot
then
of
it is life-based.
There's a lot of carbon-based synthetics. You're not really differentiating.
So is every part of life.
No, it's not. This is bullshit. You're fucking clueless, dude. Start over. All right. You know I've got chemistry degrees, right? You already know that, correct? Hope you do.
For the new guys
how
in here-
intellectual of you, QE.
May I ask from where you got these degrees?
No, you may not.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just a little heads up for the
What's so
newcomers
funny,
in here.
G Platypus? It's from a top tier university here in the United States. That's as far as you get.
You would disclose it.
Also,
true, you'd
what
disclose
style
it.
of chemistry?
wouldn't. Shut the
Because
fuck up.
I
You
do
tell me what
know
I'm gonna do.
people.
Shut the fuck up, G Platypus. Hold on, BSD.
Yes,
Don't
sir.
even fucking pretend to know what I would and what I would not do.
You're right, I don't know because you won't disclose it.
Shut the fuck up. Go ahead, BSD.
So I mean, I do live near one of the top petroleum engineerings in the school. Also, a lot of my family members did get degrees from the top polymer science degrees in the world.
I don't
and,
really care. Engineering's not natural science.
petroleum.
Engineering is not natural science. You need citation for that too?
If you have a citation, I would greatly appreciate it.
Usually, engineering means you're constructing something, meaning not in nature.
You're exposing yourself just with the questions and the claims that you put forward. You know that, right?
That's fair. I personally have nothing to hide.
All right. Well, I'm just saying you're exposing yourself. Not whether you're trying to hide it or not, you're done. Right? Here it goes back to this little scenario, and I'll post those citations here in a minute. You see, when you're in class and you're fucking daydreaming about Sally, for a week and a half, and the professor all of a sudden says, "Test tomorrow. Any questions?" See, you're sort of in a catch-22, right? Because your dumbass needs to ask questions because you've been daydreaming about Sally the whole week and a half. But the problem is, as soon as you ask that question, you're exposed. Everyone and their sister, including the professor, knows exactly where you're at. Follow that scenario? Here's the citations. From Henry Petrosky, professor of engineering at history at Duke University. Engineering is not science, and confusing the two keeps us from solving the problems of the world. Pretty shocking, isn't it? Boston University College of Engineering, they just come right out and fucking say it. Engineering is not science. Good. I thought you'd be good with that. You want to know why? I thought I just said it just a few minutes ago. If you understand what a hypothesis is, then you've got 99% of it down. So, post the engineering hypothesis, which is stupid on its face, but
man caused the Eiffel Tower. Prove me wrong.
yeah, yeah, right. There you go. See, your dependent variable must be natural, right? It can't be anything man-made, because if your dependent variable is man-made, then every single time, like Hank was just joking, you've already got your answer. There's no need for any science. You already got it. There's no hypothesis testing, because the independent variable is the cause of the effect, right? So it would be man every single time. Follow that?
I believe I'm starting to get there. Yes, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome. Did you say sir?
Yeah, I'm just where I'm from. We just kind of do that, man.
You got your heels together?
No, I don't have my red shoes on. If I click them
You
3
don't have
times, I
to
do
have
go
red
home.
shoes. Not red shoes, just heels together, because I am an actual sir.
You got to
That's it.
salute properly. Sound
And
off
you
like
have
you
to
got a
have
pair.
a fucking
Why?
sharp salute.
I believe you were an officer, right?
Yeah, I'm a retired officer, so I remain that for the rest of my life. Enough about me. Let's talk more about me. What'd you have to say, Lou? You were trying to butt in there for a second ago. What were you going to say?
I was just trying to give the newcomers in here, there's a bunch of them, the little heads up about how you like to give a little bit of tough love on this stuff. So they're going to have to, yeah, hopefully they got thick skin, some of them.
Did you already poison the well on me, Lou?
No, now I did, I guess, but
All right, let's go. Let's let the healing begin. Damn, they're chomping at the bit, Lou.
Let me help you out. Hey, new guys, is theoretical astrophysics a science?
Natural science.
I think BSD is one of the only new guys in here right now.
Hey, BSD.
Yo, what up?
The Earth is not a spinning globe. Prove me wrong.
I can't prove you correct or wrong. I don't know.
I can.
That's why I'm here to learn and absorb a different perspective from what I've traditionally used to hearing.
I could prove you.
So I'm here as an educational experience.
All right. Well, let's.
I'm not trying to prove one thing or the other. I'm just trying
All right.
to. I'm
Well,
just trying
then
to hear.
let's the education begin. Then, right? The spinning part. We want to get into that.
Sure.
So I can destroy that with the help of my man Lou's down there already. So let's do this. Oh, it's going to take like 25 minutes for it to load.
hold
Thanks,
on.
Lou. Yeah, it does. It doesn't take that long. That I'm just messing. It feels like that long though. Hold on a second. All right, let me load it up. Right.
In the meantime, grab yourself some snacks, kick back. Here comes Kiwi and Lunatic.
Lunatic. BSD, are you in live stream voice text?
I can be. I am now.
You should have been before. I was posting those citations in there. That was a test. Lou posted it real quick. Is that the whole thing?
I'm seeing now.
yeah, I don't know, maybe it's my computer. It seems to load a little faster than when you do it, but that's the whole thing.
Wait a second, MP4. Man, I got a high-speed computer, man. It's coming, BSD. Wait.
Oh, maybe it's
It'll
my
be.
maybe
Is
it's my
it
connection
from
actually.
Lunatic or Lunatic? I'm sorry.
However you want to say it, you don't have to say it both ways.
Coming up next.
That's all right. I'm gonna wait for my little spill. There's a spill that goes before the video. He posted the video, but we'll look at the spill here in a second. It's almost there, man. It's like 5, 4, 3, 3.5, 2, 2.76, 2.38.
There we go.
There.
It's probably my my internet speed. I've got like a 600 megabit connection, so I don't know.
Oh well, excuse me. I'm still on DSL. And so at 9 minutes after the hour, you with me, BSD?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Which
Inertial
I
moon-
can't properly say, sir.
Yeah, you're fine. I was just bullshit. I don't care about that shit. Inertial frame moon and star rotation. So this is a 25-minute time lapse from a stationary camera, a drone that our buddy Lunatic down here produced. As soon as I heard he was getting a drone, this was my first request. He had it to me in like, I don't know, 30 seconds and shit. It was quick. I like that response, by the way, Liv.
Dude, it just couldn't have worked out any better. You asked for it, and like 2 or 3 days later, I had full moon rise and perfectly clear night. You know, like
Right.
at a good time, like right after sunset. I was like, here we go, here you go, here it is, Kiwi.
Yeah, it was absolutely perfect, man. As soon as I heard that, I was like kids at Christmas. Anyway, back to the argument. This is a 25-minute time lapse from Lunatic's stationary drone. In the inertial reference frame, that means I don't know why I put Atmos in there. It's Atmo. The S shouldn't be there. What the fuck was I thinking? The moon and multiple stars are moving. So if you hit this, it's not 25 minutes long. It's only 18 seconds. So if you hit that, right, and you watch it, you can see about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I got about 11 stars. They're all around the moon, right? But the moon and all the stars are fucking moving. Guess what? That's the death of the heliocentric ball-tard spinning space monkey religion right here. You want to know why?
I'm sorry, I just got back. I had to run to the bathroom real quick. What was that last thing you just said?
Oh man, I got to repeat it and shit.
Just the last part. The last
Whole
sentence you
10
said.
seconds, man. It only took 10 seconds. So, okay. This is a 18-second time lapse, right?
Okay, yeah.
From the inertial reference frame. It's got the moon and it's got about 11 stars around. You got to look pretty close. You could see them though if you look real close. It doesn't matter
Make it
anyway.
full screen.
The focus is on the moon, but the moon's moving. This is the death of the heliocentric spinning ball space monkey religion. Just right here in 18 seconds. You want to know why?
Yes, please.
Yeah, because according to the heliocentric ball-tard spinning space monkey religion, those things don't move. It's the Earth that's moving that makes them appear to move. So if I put something up in the inertial reference frame, something that's not attached to the non-inertial reference frame, they should stay stationary, but they don't. They move. So the ball-tard religion is dead. It's just that simple. This is the quickest death to the heliocentric ball-tard spinning space monkey religion. Of course, this is the only Discord server I can post it on because it's so fucking big.
That's what she said.
Yeah, I know that's what she said. You get that, BSD? You want me to say it again?
No, I did get it that time.
Yep. That's it. So, how's the weather? Because it's over, man.
I said it's been a little shitty here. I'm over on the East
What I'm
Coast.
talking about. You see the point, though. That was rhetorical because it's fucking over. We can talk about, the weather, what the best cleaner you use for your bathroom, because the other subject, that's fucking over.
Fair enough. No, I can definitely refer to you the best cleaning solution for a water pipe. More specifically, a glass water pipe, but it's a different topic.
Isopropyl and salt.
Isopropyl and salt. However, have you ever heard of Randy's Black Label? It's a little bit more of like an acetone-based solution, as well as the large like kosher sea salt for your abrasiveness. It does work a little bit better than isopropyl.
There's
Highly
I can't
recommend.
remember the name brand, but there's a stuff called Tar Block.
Res
Add a
Block.
little bit of that at the very beginning, and then at the end, just some 420 cleaner.
Yep. Do highly recommend to use Res Block in the pieces. I work at a shop, and I've used 420 cleaner. I do like the Randy's a little bit better myself.
That's lovely. I'm glad I brought that subject up. Is there any other Baltards in here who want to take a shot at the title here? Little
Hey, QE. Full disclosure, I got quite a bit of alcohol in me tonight. How you doing?
Didn't I mute your dumb ass just about 10 minutes ago?
Yeah, but I was let out early for good behavior.
Don't try to special Evo mind power my fucking mind ever again.
Hey, so you're saying the drone left the inertial reference frame, right?
Yeah.
When the drone is sitting on...
No.
Okay.
No. It left the non-inertial reference frame.
All right. So when the drone is sitting on the ground, what reference frame is it supposed to be in the
That's what I said.
heliocentric
It
model?
left the non-inertial spinning reference frame and then entered the inertial reference frame.
Okay, I'll ask it again.
I just fucking answered it. You don't have to ask it again. If it's sitting on the ground, it's in the non-inertial rotating reference frame. Once it lifts off, it is now in the inertial reference frame with the sun, moon, and stars.
All right, so since it's in a reference frame when it's sitting
Inertial.
on the Earth, regardless of what kind of reference frame, it's still a
No,
reference
there's
frame.
no regardless about it.
It's a reference frame, right?
No, reference frames are different. That's why they call them reference frames.
Okay, so I assume we're going to pretend that the Earth is a spinning ball for this, because you're using this to... Okay, so we're pretending that the Earth is a spinning ball. Got it.
Yep.
So if the Earth were a spinning ball and the drone were sitting on the ground, what's its frame of reference?
The non-inertial spinning reference frame.
So you mean the surface of the Earth?
Yeah.
Okay. So when the drone takes off, particularly in the way that Lou is recording his video, what reference frame has it entered?
Inertial reference frame for the third time.
And while it's in that inertial reference frame, what is the reference?
The inertial reference frame.
No, but what's the reference? What's the thing we're referring to?
We're inertial.
See, when the drone was sitting on the ground, the answer to that question was super easy. Surface of the Earth. That's because...
Shut the fuck up with your Elmer Fudd sophistry. You have no fucking point. You're dead. The answer is the non-inertial spinning reference frame according to the Baltard spinning space monkey religion. As soon as it lifts off, it enters another reference frame, the inertial reference frame. Two different reference frame, bugger eater.
Something I've noticed about GE Platypus, right? Everything you tell him, he wants to fuck up, molest it, and try to make it appeal to the globe to make sense for his own globe model, right?
No, he tried to Elmer Fudd sophist, but it didn't work.
I think there could be a little bit of miscommunication in the aspect that maybe they wanted a little bit more clarification in a different way to help them understand a little bit more.
No, not GE Platypus. No,
Platypus has been here for 4 years. He knows exactly what's going on. Thinks repeating himself 100 times, at least 4 years. Been here since the beginning of the server. And he still don't get it.
He gets it just fine.
No, I really think he doesn't.
No, he does. He gets it fine. He's just doing this for fun. There's no other explanation for it. That or he's getting paid, but I don't know about that. He seems to really like to do this.
You guys are getting paid?
Do you understand? Like, why? Like, every time, like, someone will say something, Platypus has to repeat it back to them like he doesn't understand it. Like, as if he has a
I do
hearing
want to say
problem.
that if I personally repeat anything back, it's because I do just generally want to have a better understanding. So if I do come across as
about you.
malicious in any way, I would like to apologize.
He's not talking about you, BSD. He's talking about a well-known crayon muncher, Elmer Fudd, GE Platypus, that Indio knows quite well.
See, the problem is that you got your normal Globey, like you seem to be a normal guy, right? And you believe what, the mainstream tells you, or maybe you don't, right? But then you got like these anti-flat earthers. They're like the smallest minority out here. They believe a whole bunch of weird shit, like lines are curved. Like, what's the shortest distance between point A and point B? New guy?
Straight line.
Right. Well, according to them, lines are curved. They'll tell you, like, to your face, that lines are curved.
Straight lines are curved, not lines. Straight lines are curved.
And see, we got like this whole list of things that are like contradictions that both can't be true at the same time. Like, does light from the sun, 93 million miles away, does it travel in perfect pillars, right, 90 degrees in a straight line the whole way here, or does it diverge?
Now, one thing about photons is they actually do possess the property to both act as a particle and a wave. So
That's
when you get into more photon theoretical particles, highly interesting.
I call bullshit on that. That's bullshit.
That has nothing to do with a straight line.
Yeah. Number one.
So, I mean, it could pulsate to a degree.
No, it's not. It's not. Hank, you brought the subject up. Number one, something can't be a particle and a wave at the same time. That's
Actually, if you do look up the double slit experiment, you can find.
What's my name?
I don't know. You got a username.
Your full name is Delayed Choice Quantum Research.
My name's down here. Go scroll down and see who's talking right now. Okay. La la
So
la.
could
la,
you
la,
explain
la,
to me the double slit experiment, please?
La 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 la.
I'm sure you have a much better understanding. Can you explain it to me, please?
Yeah, I do. It's on my channel. I'm not going to bog the discussion down with this. Go on my YouTube channel and look up and just type in quantum eraser at a double slit, and there's fucking hours of it. All right. Thank you. So, number one, no fucking light wave bullshit or particle wave horse shit. I destroyed that 10 years ago. Number two, if the sun is 93 million miles away, just think about this. You don't need it. And just think about it now. And you got this little peeny Earth, 93 million miles away in the sun. Every single photon would have to be coming in at fucking 90 degrees. It would have to. Because if it would shoot off at any other angle away from the surface of the sun by 93 million miles to the Earth, it would miss every fucking thing. They would have to be fucking parallel by definition. But they're not. So your appeal to a particle wave, that doesn't even though it's fucking horseshit, it really, even if I said, okay, that still doesn't have anything to fucking do with anything with this topic.
Hey, listen, it actually isn't his fault that he is saying this particle wave at the same time. This is how they teach it. Like, the professors are,
Now, this is
dumb
what
as shit.
I've heard. This is what I've been taught.
There's a nuance to it. Listen, I understand that's what you've been taught. You watch the Discovery Channel, they'll say the same garbage. But there's a nuance to it.
I want to hear why it's wrong.
It has wave-like behavior that doesn't make it a wave.
The
Look,
wave,
here. Go ahead, Mike.
The like part. See, the wave like, did you hear what Indio said? Wave like, that's the problem. And by the way, all this nonsense would have been done away with if everyone adopted matrix mechanics from Heisenberg, because it did come out before Schrodinger's equation, but no one was all that familiar with matrix algebra. But everyone knew wave mechanics. That's why it took over. If we would have went with Heisenberg's matrix mechanics, none of this particle wave shit would have been, you'd never hear about it. Right? So let me give you a link. I'll just give you one video instead of the 35 I'll have on my channel regarding this subject. If you go to any one of my videos on YouTube and always head to the description box, you're going to, if you scroll down in there.
What was your YouTube? Is it just Quantum Eraser?
Yes. So if you just scroll down, I'm going to give you the link. You don't have to go chasing after it.
Oh, I got it. You're good.
Yep. If you scroll down in the description box, always look in my description box because there's nuggets in there.
For sure.
You're going to see frequently referenced videos, and then you're going to come across Quantum Mechanics Double Slit and Quantum Eraser Explained. I chose that one. I could have chose a lot of them, but this one really puts the nail in the coffin. If there was one video I would watch that one. I think it's one of the best ones I ever did.
When he said that, remember Mick West when he was in here? He said the exact same thing. Sure you remember Kiwi.
Oh, yeah, how could I forget? That video's on that channel, by the way. In toe tags.
Science communicator.
Yeah. He's on my website too, in fact, with that same statement. So there you go. You don't have to watch the video now, but when you get a chance, go ahead and watch it. And then if you have any questions or concerns, just, you could pop in here. You could PM me. That's fine.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. So go ahead, Hank. You were on a roll there. Sorry, I had to stop you.
No, it's all good. Sure. Yeah, I just wanted to say that the results is one thing, and then what everybody kind of says after the results, like that's kind of the problem, right? Because the results is the knower of the which path information collapses the wave function, period. Right? Then everybody wants to start talking about wave particle duality, but the results is the interesting part to me. Because the interesting part to me is once you hear that, like in my mind, the question pops up, how does the light know that there's a knower? Right? And everybody obfuscates the crap out of that with the wave particle duality, thing because it's really confusing to a lot of people. But I think the interesting thing is does light know? Does light know that there's a knower? And if it does, how does it know that? I don't know. Maybe that's just too philosophical, but it's interesting to me.
I think you were on another subject about the light coming in from the 93 million mile away sun.
Oh yeah, we were talking about contradictions from the Globers, but yeah, it's just one of them things. Yeah, there's lots of contradictions from the Globers, lots of them. The contradictionary, I think, is something that's in the workings. That's probably already done. Knowing Indio, he's a go-getter.
Yeah. Well, I was going to publish it, but royalties are a bitch, man. Huey's raking me over the coals with his royalties.
Say again?
So you're raking me over the coals with your royalties for the contradictionary.
Oh, that's right. I heard you say it the other day. I was going to say something, but I didn't want to interrupt the conversation. You can search.
Well, you were talking about the anti-flat earthers, and like the thing about those guys is that they will. I'll give you an example. NASA's always telling the truth until they say our photos are Photoshop and fake. And then NASA's lying. So whatever supports the globe, they'll take whatever position they think supports the globe, even if it contradicts other things. They don't care.
They do have that problem, right? In having one argument have nature doing one thing, and then the next argument have it doing the exact opposite. You love that, don't you?
Yeah, just get them to start defining mass.
Oh God, that's a train.
Just getting people to define mass is just it's one of the. It's a highlight.
Through him with it. it's like whack-a-mole with that one, man. No pun intended.
Who was the two guys, the two the two Globers that were arguing for like 30 minutes? The definition of mass.
Oh,
it was on Nathan's channel. Who was that guy? I can never remember his name. He's a total tool.
George, not going to work here anymore.
Hanuk, yeah, Hanuk, whatever his name is.
He's a daft, numpty dipshit. He once said that a closed thermos is an open system.
Oh, that he's another compulsive liar.
Yeah, I was going to go somewhere. You got me off my game here. Where was I going to go with this? Somebody said something. I forgot. Carry on.
Yeah, these anti-flat earthers, to me, it seems like they're all cut from the same cloth. If you'll notice that when you're talking about a subject and they say, that's not what I'm talking about. Like, when they say that, that lets me know that that's something they can't talk about because your argument's going to be so good that they can't even mention it. So, like, when they say that's not what I'm talking about, it sounds like you're straw manning them. So you're like, wait a minute, I'm not straw manning you, but really they're telling you that they can't talk about that subject. So that's where you need to set your targets.
Really, they're anti-globers because especially the ones that come in and try to parrot Newtonian mechanics. Anyone that parroting Newtonian mechanics, they're anti-globers because they don't understand that their own pseudoscientists are telling them that that's horse shit, that it was replaced 106 years ago. So that's a quick tell for an anti-glober. You follow?
Yeah, I just wonder why you say that it was replaced or it was disproven by Einstein when you got Professor Shankar saying that it was done away with the double slit experiment.
Well, I'm setting them up because the double slit experiment killed Newton, Einstein, and Maxwell in one fell swoop. All of them. So I'm just setting them up, but at least I want to get them out of Newtonian mechanics and get them into Einstein where they're fucking clueless, right?
So I have a question. What part of Newtonian mechanics do you not necessarily agree with?
Not agree. All of it was debunked 106 years ago.
So then my next question is, if you do not believe in Newtonian mechanics, what about the inertial reference point from earlier?
Nope.
Would that tie in at all?
Oh my God. This has nothing to do with belief.
Okay, sorry. Let me rephrase that if you don't mind. Okay. If Newtonian physics are debunked, how would you explain the use of an inertial reference point with inertia being a part of Newtonian mechanics? That's my question.
It's not really his part of Newtonian. It's not really his part. It's just common sense.
Is inertia not the third law of Newtonian mechanics? And I'm probably wrong.
Inertial reference frame is not the third law. We're talking reference frames.
Inertia, that's mass.
But it is a reference frame based on the principle of inertia. Is that not incorrect?
You can call it whatever you want. I just differentiated between the reference frames.
It's mass.
Somebody said it's mass.
Inertia's mass, man.
It's so fun.
You understand that?
You think I'm kidding?
No, I know you're not kidding. No,
I know you're not.
No, you're not kidding.
It's not my definition.
No, I know you're not. It's so fun.
What? Hold on a second. Do you understand, BSD, that your conditional statement after your first statement is Mox Nix because even your own pseudoscience, not yours, but the general or the.
And I'm just asking based off of science that I'm familiar with. which may not be correct, but it's just what I'm more familiar with.
Yeah, it was already. It's been debunked. Like, I don't know how to.
See, my only thing was since Newtonian mechanics is debunked, how would you have a reference point based off of a principle of those same mechanics?
Yeah, and I already answered that question.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. That's what I was asking.
Yeah, I already answered it. So let's kill Newtonian mechanics right here at 33 minutes after the hour. From the Ballers Alma Mater Wiki, Newton's classical mechanics were superseded. Wonder what that means. In the early 20th century, when Albert Einstein developed the special and general theory of relativity. From Science Alert, mathematical equations of Einstein's general theory of relativity, tested time and time and again, are currently the most accurate way to predict gravitational interactions. Replace, wonder what that word means. Those developed by Isaac Newton several centuries prior. This one takes all of it to the woodshed. Douglas Klein, professor of physics, Phys Libre text. Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation. That's all of classical mechanics. Had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. Dead. I don't even have to go to quantum mechanics just yet. I hold back. We can go to the last one. This is pretty funny. And J.R. Gez, UCLA professor of physics and astronomy. I love this one. Einstein's right, at least for now, said Gez, co-lead author of the research. We can absolutely rule out Newton's law of gravity. Oh, and by the way, no one knows. I've asked ballers for 5 years, what's Newton's law? No one ever posted the precise law in the universal law of gravitation. Not a single person. Can you believe that? Not one.
And Newton has zero working hypothesis, so it's not scientific.
Yeah, none of this is science, by the way. That's true. Thanks, Hank. But it's pretty funny that people appeal to the universal law of gravitation. They don't know what it is. Isn't that amazing? I find that shocking, don't you? At least they could post the right one, but they don't. You know why? Because Newton distanced himself from the gravity horseshit. He even said that to believe in gravity, you need to be institutionalized. You believe that he said that? BSD, you believe he said that?
Sorry, I forgot I had my physical mic muted. My noise suppression is going a little bad, so you can hear me typing. But yeah, no, that is a little that one is definitely it's very thought provoking. Like you got to really think about what has actually been said and what hasn't, because I've heard so much in my life growing up that I've only ever heard one way. So
right, I got you. Yeah.
I need these new perspectives to hear. I need questions to arise, and that's what you guys are giving me, and I appreciate that.
Do you know that he said that not to ascribe that shit to me? And guess what they did 200 years after? Ascribed it to him. Did you ever see this? I'll post it in here for you.
There's a common thread there. Galileo and Copernicus both were like, don't ascribe that shit to me too. It want nothing to do with it.
Yeah. It's kind of common theme, huh?
Yeah, kind of weird.
Why is this all red line? Looks like the Bible. All right, so let's check this out, man. At 37 minutes after the hour, in a letter, everyone knows this, by the way. Anyone has a clue, then any research whatsoever. This is from stanford.edu, so I ain't making this shit up. In a letter to Dr. Richard Bentley on February 25th, 1692, Isaac Newton says, "'Tis inconceivable that inanimate brute matter should, without mediation of something else which is not material, operate upon and affect other matter without mutual contact, as it must be if gravitation, in the sense of Epicurus, be essential and inherent in it. And this is one reason why I desired you would not ascribe innate gravity to me. That gravity should be innate, inherent, and essential to matter, so that one body may act upon another at a distance through a vacuum, without the mediation of anything else, by and through which their action and force may be conveyed from one to another, is to me so great an absurdity that I believe no man who has in philosophical matters a competent faculty of thinking can ever fall into. In other words, he's saying that if you do believe that shit, that you should be institutionalized.
Because it's like playing tetherball without the tether. I got a pole, I got a ball, but no tether. Who wants to play tetherball?
That's some pretty shocking shit, ain't it, BSD?
It is. I don't know how I'm gonna play tetherball without no tether.
Yeah.
So shit.
See,
Oh,
Isaac
sorry. I didn't. Are we allowed to? What's the language?
A little mild cursing in the voice chat's not a huge deal.
Okay.
Just try not to be excessive.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, sorry, I let that one slip.
Newton was such an elephant in his time, it took about 180 to 200 years to ascribe that shit to him. That's how big he was. They did it, though. In the end, they did it. Yep, they ascribed it to him. Actually, it's Reverend John Michel, C.V. Boy's Cavendish gravity, not Newton's. I say Newton all the time because that's what people know, right? But I do caveat it, and I give the other three bozos their due justice because it's theirs, not his. So I'll ask you. This is really cool. What's the universal law of gravitation in equation form?
Can I have 5 minutes to Google it?
Yeah, go ahead. Let's see if you get it right. You'll be the first. But I already told you that they say they do it wrong. All right. Let's see if you get it right.
So I'm gonna mute myself real quick because my fucking
that's fine. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
I like
What
those
the
little soundboards. Too funny, man.
We need that song, Feelings, nothing more than feelings. We need that on the soundboard right there.
Yeah, we do. Get on that, creation.
You know, we've heard that Newtonian BS so many times throughout our life. It's actually weird that he's taking it as well as he is. You know, because he should be fighting like tooth and nail against what we're saying, but he's actually being pretty mature.
Now, for everything that I have seen so far, it is based off of Newtonian physics. So, what? I don't think I'm gonna find the correct answer.
No, the universal law of gravitation. You could just type in universal law of gravitation and then just snatch it.
No, I was trying to maybe find the one you were looking for, but I don't think I was able to find it. It
Really?
is force equals net times mass times A, m times A.
Go say that one more time. I didn't catch it.
Force of net equals m times A, which I'm not sure the definition.
No, that's debunked. No, that's his F equal ma. That's bullshit anyway.
Yeah.
That's not the universal law of gravitation.
I think I posted it, and Napalm did too.
Okay, so Napalm posted. Are you looking at that BSD? Do you agree with that?
Let me switch back over. Coulomb's law.
Not Coulomb's. The universal law. It's the second one beside it.
I don't have any reason not to.
They even put the globe in it. That's stupid.
That's incorrect. That's incorrect. That's not the formula.
The gravitational constant is referring to, is that the like 9.8 meters per second squared?
No, this is big G over here. Little g is 9.81 meters per second squared. That's a fairy tale too. You want me to post the correct one?
Yeah, and do you have one that by chance
Please.
defines the variables as
Somebody
well?
says please. They're like waiting here in anticipation. I've been
Yeah,
dragging
me
this
too.
shit out.
Look
right?
at QE. Look at this. I found this one too. Oh shit! It didn't translate. Never mind.
Yeah, I see you try to do it. Yeah. Okay, let me title it just in case everyone's having a problem with Newton's universal. You would what you would have to do is you would have to go to the Principia and pull it out from there. Not the current horseshit that people made up. So there she is.
Oh, so got it.
There's no big G in there. So the force of gravity is proportional to mass 1 times mass 2 over distance squared or r squared. Same thing. Yep.
So the force of gravity is more distance based, correct?
Well, there's no G in it. Why? Well, G
Or
wasn't
sorry, what's the little g in the function of g?
the little G that's connected to big G, but it says nothing. Little G is not anything to do with what I'm speaking about here.
Okay, yeah. So when I'm saying force of gravity, I'm just misreading the variable.
So the force of gravity is proportional. See, there's no big G in this, but all other formulas quote the
Have the
universal law of
constant.
gravitation with big G, but it's not there. The reason being is G wasn't known during his life. It only came to be over 200 years later by C.V. Boy. Cavendish didn't even know big G. C.V. Boys introduced it. And I can't, hold on. Where's C.V. Boys knucklehead at? The modern notation involving the constant G was introduced in 1894 by C.V. Boys. The Principia was
Wow,
published,
that late? Wow.
Yep. Principia was published in 1687. So it's over 200 years. Almost 300 years.
Okay, I think I found something relevant. QE, tell me if this is.
Better
Come
hurry
on,
up
come
because I
on.
gotta get up. I gotta go take care of a couple things. Hurry up.
All right. Tell me if this is anywhere near it.
Or what?
I posted a link, but it didn't show up as like a picture, and I sent it as a voice text.
I think BSD is probably good for image perms. He seems like he's like legit into the topic, discussing it. So I'll give him.
I gotta take off for a couple minutes, man. So I'll be back.
All right, Ben.
Oh yeah, we'll
Take
see
care.
you.
Great. Take care, QE.
No, I'm not leaving. It's gonna take me a couple minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I make a point on that?
Please,
gravity
go ahead.
force equation? Yeah. That equation starts with F, calculating the force. And in the equation, you have M1 and M2. And that stands for the center of mass of the two bodies in discussion. And the problem is that gravity is a unidirectional, univectorial kind of force in this equation. And for a force to be unidirectional, you cannot call it a force.
What can you call it?
You could think of it as a force, though.
I have to add a correction. It's
I'm
not
just
the center of mass. M1 and M2 are point masses.
Yeah, the mass.
Conceptual points. I mean, yeah, you can say it's the center of mass, but it's not how Newton thought of it.
Yeah.
Because of Gauss's law, right? Gauss's flux law, yada, yada, yada. I'm not going to get into all that.
Yeah. When you calculate the mass, you will get to that also, the center of mass. you have a volume and all that, yeah.
Yeah, because it's symmetrical, right? So
Yeah.
you can count it as a point. You can count it as a freaking big ball. So here's some fun. If we ran a simulation using Newton's universal law of gravitation with a bunch of little particles, say a computer simulation, will that ensemble of particles form a sphere? The answer is big fucking no.
Yeah, but I didn't get the question.
Well, I was saying it not to you, but to the Globers, right? So
yeah.
To me, they bring up gravity because they think that, if we apply Newton's laws to a bunch of particles, it'll form a sphere, and that's why Earth is a sphere, because, there's a bunch of particles in the early universe, and, things formed into spheres. But that's not even a prediction. That's not even a prediction of Newton's laws. So it's more gibberish from the globe.
Yeah, they need to say they attract each other, and that's the problem. Because attraction is a force. And once you have a force involved, there has to be also repulsion. It doesn't work only one way.
I like to post that Harvard link, the cosmological constant crisis. And I can't tell you how many times these Globers ask me, what does this have to do with the shape of the Earth? And it's like, really, genius? How are spaceballs made? You got to have gravity to form spheres. And it's like, when they ask me that, I'm just like, you guys are so dumb.
I thought Spaceballs was made as a parody of Star Wars.
No, it's a parody of NASA. Haven't you seen the vacuum of space sucking out all of the air? We know the vacuums don't suck, but talking about a movie, right?
No,
How
listen,
are you breathing right now?
If space is a big ass vacuum, why is it not sucking up all the shit on my carpet right now?
Exactly.
How are you breathing right now? If space is a near infinite, near perfect vacuum, I'm using those words loosely. I know it's not anywhere near infinite.
How dare you?
But you get what I'm saying. Like, how are we breathing right now if we got a high pressure system next to a low pressure system?
Well, I mean,
that question was for you, new guy.
Some of that pressure from the high pressure system is going to want to go over to the low pressure system. But I mean, if that was the case, we wouldn't have any pressure because there's a little bit of pressure here on Earth, but space is a little bit bigger than Earth, so you would think that theoretically it would go into the system with the lowest amount of pressure. But
no, not even theoretically. It's the second law of thermodynamics. It would absolutely, every time, no matter what, hot goes to cold, high charge goes to low charge, and high pressure goes to low pressure. You're never
that's why I said
ever.
you would think.
Go ahead. Yeah. You're on the right thing. I was just enforcing what you said. But yeah, you're never ever going to see two batteries get hooked up, one's fully charged and the other one not charged, and then them both be like medium charged after a day or two. Like, it's always going to flow high to low, hot to cold.
I mean, yeah. Like, oh wait, is weather a topic here, or did someone mentioned something about weather? Is that a thing that we try to avoid, or
we try
to
to
talk
avoid
about some weather stuff if you want.
Well, I was just gonna say, I mean, look at this like tropical storm that's been hitting the East Coast recently. I mean, had a good bit of rain over here recently, and it's like you said, that hot pressure going to that cold pressure, fucking up the pressure systems.
Okay, yeah, I got it. Sorry, I just wanted to hear what he had to say. Go ahead. Hank,
Oh yeah, that was it.
Yeah, we could talk about weather. We try to avoid controversial subjects that'll get us censored and shut down, like the whole thing that's going on this past year, and the weird thing that's going on this year that is really controversial. But we can talk about most things.
Okay, yeah, like I said, I just really don't want to overstep in any ways, and I don't want to come off as malicious because I know I'm asking a lot of questions. I want things explained to me like I'm 4 years old, like I don't know anything.
I'll go ahead and try. So
Yeah.
you understand the scientific method, cause and effect, right? So a caveman, he finds boiling water. He wants to know what causes it, right? So he adds heat to water at a high enough temperature, long enough, it boils. He takes the heat away, it stops boiling, right? So what did he just figure out with the scientific method? His hypothesis was if I add heat to water, high enough temperature, long enough, the water will boil. You can test this. It's falsifiable, right? It's empirical. Anybody can do this in their kitchen, right?
Yeah.
Now look up the term specific gravity.
Ooh, interesting. I've not heard of this one.
So you put apple in a pail, right? It's at the bottom. And then you manipulate the medium, which is water, right? You add water to the pail, it rises to the top. And then you drain the water, it goes to the bottom. What causes things to rise and sink on
And
the
with
Earth?
specific gravity, we are talking about relative density, correct?
Correct. So
Okay,
what
yeah.
causes things to rise and fall or rise and sink on the Earth's
Those
surface?
things that have a lower amount of density will rise.
Right. And things with not enough buoyant force will fall. This is scientific. Like you could do this experiment in your bathtub, in your kitchen sink, and you can prove why things rise and fall with the scientific method.
Yep.
So the science isn't settled. Like there's never a point to where science is settled and that's it. If you have anything new or you can disprove that, by all means, go ahead.
Now listen, if all I'm gonna say is if I could completely just like disprove that gravity doesn't exist, I wouldn't be here right now. I would have a lot more money than I do. I'm not that smart yet.
Well, see, the thing is which gravity, right? Okay, so if I drop my cell phone and it breaks, does that prove everything that everyone has ever said about gravity? Like, no. You got Newtonian 3 space and Einsteinian 4 space. They're contradictory. One moves at the speed of light and nothing moves faster than the speed of light on the other one, so they can't both be true at the same time. But because your cell phone breaks when you drop it, like you believe in gravity. But if you think about it like this, did you expect the atmosphere to be like thick enough to hold up your phone? Right? When a guy jumps out of a window, did he think the atmosphere was going to hold him up?
No, because we're a lot more dense than there.
You got it. That's why we sink. And think about it, the whole jumping from hot air balloons, right? Right? And the whole 9.8 meters a second squared. What happens when you reach terminal velocity? Well, you stop squaring that 9.8 meters a second. So that right there tells you that's a concept.
And a second ago, you said something about, if you could prove that gravity doesn't exist or something like that. And I just wanted to point out to you, it's not about proving that gravity doesn't exist. It's that we're trying to prove that it does exist, but we're failing. We're trying to find a way to prove that it exists, and we're finding that there is no way, as far as I can tell, there is no way that anyone has ever proven that gravity exists. So we're really more so just telling you about things that you probably grew up thinking are true, but we're pointing out there's no evidence for. So,
And
like Santa Claus.
we're trying to come to the conclusion of we understand these things are here, but why are these things actually here?
His point was going to be mine also, just to point out that like you don't have to, nobody ever has to prove or disprove like a negative. Like the claim is the positive claim. Whoever makes it, they have to prove it. So the positive claim is of gravity forming balls in space, right? It's up to them to prove it. They themselves, all of the science. You ask any physicist, like ask Neil deGrasse Tyson, what is gravity? He's like, I don't know. Next question. They can't do it. It's unfalsifiable. So if we've got something that explains that, things going up and down that is like scientifically provable, this is a much better way to go about, that's the scientifically, like the empirical way of going about, thinking about it. Or I don't know, I'm kind of stumbling over my words right now. I think you understand what I'm saying.
Right.
It's just, it's a little, it's pretty strange how something that is completely unfalsifiable is accepted as scientific fact for most people.
When there might be another explanation for it as well.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, why do we have to just accept this one as the answer? What if, I mean, this could be correct, but what if something else is also correct? It's like doing a math equation, and you get the same answer, but you did a completely different process. Would you say that's kind of correct?
Yeah, sort of, except they can't.
Except for you cannot make up reality, though. You can't make up reality.
Yeah, you can't make up the reality of like what is, but I mean, if someone's defining or explaining something as one way,
the
it could
equation
be
is
way.
there. The equation is there in reality. You just have to find it, right? Because it's solidified in reality. It's reality.
Hey, Matthew, I would really like to thank you for that answer. I really appreciate that. That was very, very clarifying.
See, the way that you're acting tonight, like new guy, I could tell that you want to know like answers to your question. You're not here to ridicule. You're not here to troll.
Yeah, no, I'm not
A
here
lot
to
of
ridicule
people.
or anything. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I do have my personal beliefs, but I'm very open to
That's
new
fine.
interpretations, and I want to hear other perspectives. That's my sole purpose of being here. I'm not trying to start drama. I'm not trying to start anything. I just want to hear. I want to be educated.
And see, that's what an inquisitive mind does. Like they want to see what other people think and then weigh it out, right? A lot of people come in here and they can't keep a straight face long enough to get through the verification process.
Yeah, and I
Right,
definitely think, like, for me, as being as new as I am and asking as many questions that I have, it definitely, like, I'm sure you guys get a lot of trolls, and there's definitely a stigmatism to new people coming in like that. And I want to say thank you guys for having me here and, like, for really being beneficial and, like, explaining a lot to me. I really appreciate it, guys.
Well, we appreciate it too, man. It's a sigh of relief when we have somebody who actually takes us seriously and respectfully and all that. So.
Yeah, because like I mean, I'm just coming in like I know you guys have a lot of different things, and I'm like, okay, I want to explain. I want to hear their explanation. Like I did say, I come from a scientific background. Science is heavily involved here, and I want to see what can prove these things. I'm trying to hear the different side versus just the traditional Western educational system.
I would say that being open-minded is definitely a good thing because you have some people that are so educated they can't learn anything new. And in being so closed-minded, they become stupid because if you're at the really high end of IQ, you can become stupid just like the person at the low end of the IQ. The low end can't learn because he has cognitive dysfunction. And the higher end of person can't learn because their ego gets in the way and they think they know everything.
A moment ago, you thanked Meritu for his definition there. I'd like to see where he got it. The definition is good up until where he says with gravitational attraction or some other downward facing force. That right there is all just assumed. There's no way to prove that.
Would you guys accept that gravitational force is relative to mass of an object, being that the Earth is so large that it creates its own gravitational force versus a gravitational force creating the Earth?
No.
Can you prove that?
Oh, I can't prove anything. That's why I'm asking.
Or do you know of anybody that did prove that?
Is that, like I said, I don't have a degree or anything. I work at a smoke shop. Is it Einstein's theory of relativity that objects with larger amounts of mass create gravitational forces?
They bend the space and time, the fabric of space and time.
So what you did there is you mixed Newtonian and Einsteinian. So with Newtonian, it's mass attracts mass, and with Einsteinian, it's mass warps this theoretical concept of space-time. And because the warping of space-time happens, then it affects the mass. So you got physical mass affecting a non-physical, because it exists in a vacuum where there's
Right.
no material, right? It's just empty space, almost perfect empty space. So like this is completely outside of the realm of physics. Like it's metaphysics. I talked about that a little bit earlier, but yeah, it's like talking about God, right? Or how about, can you bend my concept of freedom? Like I'm a free Texan, right? Can you bend my liberty, right? It's a concept. You can't bend it. It's a mathematical concept. So you got to remember that they're two different things. And then there's a third gravity, which is called dark gravity. And then the fourth gravity, which is the one I showed you, called specific gravity. And to me, there's only one gravity that's viable and scientific and repeatable, and that's specific gravity.
So is this specific gravity, is that, you said Newton's was more mass based? Is that which school of thought is that? Does that fall under?
So you were mass attracting mass was Newtonian. Einstein changed that to, or the bending and warp. It's an effect. Instead of being a force, it's an effect of the bending and warping of space time. And superseded and replaced Newtonian. So that's the current rhetoric.
Okay.
But they still teach Newtonian in school, even though they know that it's wrong and it's completely different, right? Because in Newtonian, it's instantaneous action at a distance. So if I push the eraser, the tip moves faster than the speed of light. It's instant, right? In Einstein's theory, nothing can move faster than the speed of light. So they're completely two different things.
May I have one comment about gravity?
Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, so I've been thinking about the movement of the Earth, and I'm not talking about the slow movement. I'm talking about the millions of miles or kilometers per hour movement, and I think that the gravity should be selective, because in the front of the Earth, where we are going to, the air molecules should be pushed each other, so the air pressure should be higher in the side of the Earth where we are moving into, and vice versa. The air pressure should be lower in the backside, or the where we are going from, because the air molecules are lacking each other, and therefore my conclusion, if we are moving, the gravity should be selective and intelligence to know whether to push the air molecules in front of it and then drag them behind it where we are coming from. So, okay, of course, this is just my imagination, and it requires the gravity at all to be existing. But sometimes when I talk to the people, I try to kind of explain this issue, and then the answer is always that we are flying in the space or in a vacuum. But the thing that you cannot prove that there is a vacuum is kind of limiting or taking this possibility out. But anyway, this is just my thought that the air pressure should be higher and lower depending what direction we are going at the moment. So it's a funny thought, but some people understand it, but most people don't. I can put a small illustration in the chat so you can see what I mean in just a second.
Well, I'd say, you're kind of postulating what would happen if the Earth was moving, but that kind of begs the question, can we prove that the Earth is moving?
Yeah, I'm kind of meaning that the Earth is moving. If the Earth would be moving, the Earth itself would be pushing or pulling the air molecules around it. So that's my kind of what I'm trying to say. But I will put the image on the chat so you can kind of check if you understand what I'm trying to say. So just a second. I made this illustration to try to help people to understand what I'm trying to explain. So check that out. And the Earth is the cause or the thing that is pushing and pulling the air molecules in front of it or back of it. So check that out.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, but it still begs the question, how do you know that the Earth is moving, right? And
yeah, I don't believe that. I'm totally flat earther, but this is how I try to make the movement of the Earth impossible. Okay, Marathu, you asked what the pressure is coming from. I don't know. In a globe model, I don't have any idea how the pressure would come from. The explanation of globe believers is that the gravity is creating the air pressure, but that's nonsense.
I think I know what a glober would say as a rebuttal to what you just said a minute ago about the air pressure in this hypothetical scenario of the Earth actually being a ball and flying through space and spinning. How you said that hypothetically, as it's going with the orbit, it would have more pressure with the gas being pushed somehow towards the ground, from space. But the Glover would respond by saying, "Oh well, space is a frictionless vacuum, and so there'd be nothing to push against it. So you'd have the same gas pressure 24 hours a day with gravity keeping the gas down."
Yeah, exactly. They always go that into the space that there is no friction or anything to push against you. But I'm not ever talking about the space. I'm only talking about one molecule to pushing another molecule in the momentum, because the momentum is not the molecules. Let's say they are standing still and they start moving, and the Earth is turning. So every 12 hours, the Earth is moving in the opposite direction. So the molecules around it should be also moving the opposite direction and turn slowly to move in an opposite direction, and then the pushing of the molecules, or others, should be changing gradually. And I'm not talking about space ever when I try to illustrate this issue, but every time they go into the space, like you said.
Yeah, I follow you now. Yeah, you're talking about the acceleration and deceleration, the alleged potential acceleration and deceleration that would happen on a point on the surface of the Earth as the day goes by. Yeah, that we do not detect.
Is this a rotational movement? Is it a linear fashion? What is this?
I was talking about the highest movement, about 4 million kilometers per hour in some direction with the Milky Way and with the Earth and with the group of space, because that is the highest number that should be felt the most, because we shouldn't feel the Earth rotation, because that is the slowest movement. We should always feel the highest movement what we are moving by logic. So basically, when you are biking or going with the car, or sorry, let's say you are going with motorcycle 100 kilometers per hour, you should feel the air friction against your face, because that is the fastest movement. But if you slowly turn your head, you never feel movement of turning your head. And the analogy of turning head is, of course, the rotation of the Earth. So I try to explain these people, but then they say, but you have the helmet over your head, so you don't feel the air in your head. And then I ask, what is the helmet analogy in the Earth? And then they say the air around us, which is moving with us. And it's kind of circular reasoning or other nonsense. But yeah, that's how my conversation mostly go.
I see where Matthew posted in the chat how speed doesn't matter, acceleration is what matter. Yeah, actually, that was one thing I wanted to bring up. Like when you do come to like, a homeostasis of you're at a constant motion, say you're in your car going 70 miles an hour, you would feel the acceleration up to that point, but once you've stabilized at that point, you would no longer feel that motion.
The car is a closed system. The Earth is an open system.
Yeah, and the Earth allegedly is accelerating and decelerating by 1,000 miles per hour every day. It goes with the orbit, allegedly. And then at another point in time, the rotation goes against the orbit. And so that car, so even without the closed system aspect that Hank just pointed out, even if that wasn't true, it still wouldn't work as an analogy.
Plus, the orbits are elliptical. Anytime you're going around a circle and you tighten the turn a little bit, you're going to feel it, inertia.
Yeah, and all you need to do to save yourself from a motorcycle accident is just air around your head.
So, new guy, I don't know your name.
BSD. BSD,
Yeah,
call me
BSD.
Brian, whatever's cool.
Cool. So when you're here and you're listening to these conversations, if there's ever a point to we're talking about something you don't quite understand it, you can always ask us to break it down for you. But think about this. You have this vestibular apparatus in your ear, right? And it's the thing that gives you your balance, right? You know about that?
Yeah, of course.
So would you feel it if you're spinning around at 1,000 miles an hour? And that's the rim velocity at the equator. It's said to go 1,038 miles an hour. Do you think you would feel it?
I think that if I came from a reference point which did not have that velocity and then I moved into a point that did have that velocity, I would. However, if I, being born within this alleged movement, I think it would be like almost undiscernible.
Cool. You ever flown on a plane?
Yes.
Look up the Coriolis effect. So let's imagine that I have a container, a vacuum container made of glass, right? And on this glass container, I have a ball, right? And I'm spinning the ball. And this container, it's not a vacuum. There's actually atmosphere in there. Is the ground speed going to match the speed of the let's call it the atmosphere inside?
Mm-hmm.
No, like it's never going to match. You could spin it for 1,000 years. It's never going to match. Even if you could Velcro the atmosphere to the surface of the ball somehow, like there's going to be two different reference frames. One's going to be the surface of the Earth, or the ball, sorry, the sphere. And the other one's going to be the atmosphere. This is one way to think about it. Another way to think about it, two kids on a merry-go-round. They're facing each other, facing the inside of the merry-go-round, and they're trying to toss the ball back and forth. At first, it's going to be very difficult, and someone's going to have to bring them their ball back, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because of this Coriolis effect. So it's an apparent deviation, and I say apparent because it's not actually deviating. The kid threw the ball in a straight line. The ball moved in a straight line, but the surface of the merry-go-round turned underneath it. right? I'm sure you've heard people say that sniper rounds don't hit their target sometimes because of the Coriolis effect. So if you were in a plane, you were in a separate reference frame, not spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, and when you landed, you would be at 1,000 miles an hour if you were at the equator. So you said, if this, then that, I would feel it. I just showed you where you were, if this, then that, and you didn't feel it.
Exactly. So that was a very good explanation. Thank you.
What makes you interested about the shape of the Earth or the place we are living, PSD? What was the kind of thing that started your interest into this particular subject?
If I'm going to be honest, I partake in a lot of cannabis, and I ran out of my products. I'm like, let's go meet new people.
Well, I'm glad that you came during a time where you could retain memory.
That's
I'm
one of
pro
my favorite
cannabis.
answers I've heard tonight.
Oh, yeah, no, I am a daily user of cannabis, and I personally have not known any memory deterioration that wasn't already there.
Hey, real quick, super duper to have you, buddy. Welcome.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And also, if we do have any other pro-cannabis members in the chat, I do moderate a large server. I'm not going to post any invite links, but if anyone would like to message me personally,
if you want to drop the link, I think it's probably all right. Oh, well, maybe with your...
I may not have
your roles,
permissions,
with
and
your
I
roles.
do not want to overstep any promotion rules that the server may have. Yeah, for sure, man. I got you.
Smoke weed every day.
Yeah, I mean, we wouldn't have a problem, I don't think, with you dropping the link. But the way we have the bots set up,
Right? Yeah, the
your
bots might
roles
not
will
like it.
probably get you. So yeah.
No, I get into fights with Carl Bot often. I understand.
Yeah, I'm pro pot. I'm not a user currently. Have been in the past, but I do think it affects your short-term memory. I noticed that when I'm trying to retain information and I'm high, it's very difficult. But my output is really high when I'm high. So it's probably different for everybody. But if I'm a musician, right, and I'm trying to like ad lib and make new sounds, being high is probably a good thing. But if I'm trying to study and learn something new,
And of
I
course,
probably don't.
when it does come to cannabis, there are multiple variations on different genetics that do promote a lot of different effects. So you can have something that can be a little bit more sedative, maybe help a little bit more with pain, or you can have one that can promote more creativity and positivity, a lot more uplifting and energetic as well. Being someone who does medicate daily, it honestly has just become like a normal part of my life. Like you wake up in the morning, you take whatever medications you got to take. It's just kind of like that.
That's the nature of Mother Mary's magic medicine, my magnificent friend.
Now, I did personally actually get myself off of selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors as well as sleep medication with cannabis.
I tend to be a little bit high strung, so I like the indicas. Something that'll put me on my ass. That's what I prefer.
I like sativa.
I say definitely if you want something a lot more uplifting. Believe it or not, when it comes to cannabis, sativa, indica, and hybrid nowadays, in all honesty, don't mean a whole lot. Because of the genetics that have flooded the market, pretty much everything today is going to be a little bit more of a hybridization. The only true land races you're going to find are if you go to like the Hindu Kush Mountains or maybe like Jamaica. So if I noticed someone mentioned earlier that sometimes they can get like some short-term memory loss, and then sometimes they get more creative. I don't know if you guys are in legal states or not, but if you are, I do highly recommend looking more into the terpene profiles. The terpene profiles are mostly what's going to affect the effects of your cannabis.
Would you guys like to hear High as Kai, Mrs. Gets It, her new song?
Sure, hell yeah. What kind of music?
Well, you'll just have to see.
You're about to hear it, man. And it is dope.
Are we getting is there a music bot in here?
Yeah, we got a
Flat Earth music.
Oh, come on, Kai. You made the beat. Come on. You can be honest.
Oh, and John, in reply to your message earlier, I have grown up believing that the world is flat.
Do you know it, though?
Like I said, I've grown up believing.
So you don't know it, though?
I've never been to space and I've not seen the Earth. I'm not the one to say that I have a definitive answer.
Sounds good.
All right, here we go.
Books predicted. Been feeling different from the system. Too much distance. It's just so sick. They're so complacent. They worship six, and don't even flinch. It's just psychotic, chaotic, following false prophets. It's psychotic, chaotic, made the world agnostic, babe. What they gonna say right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground. Gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lines and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? You about to have a panic attack real quick. Like, sorry, the earth's flat is fact, no trick. Just look at the proof and the true measurements. Cause I've been winning arguments against the best physicists. But this, don't know what it is. Lately I've been going around in circles, but I do not feel the spin. Oh, this, don't know what it is. But you gotta keep it like a secret, you can't even tell your friends. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna pick up and leave. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna fall back asleep. What they gonna say right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground. Gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now?
Woo! Well done.
All right. Listen, I'm not gonna lie. That was a banger.
That was
I wasn't,
awesome.
I wasn't
Kai.
ready for it. All right.
Done. Nicely done.
Thanks, guys. It took
I
me
loved it.
forever to make that.
You did such a good job. I really enjoyed that, honestly. I'm
Yep,
gonna add
that's a
that to my
banger.
playlist. That was fantastic.
Thank you. That was my first time ever like recording my own song, so I had to like learn it all on YouTube, and I would try to record stuff, and I'd be like, wait, I don't know how to like edit an audio clip, so I'd have to like go and watch it on YouTube. So I made myself finish it though, so that's all that I cared about.
Very well done.
Incredibly well done. That was awesome. Did you produce it as well?
No, the beat is made by I think their name is Big Bad Beats on YouTube, so shout out to them.
I love how it sounds like a pop song. Like you could probably like make someone my age listen to it and be like, "Oh, this beat's so good," and then suddenly they're singing about the truth.
Now listen, she
Yes.
came in with the vocals, and I was just like, okay, it's Britney, bitch.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking too. No, Kai, she knows what she's doing, man, for sure.
That's how you red pill roofie people. They don't see it coming.
That's right.
When I came in today, I was almost saying the same thing, not word for word, but we kind of had like the exact same thoughts. When I first came in today, I was talking about the Matrix.
It's the theme of 2021. We are in the Matrix.
By the way, I don't know if you guys seen the trailer for the new Matrix movie, but it looks pretty good. I know when it was first announced, a lot of people in here were like, "Oh, it's gonna be trash," and the Wachowski sisters now, blah blah blah. But literally, the trailer looks pretty fucking good.
If only it came out before CV-19 and was like dead on like it was, in 99 when it came out before, 9/11.
Yeah, and there's a character whose ID fucking like, I don't know, says he's from Wuhan and something like that.
I did get a sore throat the other day, and I was like, oh shit, not again. Shout out sinus drainage.
If you would have went to the priest in lab coat, they would have told you that it was sinusitis. And you'd have been like, fuck, I don't know what that is. They better give me some anti-life stuff. Antibiotic.
I mean, as far as the whole CV thing did go, I did have it at one point. Doctors didn't give me shit to take.
Hang on before we move on. Hey, Kai, when are you and Witsit now going to do a few songs together? What's up with that?
We
When are
are
we gonna hear it?
literally working on one right now. Witsit is recording his rap part, and I'm sitting in the car so he can work on it.
There we go. See, that's what I like to hear. Awesome.
I was like, you need to get this done today. So I will give you space.
I love it. Very good.
It's coming out.
Cool.
Hopefully
All right,
next
super.
week.
Let us know.
It'll be out next week. Fingers
Super
crossed.
duper. See, that's what we need to do, guys. Just come together as a community, everybody date each other and make music together, and let's do it.
There we go.
I miss the
If
music
anyone needs a
craze
French
of
horn
last
player,
year.
I got you.
Like everybody.
Yeah, last year was dope.
Songs last year, it was amazing. I want to restart that again.
Yeah, well, we had a songwriter doing that for us. So people that weren't normally musicians were, just taking it on, giving it a go. But we haven't seen Aramiston for quite a while.
Oh yeah, that's right.
He sounded like my pops did before he passed away. My pops died of congestive heart failure, so I may be assuming, but rest in peace.
Actually, this was talked about not too long ago, and I said something similar, but then somebody else said that they talked to him in like DMs or something like that. So he might still be hanging in there.
Well, I hope so. I hope that I'm wrong, but it seems like he was just, a part of the community, and he kind of left without saying goodbye. So I'm making an assumption.
Hey guys, I just want to say thank you all for allowing me into this community and answering a lot of questions. Everyone's been a really positive experience here. I gotta head to bed and go to work tomorrow morning, but I just want to say thank you guys. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, take care.
Yeah, come back anytime.
Yeah, man. Thanks for being awesome. and
Hey,
you
I'll
know
try.
you got a good dose of it from Hank. Hank's one of our superstars, and so yeah.
Yeah, and I'm definitely gonna have
you were
to
disrespectful.
hear when Mrs. drops that new banger. I'm excited for that too.
There you go. Yeah, keep coming back, buddy.
Yep.
Right.
That
Peace
means
out,
you
guys.
gotta come back.
You grabbed the link
I
for
think
that
I
one.
will.
If you go to her SoundCloud, she's got a bunch of stuff up there.
Oh yeah, no, I've already clicked on it.
Yeah.
Good night, everybody. We'll see you later, guys.
Later.
Some walk-off music. Nice.
That was bad.
Till the next episode. Hey.
Smoke
feel-
weed every day.
I
I
feel
was,
like
I was waiting for that.
so. Do we have a specific date and time for karaoke, or is it just kind of whenever?
It's whenever. I've been so bad about going, but if you guys want to do it a different day than Saturday, by
So
all means.
it is on Saturdays.
Originally, it was like Saturday nights, but I mean, it can just be whenever people want to do it. Honestly.
Okay. I kind of like Saturday evenings because I can't speak too loudly on the when it's too late.
Mhm.
But I just really like karaoke, and the one time I did it, I had a lot of fun.
Do you want to sing for us now? Are you down?
I can't. I can't because it's 12:35 and I don't live alone, unfortunately. Like my
Tell
mom's
your roommate to
sleeping right
join. Oh, your
now.
mom.
Yeah, I live with my parents still. I'm only 20.
I'm guessing they're not down for karaoke.
No.
Do you pay them any rent?
No, I'm full time in school.
Oh, okay. Because I was gonna say, if you paid rent, it's okay to call them your roommates. I think.
Actually,
Yeah, and then you're allowed.
Well.
You're allowed at least one mulligan of them coming and saying, "Turn that shit down."
Oh.
If you know what a mulligan is.
No, I don't. Please educate me.
Oh, now I have to do something about that.
It's a do-over in golf.
Oh, I don't play sports. I was I was at school from like 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. I played Japanese taiko today. I actually have a recording if anyone's interested.
What's that?
Japanese taiko, it's percussion.
Yeah. Did you have a video, you say?
I'm not gonna dox myself, but I have an MP3.
Oh, sure. Yeah, man. Poster
Me
up.
and
Oh, I see it there. Cool.
Four other people played it. We composed our own thing, and we played like a real taiko with real sticks.
By the way, that's okay. Golf is not a sport.
Wait, it's not.
That shit's a hobby, man. Fuck it. It's not a real sport.
I was.
You know what? But if we're gonna get into that, I would also say like NASCAR is not a sport either, and people would love to argue with me about that.
You read my.
Oh wait, dude. You see the shoes they wear?
But we can all agree that bowling is definitely a sport.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a sport.
I'd say it is.
There's not another sport where you can eat nachos and play at the same time.
It's an ish. It's a sport ish. It gets 50% of my vote.
Well, then
Okay.
is dance a sport?
Is that like a personal attack or something?
Have you guys been?
Is debating a sport?
Oh, I guess it could be, but it's more of an intellectual exercise, not an athletic. I like to substitute the word sport with athletic because I think it's better. Like, is something athletic? Would I say bowling's athletic? Somewhat. Would I say baseball is athletic? Absolutely. Would I say racing is athletic? Not really. I'm with Lunatic on that one.
Well,
Racism is not a sport.
Video game sports.
Esports are not sports, and I say this as someone who formerly played esports. They are not the same.
Are you sure?
They should be respected,
No.
but they are not the
sure
same
he
at
is
all.
right. He is right. There's no debate about that.
They are not sports. That's
Well,
why
what makes
there's
them
E
not
in front.
sports?
Playing video
Because it's
games
not
of
physically
sports is not
active.
playing sports.
It's
Sorry.
mostly intellectual.
Well,
I'm about to
yeah,
stop this
but it
conversation.
doesn't have
Yeah,
to be
can we
physical
stop
to be a
this? Like,
sport.
this is a
Oh,
flat
watch.
Earth server.
Here's what we do. Read this, and then please change the subject. Yay!
Yeah, this.
So,
as just
Is chess a sport?
No, but we should probably get back to flat Earth.
that could be a sport. Interacting with anti-flat earthers in 2021 has become serious business. Yeah, no.
I think it's an intellectual exercise, but not an exercise of the physique.
I don't know, if I do push-ups the whole time, I feel like, it's two birds and a stone. The whole time, though. All the time, push-ups.
Have you guys
So is there
been... Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
It's just been a while. Ever since I started school full-time, I don't get to be in live stream as often as I used to be, so I like to check in.
Well, we're here 24/7, partner.
Of course. I'm surprised it's
Just in
active
case you
more in
didn't
the evening. Oh, sorry.
Oh, I don't know. Someone was laughing, I think. Go ahead.
I'm just surprised, like, it's more active in the evenings now, which works out for me, but, like, we have 34 people and it's almost 1 in the morning. For me.
Yeah. It's almost midnight here. But it's only 9:40 in California.
This is gonna be like, I'm gonna sound like I'm asking like a precious metals question or something. But in the last 14 days, what's the dumbest thing you've heard someone say in this server?
Still gravity. I think gravity's still the one.
Climb a tree and you'll see curvature.
Yeah.
Still the
Yeah,
one.
that's a good one. Yeah, the whole measuring a tree thing. Yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't pay attention to the dumb stuff as much as I used to. Like, actually log it.
Yeah, I don't log it either.
I think
If you want to catch something really retarded, just go to the lobby for a minute.
That's true. Or honestly, like, people say the dumbest stuff in lobby. Like, I think my favorite is the one where someone recently said length times width is how you calculate a circumference, and I said this is false. That's the area of a square. Circumference is 2 pi r. And they wanted to debate me on why I was wrong. And I'm like, I'm not even gonna talk to you. That's pathetic.
A flat earther would have done that. You're telling a flat earther would do that?
No, I'm not saying a flat earther would do that. I'm saying
all right.
That,
Okay.
yeah, I'm saying the dumbest thing we've seen on the server from the other side.
Wait, what about that guy that came in and was challenging QE on cosmology being science, and his hypothesis was that he was the cause of the moon?
Oh my god.
We had a guy who said that he was a doctor, claim that the reason babies can't walk is because they're still adjusting for the rotation of the earth.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Okay, that's definitely number 1.
That's an all-time low right there. That wow.
I think it's because they just had too much baby juice.
I think this is definitely one of my favorites. I always post that one. Those two are probably my favorites, and the worst part is they happen recently. So it's like people are getting dumber, not smarter. I think my generation screwed us, but
Yeah, I think that. How old are you?
20. I'm Generation Z,
Yeah.
1996
Yeah,
to
yeah.
2010. Social media
Yeah, but if you're
generation.
you're here though, if you're here, there is hope.
There is hope.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all you got to do is just wake other people up your age. You got to get some brass balls and just go out there and say, "Fuck my image. I'm gonna wake
Did
these
you miss a
bastards up."
couple classes?
Damn, dude, I just saw the trailer.
Actually,
Make her
I
both
was-
diamond.
I was talking to someone. I was talking to someone on my campus about it, and I literally told him the invite to the server, but they passed. But I was like walking through like Marconi with them, and they were like shocked, like they had nothing to say. I was literally telling them about Marconi in person, and they're like, "So you're telling me you're a And I'm like, "Yes." Do you want the invite to a Discord server? And they're like, "No thanks." And I'm like, "Why not? It's fun." Oh,
Dude, here's what we should start doing.
someone wants to discuss the shape of the Earth, I believe.
Bring it on.
Right now, here.
Yeah, Marath Hugh. I was talking to him in Livestream voice text earlier. I believe he's talking
Alrighty.
about Aristophanes.
Oh, good. That's one of my favorites. I destroy it pretty quickly, and maybe I don't. Maybe somebody else can do it
No, take
quicker
over.
or
Hurry.
better.
Just destroy
But,
it.
yeah.
Quick. Easy.
Okay.
Banish it.
Quiet.
Who wants to talk about Aristophanes?
I'm gonna take notes.
Aristophanes.
Eratosthenes.
How many Estes was that?
There we go.
Aristophanes.
Aristophanes. Mm-hmm. Well, cool.
How many
Let's talk about that.
asses are in there? Yeah.
Yeah, I want to talk about Aristophanes. Erat, whatever his name is.
I got to see the real name now. Hang on.
So he measured. Yeah, it's Eratosthenes. Eratosthenes. Yeah, so he measured a shadow and made some leaps of logic and gave us almost a pretty good estimate for the size of the Earth. What was it, like within 5%?
Nobody knows for sure because they're not sure exactly how
That's
big
the
a
story.
Greek stade was, but it seems like it might be close to the current number.
What if the Earth was that big then, but the Earth has grown since then because we keep eating up meteorites? How about that?
That seems unlikely.
Seems unlikely that the Earth's been hit by meteorites? I would agree.
No, it seems unlikely that it grows that much.
Oh, well, you don't know how much the Earth takes.
That's true.
I mean, if it gets burnt up in the atmosphere,
It eats them up, Hank. It eats them up.
yeah, the Earth eats it, gobble, gobble. So the Earth is growing every day until all the little asteroids and meteorites are gone.
Well, I mean, if you paint a room, the room gets smaller, but nobody's gonna subtract from your square footage on your deed.
Yeah, but if you put too many layers on Broadway, pretty soon you're going to be scraping to get in and out of the businesses.
True that.
That dreaded muffler scrape. You guys know what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah.
And the manhole's like 3 feet down just to the manhole's inside of a pothole because they won't scrape the top layers off. They just keep adding to it.
Do it. I just won't do it. Yep. You got 25 guys standing around the same 8-inch square fucking concrete looking at it going, yeah, yeah, yep.
And if we do it this way, yeah, okay.
Are you buying beer tonight? Yeah, okay, yeah.
We got that covered, yeah. What about the job site? Oh, I don't know.
I don't know.
But we sure got that beer though. Okay.
I'll drink to that. Okay.
They have to be drinking on the job, dude. I saw this one guy just wandering around with his gear on. Looked like he was kind of surveying, kind of not, whatever. Looking up at the sky, tilting his hat back, wiping his forehead, just kind of wobbling. It was so funny, man. There's no way he was at the very least very hungover. He's trying to do his job and he just wasn't able to. It's awesome. I guess that's awesome. So Aristosthenes, how does this prove the shape of the Earth? Go.
It does not.
Oh shit!
Thank you, Matthew. Thank you. See, that's why I got to give Matthew like a metaphorical knuckle bump right now, because it doesn't prove shit. But you ask people, give us evidence for the shape of the Earth, and they go to Google, and Google's like, man, that's all I got. Like, that's all I got right here.
Instead,
well, you'd think if you ask Google, what's the curvature between New York and Paris? What's the curvature rate between New York and Paris? It would give you an answer, right? You'd think it would be a glorified, celebrated.
You wouldn't be able to find enough information about it.
Exactly.
No, but some flat earthers say that the curvature has never been measured, but Eratosthenes is a not a physical measure, but kind of like assumed measure. So that's what Eratosthenes
No, it's a calculation.
It
Sorry, bro.
It calculates the size of the Earth.
It's a calculation without a measurement. So if I were to, like, say, investigate a crime, right? Somebody robbed a convenience store, but they didn't have any, marker on the side of the door to say how high it was. Let's just say I caught like one glimpse of the criminal next to a Coke can. With that Coke can, I know the measurement of the Coke can. I could calculate his height. But if he's just standing next to a blank screen with nothing around, there's no way I'm going to be able to calculate his height. I could look at his shadow all day long. I'm not going to be able to calculate his height.
Yeah, dude, it's
right. Yeah, that's right.
It's a piece of shit assumption, is what it is.
Well, I don't know if that's
You
true.
just look at a basic triangle with the distance of 500 miles at a 7.2 degree angle. You get a distance of 3,959 miles, right? All you'd have to do is invert that triangle and put a circle over it, and now you've got a curvature radius. So it's just an inversion using basic trigonometry, having a right angle up to the sun, 500 miles, 7.2 degrees away. And
That could be a midget, though, right?
No, because what it is you have a mark, a landmark that's zenith, like the sun's over the well. You have that 500 miles, so you don't even have to do the measurement. You just do the calculation with that angle of 7.2 degree, right? Because that would be basically.
Is this flat Earth data?
It is.
Oh, good, bro. I would like to hear you and Matthew have some conversations because, dude, all you ever do is talk about math, and math is not my strong point. In fact, it's probably my weakest point. I don't ever know what the fuck you're talking about, bro, but I like hearing you say it. You know what I mean?
Well, like your style, dude.
Well, I appreciate that. That's kind of shitty because what I'm saying is basically what you do to invert. It's an inversion, right, of what you see. So it's like I don't want to admit what I see. There has to be something else behind what I see. So if you invert your envision in this case, like if you invert it where or the geometry, then you get a whole different premise over a flat circle. You get a drop. Now you actually have a surface you can call a sphere, right? So I'm sorry when I say it. I basically want people to get into the quick math to see how it's easily inverted. I'm not trying to sound complex by no means. It's just I like the geometry and I want to share it so people at least understand that they can see the trick, if you will, if they get into it. Like, oh, I see how you can take basic, right angle triangle, invert it, throw a circle over it. Now it's a circle with the radius from the same point of view that I've, optically observed it. So, taking your vision and hijacking it, so to speak, it's just another version of that. So,
Matthew, care to respond?
So, what specific thing were you talking about? Like the inverting? You're talking about the
So
Eratosthenes observations?
imagine a right angle. Yeah, imagine a right angle triangle, right? And so you don't know the height of the object, which is the sun in this case.
Right.
And if you just use a right angle triangle and you're 500 miles away, you're going to get a 7.2 degree, pardon me, angle to the sun. So if you do the calculation of 500 miles divided by the tangent of 7.2 degrees, you end up with 3,959 miles. So if you invert that triangle, throw a circle over it, now you can say, hey, the Earth's a sphere using Euclidean geometry from the measurement that you used Euclidean geometry from. So you basically used a right angle to measure the distance to the sun, inverted it, threw a 2D circle over it, now you have drop. So basically it's another optical observation translated using geometry with a supposition that it's a ball and not a plane.
Got it. Yeah. So you're right. That observation matches both the flat Earth idea and the globe Earth idea, and it depends on which assumption you're using as to how you interpret that observation. Yeah. So that makes sense.
Well, but you can even just draw it out on both examples just with Euclidean and show how the inversion works. And if you actually did this, the succession, if you will, of it's in every model, right? There's always a succession of either errors or a succession of inversions, or it's like, you're building a you're building a story, right? So you have ways of interpreting the information, and that information is interpreted based on your philosophy or your suppositions. So
Okay, so you said you like math and trigonometry. I have a triangle to show you. Could I show you in the voice chat?
sure, I'm not by no means a math expert at all, so I like it, but I'm not like trained in it professionally. I just do my own little thing.
Yeah. So here's an example of sometimes the moon is directly over Guatemala City, and at the same moment it appears to be 30.
You're just talking about a story right now, dude. Unless I can see it and we can see the observation together, it doesn't mean anything to me, bro. Like you're just giving me a story. It's the same thing I just did to you with the Eratosthenes Euclidean triangle stuff. So you could draw it on paper and we could discuss it. But if you're talking about an observation that involves perspective, I have a question to ask you. What causes the apparent junction of the sky and ground? Is it going to be Earth curvature, or is it your angular limitation of your eyesight?
Earth curvature, I think. But what do you mean, like why you can see the horizon?
Yeah. So the apparent junction. Do you know what the definition of the horizon is?
I always forget the flat Earth definition of horizon, and I can't.
I'm sorry, it's not the flat Earth definition.
Flat
of horizon.
Earth definition? Oh my god!
The one that always gets quoted here, yeah. But
yeah, sorry, it's not a flat Earth
It's
definition,
where the
buddy.
sun meets the sky.
No, it's the apparent junction. The apparent junction of the sky and ground. It's the apparent junction, right? It's the joining. So, for instance, I'll give you an example. Next time you're out looking at a clear, let's say, relatively unobstructed plateau or plane, let's say it can be delineated. Let's call it delineation of perspective, which means everything looks like straight lines converging into a point optically in the neutral point of your eye. That optical convergence has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. It's the angular limitation of your eye and your height to the ground. The reason why the plane is horizontal and you have a horizon line is because the angle of light's become too acute to resolve, creating a vanishing point, which means the information's there. The buildings are there, the grass is there, the trees are there. They're just too acute. They've now compressed into a vanishing point, which you get a banding effect. That banding effect is the horizon line due to the angular limitation of that acute subtended angle from the point of the object to the or through the aperture of the eye back into the sensor. What it does is it creates a cone effect, converging those lines and creating that vanishing point. So that optical convergence means there's no magnitude of measurability there. It's a convergence, optical convergence, an optical illusion, if you will. So what you're doing is you're conflating your angular limitation, an optical illusion, as a physical attribute to a circular body, when in reality it's a horizontal plane that everywhere has positions of verticals perpendicular to the horizontal. And this is consistently observed through all photogrammetry or any topography data that you see that has distance and elevation profiles, which we can recognize as maps. So
Okay,
there's
so I understand what you're saying. Then if it's hard to measure things at the horizon, why don't we stick to looking at things?
so I didn't say it's hard to measure things at the horizon. I never said that. I said the apparent junction of the sky and ground is optical. So in other words, it's not due to your physical earth ball. It's your angular limitation. That's why it changes position based on your height. It's a convergence of light, right? The light bouncing from the object has reached its maximum angle. And if you open that angle, the farther you can see, the more detail you have. Now, granted, there is a general diffraction point within that 60-degree cone of vision, if you will, that you can have two objects appear to converge due to that limit of diffraction. They're not really converging. They're optically converging into a banding or a blurring, right? Well, that not only happens at the inner part of the focus, that also happens at the 1.22 diffraction limit of any circular aperture, which is basically the first minimum of the light coming into the angle of the aperture. So this is a known optical effect. So for instance, any sunrise that you see or sunset you see is in effect an optical illusion. The sun never touches the ground there. There's never no clouds touching the grounds there. In fact, if you were to look at the limitation of an observer, 3 to 4 miles away is usually the height or the distance. The clouds are never touching the ground there. They remain parallel to the position they're in and parallel to the plane from the observer. So that doesn't change. So at what point are we going to ever see curvature if that is the constant that's actually what we're seeing? There is no curvature. We're seeing an extended plane with an optical angular limitation.
Data, I love what you got to say, bro, but you got to let Matthew speak too, because if you cut him off, he's just going to let you cut him off. I kind of want to hear the argument. It's interesting.
Yeah, so I see this thing. I understand what you're saying about as things converge towards a point in the distant horizon. But if we look at something above the horizon, it may be easier to kind of talk about what's happening. Like Justin posted, stuff shrinks when it gets farther away. So my question is, why doesn't the moon shrink if it's farther away from different cities?
I can answer that.
Okay.
So when the moon, you look at it, you're not actually looking at the moon. You're looking at the light bouncing off the moon. Some would say, some would disagree. That's okay. But the light bouncing off of the moon, as it travels through the atmosphere, it's not perfectly collimated light. So it's going to diverge outward away from the center in all directions. So as the moon is diverging outward, it's going to appear, right, to be bigger than it actually is. And at the same time, the moon is getting further away from you. These two things are going to cross cancel each other and cause the moon to appear to stay the same size.
So it just happens to be that those things are perfectly balanced, and as it goes farther, it gets...
No, that's not perfectly
Can I
balanced at all.
suggest? Can I suggest something? I say again, we're talking story here, so most observations you're going to be taken by a photograph or picture and debated over, which there's also lots of errors with cameras. But needless to say, the perspective limitation for a tiny little person on a massive extended Earth has basically a field of view that will be limited due to the upper atmosphere, or as well as the upper atmosphere as the lower plane of the Earth. The moon will be subjected to also arc minute change based on its season as well. So it can increase, I think, actually to larger than the sun actually at some points. I think the moon gets to size. So when you're talking about these stories, are we talking particular seasonal events that are sort of habitual to the moon, like the super moon and so forth, like events that we naturally see that through its cycle, you get to see the increase of its actual arc minute size. And that's just part of its natural occurring circuit. Now, with that in mind, let's look at how refraction affects objects within that limited field of view. My understanding of perspective is that with the upper atmosphere being refraction due to the distance of the moon and where it's positioned, because it's obviously in apparent position as multiple observers will see it at different locations, due to this refraction effect, I've done many observations personally showing that objects in short range that are refracted down in this short range, do not really change in size and actually maintain their size. Now, granted, this is under the idea that you have a limited view, and in that limited view, you have a massive refractive point due to it, and it maintains its size while converging into the limited perspective point. Now, that's what I've demonstrated, and that's what I can offer for you to as well to try, is to see if something is refracted in a short distance, because you are a tiny little person on the ground over a massive Earth, will that object change size dramatically? No. The reason why objects change dramatically in our terrestrial environment is because it's not subjected to the things the moons are. They're two different zones, if you will, and you can't expect these two zones to act adequately, in my opinion, anyway.
Okay, so
yeah, I'm sorry, Becky, just real fast. Yeah, he kind of interrupted me a little bit.